Meeting is happening at Rabri Devi's house. No mobile phones are allowed inside, so there can be no communication on what's being discussed. All eyes now are on Nitishkumar's next move. He's also called for a meeting with all of his MLAs in Patna that's expected to start in about 1 hour from now. After that meeting, there could be clarity by this afternoon on whether he's going to bite the bullet and call off ties with the BJP. Ashutosh Mishra is joining us live from Patna with more details on this. Ashutosh, what's the inside word? The RJD meeting is happening as we speak. No phones allowed. We understand all MLAs have gathered. There will be particular focus on what ifs. If the JDU dumps the BJP, joins hands with the RJD, etc., what are the terms and conditions the RJD will put forth?
Well, looks like everything written on the card. And yes, as we speak, the RJD MLAs one after one arriving at Rabri Devi's residence. Tejasvi Yadav already present here. And as you rightly mentioned, yes, everyone, attendance is literally being marked. Of course, no mobile phone is allowed. And there you see the security persons carrying a list. And that has all the names of those guests, those who will be arriving here before 10 o'clock. Because it is not only the RJD MLAs, but also the 16 left front MLAs, including CPI, CPM and the MLA. Because remember, the left has also yesterday extending support, being the alliance of the Mahagathbandhan said they will support Nitishkumar and the RJD if JDU dumps BJP and joins hand with the RJD. So clearly, what we are seeing, and over certain days and certain weeks, the kind of developments, political developments we have seen, this was anticipated very much. And finally, this is the day what it seems that major decision of this will be taken in the state of Bihar. So this meeting will begin at around 11 o'clock. JDU meeting will also begin at around 11 o'clock. Around 1 p.m. the Congress has called a meeting, and around 7 p.m. This Hindustani Awam Morcha has also called up a meeting. So all these meetings seems to be just in the sync. When once someone takes a major decision, of course it will be the JDU. Then the follow-up will be taken from the RJD. If JDU announce they're going to step out of NDA, RJD will carry out the letter of support. They will hand it over to Nitishkumar, and then of course what is the next procedure is just going to the governor and stake claim of the government. But what we're also hearing, in that case, first Nitishkumar will also sack the ministers in the cabinet from the BJP quota. So major development that is taking place in the state of Bihar. And what it seems that even after trying all the efforts, all the dialogues, everything has failed. And this is just a moment, exactly deja vu what had happened. If you remember, when Nitishkumar formed government with RJD, then there was a totally collapse of the government. Nitishkumar went back to NDA, joined BJP, formed the government. So this is just a history being repeated in the state of Bihar. This is just another day what had happened just years back in the state.
In such a circumstance, Ashutosh, while there's a lot of talk that Nitishkumar could join hands with the RJD, Left Front, Congress, etc., will he remain the chief minister? Is that something the RJD is okay with?
Well, what we are hearing from the the political spectrum, that perhaps there will be multiple conditions or the multiple options open for Nitishkumar. One, that he could be the UPA convener. Another, he remains the chief minister supported by RJD, the Left Front and the Congress, and Tejasvi Yadav also join a high rank in the government, maybe the deputy chief minister or some other rank as we have seen in the past. Subsequently, since Nitishkumar becomes the face of the UPA as a UPA chairperson, then what next in a particularly in 2024 scenario? So then in that case, whether he gonna be the choice for the prime ministerial candidate. So when there is a political development take place, nothing announced officially, and there you see these images, the leaders from the RJD. So what you see here exactly explains what is happening in Bihar. So yes, what options are open for Nitishkumar, that will only be told once the government settles here, once this political storm settles here. Who comes in the government, who becomes the chief minister, who are part of the government. Only then the political career or the political future of Nitishkumar will be decided. But for now, it is a churning that is taking place. One alliance is breaking away, another alliance, in a way to being formed. And then only it will be decided what is going for the future of Nitishkumar. Is it only in the Bihar, or it will restrict located in Patna, or he is really eyeing to the national capital as well.
Okay, Ashutosh, just stay on with me as we discuss what's happening there at the RJD meeting. Remember that the JDU is also going to be holding a meeting with all MLAs. Nitishkumars has called all of his MLAs to Patna for a meeting. And speculation is growing that post that the JDU could announce snapping ties with the Saffron Party. The JDU has essentially cited a couple of reasons for this. They say that the BJP is needling and meddling in their functioning and attempting to destabilize the Nitish government. The Hindustani Avam Morcha chief, Jitin Ram Manjhi, who is also part of the NDA, has extended support to Nitishkumars. So there's a big question mark of whether he too, if Nitish cuts ties with the NDA, will do the same. Apart from JDU, RJD and Congress have also called meetings of the MLAs to strategize over the next move. The JDU MLAs meet comes a day after Home Minister Amit Shah called Nitishkumar, possibly as a last-ditch effort to persuade him to stay back in NDA. Clearly, it hasn't worked.
आगे क्या होगा 2025 तक के हम रहेंगे और आगे क्या करेंगे, इस पर हम लोग क्या बोलेंगे। अभी हाल के दिनों में ही देखा है आपने ना, बीजेपी के राष्ट्रीय परिषद के बैठक में किस तरह से सवाल उठी। तो आगे क्या होगा इस पर हम लोग सवाल नहीं, मैंने कुछ कह नहीं सकते। लेकिन इतना जरूर है कि अभी सरकार चल रही है, हमारे सरकार के मुखिया माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी अभी भी जनता दरबार लगा रहे हैं, ये जन सुनवाई कर रहे हैं और जनता की सुनवाई कर रहे हैं, समस्याओं की समाधान कर रहे हैं।
हमको तो नहीं लग रहा है कि कुछ इस तरह का चल रहा है जिस पर बहुत चर्चा करने की जरूरत है। सब चीज़ तो नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में बहुत ठीक ठाक ढंग से चल रहा है।
इस बारे में तो जब प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई थी और हमारी पार्टी ऑफिस में सारे मीडिया के लोग आए थे और सब लोगों ने सवाल पूछा था हमारी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष महोदय से, तो उन्होंने एक शब्द में कहा था कि एनडीए में ऑल इज वेल। और अगर ऑल इज वेल नहीं होता तो फिर राष्ट्रपति या उपराष्ट्रपति के चुनाव में क्यों हमारी पूरी पार्टी एनडीए समर्थित उम्मीदवार के पक्ष में ही वोट करती है।
जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी ने बातें बताई है उस पर हम लोगों को कुछ बताने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। और रही बात हमारे पार्टी के सर्वमान्य नेता आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी हैं, वो जो निर्णय लेंगे उनके साथ हम लोग हैं।
जब तक कुछ ठोस हमारे सामने ना आए तब तक इस पे कुछ टिप्पणी करने का मतलब नहीं है। लेकिन 2025 तक, 2020 में हम चुनाव में गए थे नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में, नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में। 2025 तक एनडीए अटूट है, एनडीए मजबूत है। किसी प्रकार की कोई टिप्पणी या सुगबुगाहट पे कुछ भी बोलना, ये सब भविष्य की बातें, भविष्य के गर्भ में है। अभी इस पे कुछ बोलने से कोई मतलब नहीं है, कोई पॉइंट नहीं है।
I'll tell you, it's a disturbing situation, no doubt about it. The kind of verbal altercation, accusations which is going on between BJP and JDU, that's actually has put the governance on hold.
तब उनके पार्टी का मामला है, वो बता ही रहे हैं कि हर बराबर वो 3 महीने 4 महीने पर संवाद करते हैं अपने पार्टी के सांसदों से, विधायकों से। उसी तरह का ये भी है, इस पर सवाल उठाने की क्या जरूरत है। तो उन्होंने बता ही दिया खुद, तो इसमें हम कौन सी टिप्पणी करें।
तो जीतन राम मांझी साहब किन के तरफ होंगे, नीतीश कुमार के साथ या बीजेपी के साथ, स्थिति क्या बनी?
देखिए, अगर मगर का कोई जवाब नहीं होता है, लेकिन मैं जरूर कहता हूँ इसलिए कि हम आज से नहीं, जिस समय गठबंधन में हम आए थे उस समय से ही मैं कहा कि एनडीए में मैं हूँ, लेकिन हम नीतीश कुमार के साथ हैं।
अगर जनता दल यूनाइटेड और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बीच में खटपट की खबरें आ रही हैं, तो हमें लगता था कि ज्वाइंट प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हो जाता और मामले का समाधान निकाला जा सकता। कहीं ना कहीं से खटास बढ़ी है और आज भी हमें उम्मीद है कि दोनों राजनीतिक दलों के नेता एक मंच पे बैठेंगे और मामले का समाधान निकाला जा सकता है। देखिए, अगर खटास बढ़ेगी तो निसंदेह गठबंधन का स्वरूप बदल सकता है। राजनीति में विकल्प हमेशा खुले होते हैं और ऐसा हो सकता है, लेकिन इसका खामियाजा बिहार की जनता को भुगतना पड़ेगा।
हमको जानकारी ऑफिशियल नहीं है इस बात की, और जहाँ तक संवाद का सवाल है, नीतीश कुमार जी हमारे पार्टनर रहे हैं, अलायंस में रहे हैं, तो मतभिन्नता के कारण चले गए। तो मेरा यह राय है कि मतभिन्नता हो सकती है, लेकिन संवादहीनता नहीं होनी चाहिए राजनीति में। उनको वैसे भी भेंट करना चाहिए था सोनिया जी से, उनको काफ़ी मानती हैं, राहुल जी भी उनको काफ़ी मानते हैं मेरे हिसाब से। तो उनको संवाद रखना चाहिए था पहले भी, और आज भी आएंगे तो अपना बात करेंगे। अगर उनकी राय होगी तो सब लोग मिल के बीजेपी के खिलाफ संघर्ष जारी रखेंगे।
ये देश और देश की आज़ादी बिक चुके हैं। मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में बीजेपी एनडीए की सरकार, देश की जनता जाग रही है और जागरूक हो रहे हैं, विपक्ष दल भी जागरूक हो रहा है और उस प्रक्रिया में कोई भी समीकरण बनता है जिससे इस राज्य बिहार राज्य की राजनीतिक गरिमा को वापस लिया जाए, व्यक्ति और समूह की आज़ादी को, स्वतंत्रता को सम्मान दिया जाए और जिससे पूरा देश पर उसका असर आए, ऐसे कोई कदम हो तो कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, श्री राहुल गांधी जी चुप नहीं रहेंगे।
Let's take this back across to our reporters who are joining us from the ground. Rohit Singh, live from Rabri Devi's residence in Patna, which is where the RJD will be beginning its huddle anytime now. Leaders streaming in, Rohit. Is this a combined huddle? Are the likes of the Congress left front also there for this particular meeting?
Well, Akshita, the meeting at Rabri Devi's residence is just about to begin at 11 o'clock, and it's the meeting of the Mahagathbandhan, but it does not include the Congress at this point of time. Only the RJD legislators, they have started coming in, and also the 16 MLAs of the left parties, they have started coming, and the meeting will begin at 11 o'clock at Rabri Devi's residence. And Congress is holding a separate meeting of the legislative party. So it's an important and crucial meeting which is just about to begin to decide on what will be the next plan of action, what will be the strategy of the RJD. But even the RJD would be keeping its eye on the crucial meeting that is going to be held at Chief Minister's residence at Wad Anebag, where the JDU Legislative Party meeting will happen at 11 o'clock. Nitishkumars will be chairing that meeting, and all eyes, in fact, will be on that crucial meeting as what Nitishkumars finally decide, because the RJD, the Congress, the left parties, they also would be watching very keenly as to what is the outcome of that meeting, whether Nitishkumars finally decides to dump BJP and join hands with the RJD and Mahagathbandhan, or whether he continues with the BJP. That will come to know in the next couple of hours. But there are a series of meetings which are happening today at the JDU legislative meeting happening at the CM house, the RJD and the left party's legislative party meeting happening at Rabri Devi's residence, and the Congress also going into a huddle here, as the political temperature in Bihar right now completely high. Akshita.
Rohit, just stay with me. I just want to play out for our viewers and to just break down what could play out right now in Bihar. As far as the numbers are concerned, this is what it looks like right now. The NDA, which has the JDU and the BJP, has 122. The RJD Plus, which is along with their allies, that is at 114. The AIMIM has 1. The HAM has 4, which is part of the NDA as well. Independence 1 there, and vacant seat is 1. So in that assembly of 243 members, the majority mark is at 122. The NDA is at that mark. The RJD Plus, which includes the left front and the Congress, is at 114. Now let's tell you what happens if Nitishkumars dumps the NDA and joins hands with the Gathbandhan. Then in that kind of circumstance, the NDA's numbers come down. The BJP is just at 77, whereas RJD Plus, which includes Nitish's numbers now, it goes up to 159. Let me again highlight that the majority mark is 122. So easily sailing past that number is RJD Plus if they have the JDU support. AIMIM still at 1. The HAM, Jitin Ram Manjhi at 4. And there are question marks because Manjhi has said that if in fact Nitishkumars chooses to join hands and leave the BJP and join hands with the RJD, he could consider doing the same thing. Independence at 1, vacant seats at 1 at this point. So total 243 assembly there. The RJD Plus, which we've written as 159, including the JDU, will have the numbers. And this is if Nitishkumars ditches the BJP. But at this point, going by all the information we have, it definitely looks like a Nitish NDA divorce is imminent. The Bihar political potboiler is buzzing with speculation that the state's chief minister is about to take another political turn. The JDU has rallied its MLAs for a crucial meeting. The RJD also has declared that they are ready to embrace Nitishkumars with some terms and conditions.
It may be all over for the ruling NDA in Bihar, with the BJP and the JDU staring at a dead end. A sulking Nitish Kumar, all but deciding to snap ties with the BJP. Miffed over what JDU claims is BJP's continued needling and plot to destabilize the Nitish Kumar government.
बिहार में डूबता हुआ जहाज कहने की बात आरसीपी सिंह ने कही है। दरअसल पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच उनकी स्वीकार्यता कभी नहीं थी और उनके जाने से भी पार्टी की सेहत को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा।
Nitish Kumar, who recently recovered from COVID, made his displeasure public by skipping Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Niti Aayog meet on Sunday while attending local events in Patna. He reportedly sounded out Gathbandhan allies RJD and Congress, looking for a possible tie-up. Some reports claimed he even dialed Sonia Gandhi.
बिहार में सिंगल लार्जेस्ट पार्टी हम हैं। नेता प्रतिपक्ष तेजस्वी जी और महागठबंधन दल के अन्य नेता और प्री पोल भी हम सबसे बड़े अलायंस पार्टनर हैं। तो जाहिर तौर पर हम चुपचाप हाथ पे हाथ धरे बिहार की में अस्थिरता के ये तत्व तो देख नहीं सकते।
बिहार जैसा राज्य।
The friction began when the rebellious Chirag Paswan's LJP cut into JDU vote share, reducing it to BJP's junior partner in the last elections. JDU still sees it as the handiwork of BJP.
जिस तरीके से महामना कंस ने जिस तरीके से एक के बाद एक माँ देवकी के तमाम पुत्रों का वध किया, क्यों वध किया? खुद को बचाने के लिए ना। उसी तरीके से मुख्यमंत्री जी का इतिहास देख लीजिए, किसका नहीं ये वध कर रहे हैं, एक के बाद एक, एक के बाद एक, एक के बाद ये, सिर्फ अपनी कुर्सी बचाने के लिए गठबंधन तक का ये वध करते हैं।
JDU's bitter fallout with one-time Nitish loyalist RCP Singh is also being seen by Nitish Kumar as BJP's bid to cut his party to size.
ये लोग जलन से पीड़ित हैं। ये लोग को लगता है कि ये लोग तो कभी केंद्र में मंत्री बना नहीं, बना तो कोई राज्य मंत्री बना। एक आदमी बनने के लिए लगल है, बन नहीं रहे तो मुझे बता रहे हैं।
JDU for records hit out at the BJP chief JP Nadda over his remark that regional parties will soon be history.
आज देश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को छोड़कर कोई राष्ट्रीय पार्टी नहीं रह गई है, कोई नहीं रह गई। और मैं जिम्मेवारी के साथ कह रहा हूं, आप देखिए, पहले देश में क्षेत्रीय पार्टियां आई और धीरे धीरे क्षेत्रीय पार्टियां परिवार की पार्टियों में परिवर्तित हो गई।
BJP has denied all allegations, brushing aside reports of hiccups, insisting that the alliance with the JDU will last its full term. Nitish Kumar had in the past broken off with the BJP over picking Narendra Modi as the prime ministerial candidate, joining the RJD Congress alliance only to return to the NDA fold. Is he preparing for another somersault? With Rohit Singh in Patna, Bureau Report, India Today.
The much awaited and much delayed cabinet expansion of Maharashtra government will take place today. Ever since Shiv Sena's rebel MLA Eknath Shinde took oath as the Maharashtra Chief Minister, his government has been running without a cabinet. The cabinet expansion is going to take place today at 11 a.m. in the Raj Bhawan. It's expected that around 18 ministers will be inducted in the first phase of this expansion. The BJP submitted a list of 11 MLAs, out of which 9 have been picked. And this includes names like State BJP Chief Chandrakant Patil, Radha Krishna VK Patil, Sudhir Mungatiwar, Girish Mahajan, along with several others. From the Shinde camp, names like Uday Samant, Sandeepan Bhumre, Dada Bhuse, Gulabra Patil, they're all expected to get ministerial berths. As per sources, the BJP has so far finalized 9 names and the Shinde Sena also 9 names. So it's a 50-50 formula. Mustafa Sheikh is joining us live from the location where, in fact, the Shinde camp is going to be holding a meeting. Mustafa, the names expected to be finalized in moments from now, but we're hearing on India Today that largely it's going to be equal representation from both sides, a 50-50 formula, 9 names from the BJP and 9 names from the Shinde camp.
Well, yes, that's something which we are hearing as of now, which is that 18 ministers will be taking oath this afternoon, and it will be 8 from Shiv Sena and 8 from BJP. We are showing you visuals of Sahyadri guest house where the meeting is going on with Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is meeting rebel camp MLAs, like his 40 Shiv Sena MLAs, and here he will be announcing the names of 8 people from their camp who will be taking oath around 11 a.m. and we'll have to wait and see whose names are finalized, because the entire cabinet expansion has been under suspense. There is not yet a single word from the governor house or from the government that the cabinet expansion is going to happen. It's source-based information with which this entire movement is going on, and now what we are hearing is that 18 ministers are going to take oath, and we'll have to wait and see the confirmed names from the 9 confirmed names from the BJP, the 9 confirmed names from the Shinde camp. Who will they be? Because this is a government which has already been challenged in the Supreme Court, and hence there is a lot of cloud over what will happen next. What we are hearing from the Shinde camp is that those who were ministers in the Mahavikas Aghadi government before they turned rebel will be reinstated as minister. This will be the policy with the Shinde government. Similarly, with the BJP, the cabinet ministers who were there with the Fadnavis government from 2014 to 19, most of them will be repeated with one new name of Mangal Prabhat Lodha, which is coming forward. We'll have to wait and see whether that is confirmed or not. What is more important is that all the people who are taking oath are MLAs who are from the lower house. They are not. There are no MLCs. The policy for the BJP leadership is that those who have been represented and elected by the people should be the people to become first ministers, and all MLAs will be taking whoever will be taking oath will be MLAs and not MLCs. These are a few important things which are coming out. We'll have to wait and see what happens next. Back to you.
All right, Mustafa, we'll track the latest. Thanks for the moment for joining us. Now, in the latest row over pre-election freebie distribution culture, the Aam Aadmi Party has approached the Supreme Court for opposing a public interest litigation seeking stringent action against political parties for offering freebies ahead of polls. This development comes days after the Supreme Court observed that no political party is likely to want to debate in Parliament on freebies because they're all for it. Opposing the play, AAP's petition has stated that if a discussion has to take place on freebies and their connection to the fiscal health of the country, there should be a discussion, not any sort of decision by the Supreme Court. The BJP had earlier launched a scathing attack against AAP, saying they're zero at grassroots level but hero in distributing revenues. This comes after Arvind Kejriwal yesterday attacked, in fact, the government, saying that freebies and this kind of culture ensures equality in an unequal society.
वैसे तो 75 साल के अंदर हमें ऐसा सिस्टम बना लेना चाहिए था, एजुकेशन का ऐसा सिस्टम बन जाना चाहिए था कि हमारे बच्चों को अच्छी और मुफ्त शिक्षा पूरे देश में मिलती। लेकिन आज़ादी की 75वीं वर्षगांठ के ऊपर अगर हम ये माहौल बना रहे हैं कि हमारे देश के बच्चों को अच्छी और फ्री शिक्षा देना, फ्री की रेवड़ी है, फ्री भी है, इससे सरकारों को घाटा हो रहा है, इससे बुरी बात नहीं हो सकती 75वीं वर्षगांठ के ऊपर। मुझे तो लगता है कि इस वक्त हमें एक पूरी प्लानिंग करनी चाहिए थी कि 75 साल में जो कमी रह गई उस कमी को अब हम सारे युद्ध स्तर पे मिलके पूरा करेंगे। हम सारे मिलके ऐसा प्लान बनाएंगे कि अगले 5 साल के अंदर पूरे देश में शानदार सरकारी स्कूल बना देंगे और बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा देंगे। ऐसा प्लान बनाना चाहिए था।
कहते नहीं चोर के दाढ़ी में तिनका। हमने तो आम आदमी पार्टी का नाम लिया नहीं था। हमने तो ये कहा था फ्रीबीज बंद होनी चाहिए, मुफ्त की रेवड़ी बंद होनी चाहिए, मुफ्तखोरी बंद होनी चाहिए, और जिस स्टेट के पास जितनी फाइनेंशियल स्ट्रेंथ है उसके हिसाब से खर्चा होना चाहिए। हमने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में ये कहा था कि स्टेट्स के ऊपर 70 लाख करोड़ का कर्जा हो गया है, सेंटर के ऊपर 80 लाख करोड़ का कर्जा है, दोनों मिला दे तो 150 लाख करोड़ का कर्जा हो चुका है। तो इसलिए इस पे कंट्रोल करने की जरूरत है। इनकम हो नहीं रही है, उधार लेके केवल नई नई योजनाएं चल रही हैं। वर्ल्ड बैंक सुधार ले रहे हैं, कभी अमेरिका सुधार ले रहे हैं, कभी जापान सुधार ले रहे हैं, तो उधार लेके कब तक काम करेंगे। हमने सुप्रीम कोर्ट से ये कहा था कि अगर हमने इस मुफ्त की रेवड़ी नहीं बंद किया, फ्रीबीज नहीं बंद किया, तो हमारी हालत पाकिस्तान और लंका जैसी हो जाएगी। आज की डेट में न पाकिस्तान को कोई कर्ज देने के लिए तैयार है, न लंका को कर्ज देने के लिए तैयार है।
Take this across to Kanu Sharda. She's joining us for more details on the story. Kanu, explain to us why the Aam Aadmi Party has decided to file this petition, because they've not been named in any way in this case so far.
Well, Akshita, Aam Aadmi Party is known for distributing freebies in the form of giving free electricity, the mohalla clinics, the free education. But all of these measures have been termed by Aam Aadmi Party in their petition as socio-welfare schemes. They said that all these schemes giving free ration, proper education and healthcare measures, all which have been termed as freebies, is actually the responsibility of the state government and the respective country as such, so to take care of the marginalized people in the society. The petition has come after the Supreme Court had taken a view that a committee should be in place wherein the representatives from RBI, Niti Aayog, and other finance commission and other people should be there in the party and have a policy in place so that such measures, such election freebies cannot lead to an economic disaster. It is interesting to see what stand the government will take when it is going to hear the matter day after tomorrow, to see what kind of composition of a committee will be there, and this AAP's stand taken just before the Supreme Court hearing will make it more interesting.
Very true. Kanu, thank you very much for joining us with all of those details. Coming up on the other side of a short break here on India Today, we're going to be focusing on the manhunt that's underway by the Uttar Pradesh police to nab Gun Neta Shrikant Tyagi. He's been on the run for over 72 hours now.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स के गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट और स्टार इंडियन बैडमिंटन प्लेयर लक्ष्य सेन इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं। लक्ष्य पूरा हुआ कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स का?
जी डेफिनेटली यही था कि दिमाग में कि फर्स्ट गेम हारने के बाद भी कि ये पॉसिबल है आज, और डेफिनेटली जैसे मैंने सेकंड और थर्ड गेम खेला मैं काफ़ी अच्छा लग रहा है मुझे।
पहले गेम से आप थोड़ा सा पीछे रहते, लेकिन आपने वापसी बहुत शानदार की। मलेशियन को आपने मौका नहीं दिया कम बैक करने का। कैसे आपने प्लान आउट किया, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं आप अंडर प्रेशर में भी थे थोड़ा सा?
जी डेफिनेटली पहले गेम में मैं टुवर्ड्स द एंड जो मेरा डिसीजन मेकिंग था वो थोड़ा आई थिंक उतना अच्छा नहीं रहा, बट डेफिनेटली मेरे दिमाग में यही था कि अगर मैं इतना क्लोज फर्स्ट गेम आ रहा हूँ तो डेफिनेटली इट्स नॉट अ बिग टास्क कि मैं सेकंड और थर्ड गेम में इसको पलट नहीं सकता हूँ। बट डेफिनेटली जैसा मैंने सेकंड गेम में जब मुझे लीड आया तो मैंने वो लीड मेंटेन रखा, और थ्रू आउट द थर्ड गेम मेरे पे 2-3 पॉइंट का लीड था, तो वो मैंने ट्राई किया कि मैं वो टाइम पे कोई इजी मिस्टेक्स ना करूँ या फ्री के पॉइंट्स ना दूँ।
प्रकाश सर की एकेडमी में आप ट्रेन करते हैं, आप क्या उनको इंस्पिरेशन मानते हैं? क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं इंट्रोड्यूस जो किया था आप उन्हीं के ज़रिए।
जी डेफिनेटली
उनका रोल बताइए।
वो डेफिनेटली बचपन से मेरे रोल मॉडल रहे हैं, और जब भी मैं उनकी मतलब उनसे बात करता हूँ, और उनके बचपन से जब भी मैं टूर्नामेंट के बाद या हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के टाइम हम बात करते तो डेफिनेटली काफ़ी चीज़ें जो उनका एक्सपीरियंस था वो उनने बताया, और वो डेफिनेटली काफ़ी मोटिवेट करते थे मुझे। एंड या उनने भी ये मेडल पहले जीता हुआ है, तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हूँ कि मैंने वो रिपीट किया।
शर्टलेस सेलिब्रेशन पहले भी हो चुका है इंग्लैंड में, क्रिकेट में दादा ने किया था, उसके बाद आपने किया। पहले से प्लान था या अचानक किया?
ये सब अचानक था, आई थिंक कुछ पहले से प्लान नहीं था, तो डेफिनेटली मैंने भी अभी तक वो सेलिब्रेशन देखा नहीं है, मैं अभी जाके देखूंगा। फिर
कोई मैसेज, आप जैसे इतने यंग हैं, आपको देख के बहुत सारे जो यंग बैडमिंटन प्लेयर्स हैं वो आप आगे आएंगे, क्या बताना चाहेंगे?
जी यही कि स्पोर्ट के लिए डेडिकेटेड रहिए, और अपना जो भी आपका पैशन है उसको फॉलो करिए, और प्रोफेशनल रहिए स्पोर्ट के बारे में।
Make your media plans smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
"72 hours and counting, the hunt continues for Shrikant Tyagi. He is on the run days after hurling abuses, pushing a woman in a Noida society. Sources have told India Today that he is taking every possible precaution to avoid getting arrested by the UP police. Tyagi is neither called nor turned on his mobile since Sunday night. Online transactions, ATM usage, none of that has been done either. Shrikant Tyagi's last location remains in Uttarakhand, reportedly in Rishikesh. Police have even picked up Tyagi's wife for interrogation in the hope of getting some important information on his whereabouts. Let's in fact cut across to a reaction coming in from Shrikant Tyagi's cousin.
से उन्होंने उनके बारे में पूछा, ये सारा कुछ फ्रेमिंग ही चल रहा है, क्योंकि आप देखिए कि जब पुलिस आई है यहाँ के सोसाइटी के लोग पुलिस पर भी हावी हो गए, तो आप ये सोचिए कि पुलिस के आने से पहले यहाँ पे क्या क्या हुआ होगा। हमसे तो वो मिले भी नहीं, हमारे बैल्कनी में सामने बैठ के उनको बिठाया जा रहा था, उनको इतनी बदतमीजी से उनके साथ बिहेव किया जा रहा था। बल्कि आप देखिए ये कॉमन एरिया नहीं है, हमारी बैल्कनी वाला एरिया कॉमन एरिया नहीं है, फिर भी वो यहाँ पर चढ़ के बाहर होके बात कर लीजिए, वहाँ पर चढ़कर वो उनके साथ उन्होंने बदतमीजी किया है। से उन्होंने उनके बारे में पूछा, ये सारा कुछ फ्रेमिंग ही चल रहा है, क्योंकि आप देखिए कि जब पुलिस आई है यहाँ के सोसाइटी के लोग पुलिस पर भी हावी हो गए, तो आप ये सोचिए कि पुलिस के आने से पहले यहाँ पे क्या क्या हुआ होगा। हमसे तो वो मिले भी नहीं, हमारे बैल्कनी में सामने बैठ के उनको बिठाया जा रहा था, उनको इतनी बदतमीजी से उनके साथ बिहेव किया जा रहा था। बल्कि आप देखिए ये ज्यादा बाहर नहीं निकल रहे हैं, ऊपर से ये जो सोसाइटी वाले हैं ये हमको परेशान किए जा रहे हैं। जैसे कि आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे वैसे तो जैसे हमने सुना है कि जितनी उम्र बढ़ती है उतना एक्सपीरियंस के साथ समझ बढ़ती है, लेकिन आप देखेंगे यहाँ पे कल भी जितने ज्यादा सीनियर सिटीजन लोग हैं उतने ही
We'll get you that full conversation with Shrikant Tyagi's family. Many of them who are claiming they're being hounded right now, targeted, and all of this is a conspiracy. But the reality is that everything's on camera. You can see how Shrikant Tyagi was threatening, abusing, and even pushing a woman there in that society. Amit Bharadwaj is joining us live with more details on this. Amit, the latest updates that are coming in is that the cops at this point have no leads as to exactly where Shrikant Tyagi is. They're still hunting, and with in fact him switching off his phone, clearly covering his trail, it's becoming near impossible to find him.
Well, absolutely right, Akshata. In fact, the manhunt for Shrikant Tyagi has gotten a little complicated now because apparently the absconder is not using his mobile phone. He is not using any form of digital transaction, which could have proved very crucial in identifying his last location. But that is becoming a big challenge for the authorities now because he is not using any online transaction. There's no digital footprint through which he can be traced down. And obviously now the second step for the police was that, they get into touch with anybody and everybody that Shrikant Tyagi was in contact with in his last conversation, in his last digital footprint. And that is what the authorities are doing right now. And on the other side, what we are seeing on the ground, Akshata, is that the authorities are also trying to strengthen its hold on properties related to Shrikant Tyagi. In fact, we are in Noida's Bhangel area right now. And Ankit will show you on the left-hand side. The properties that you see on the left-hand side, these are all properties of Shrikant Tyagi and his family. This is the Dharam Kata, the weighing scale, which is owned by Tyagi on this hand side in this lane. There are multiple shops. We are being told nearly 12 to 15 shops are owned by Tyagi, and all these shops are now on the radar of the Noida authority right now. So the documents are being checked in, whether these are legal constructions or whether there are irregularities, whether there are encroachments done while constructing these shops, and if at all there could, what we might see is that yesterday we had seen GST officials reaching to this venue, going through the details, trying to put Shrikant Tyagi on radar on several directions, and that action can further escalate today, where all these properties are now on the radar of the authorities. And what will be checked right now is whether there were irregularities in construction of these properties, whether the local authorities' norms and guidelines were floated by Tyagi in constructing and operating businesses out here. Okay. He apparently, gets rent from these properties, which has been constructed in the Bhangel area of Noida. Back to you.
Amit, thank you for getting us that ground report. A crackdown from all fronts there by the administration as they continue to hunt for Shrikant Tyagi. In fact, it all started yesterday, this crackdown, with bulldozers turning up at the housing society in Noida and tearing down illegal parts of the plush ground floor apartment built by Shrikant Tyagi. He's referred to right now as a political functionary. The police have been chasing for 4 days and haven't been able to find him yet. And that's the question everyone's asking. Where is Shrikant Tyagi?
UP's bulldozer Baba cracking down on goon neta Shrikant Tyagi. And now, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has sought a report straight from the State Home Department. The Chief Minister has ordered that strict action be taken against Shrikant Tyagi and the police personnel guilty of negligence. So far, 6 cops have been suspended. But the big question still is, where is Shrikant Tyagi? While the residents of Grand Omax in Noida hailed the bulldozer action, they are now asking why hasn't the goon who abused and assaulted a woman resident not been arrested?
जब तक वो अरेस्ट नहीं होते हमारा काम पूरा नहीं होगा, संतुष्टि नहीं होगी, हम लोग सेफ नहीं है, क्योंकि कल जब वो गुंडे भेज सकते हैं, आज भी भेज सकते हैं वो। सबसे पहले पुलिस उनको अरेस्ट करे।
यहाँ पे गुंडागर्दी हुई है, किसी के घर, उस लेडी के घर, हमारी दोस्त के घर वो जा रहा है, ओपन गुंडागर्दी, पुलिस लेके 4 लोग चली गई, 6 लोग रह गए। क्या सेफ्टी है? अभी भी कोई सेफ्टी नहीं है।
A massive manhunt has been launched against him. Tyagi's last known location was Noida's Omax Grand, Sector 93, where he was caught on cam abusing a woman on 5th August. Uttarakhand police is on alert because his phone was briefly active in Haridwar. Flat number 207 at Greenwood apartment in Gomti Nagar, Lucknow has also been searched. Tyagi is said to have lived in this flat. Gautam Budh Nagar BJP MP has given 48 hours ultimatum to police to arrest him.
25,000 rupees bounty has been put on him, and the 6 police officers employees have been suspended, and all those 6 people who were arrested yesterday night, they have been sent to 14 years imprisonment. That 8 police teams have been working day and night, and they are in different part of country. They are searching for that fellow, and I'm sure very shortly he'll be arrested.
25,000 rupees reward for any information on Shrikant Tyagi. Tech and human intelligence deployed to track his whereabouts. With Tyagi seeking to surrender by 10th August, will the UP police catch him first? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, a fresh controversy has erupted in Karnataka after Congress MLA Zamir Ahmed opposed celebrations of the Ganesha festival at the controversial Eidgah Maidan. Here's a detailed report on all the reactions that have come in.
The season of polarization Nataka shows no signs of ending. After controversies over hijab, halal, Muslim traders at Hindu festivals, here's the latest chapter. The Congress has fired a shot opposing celebration of the Ganesha festival at the famous Eidgah Maidan, a property already embroiled in controversy. With permission denied for the Hindu festival, groups have been instantly triggered, blaming the Congress of selective treatment and minority appeasement.
ನೀವು ನಮಾಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ವಿಧಿವಿಧಾನಗಳನ್ನು ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ 2 ಬಾರಿ ನೀವು ನಮಾಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ. ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಗಣೇಶೋತ್ಸವಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಿರೋಧ? ಯಾಕೆ? ನೀವು ಬರೀ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಓಟಿನಿಂದ ಗೆದ್ದಂಥವರಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ MLA ಅಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಚಾಮರಾಜಪೇಟೆ MLA ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಹಿಂದೂಗಳು ಓಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನೆನಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
The fresh fight is hinged on the question: if namaz can be allowed, why is permission being barred to Ganesha celebrations? And why is that even a question? Because Hindu groups plan to hoist India's flag there on August 15, in addition to celebrate Ganesha.
ಇದು 15 ಆಗಸ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಫ್ಲಾಗ್ ಹಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ನವೆಂಬರ್ 1ಗೆ ಫ್ಲಾಗ್ ಹಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ರಿಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಡೇಗೂ ಫ್ಲಾಗ್ ಹಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
ಚಾಮರಾಜಪೇಟೆಯ ಶಾಸಕರಾದಂಥ ಜಮೀರ್ ಅಹ್ಮದ್ ಅವರು ಚಾಮರಾಜಪೇಟೆಯ ಮೈದಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಣೇಶೋತ್ಸವಕ್ಕೆ ಹಬ್ಬದ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆಗೆ ಗಣೇಶೋತ್ಸವಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಹೇಳಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಖಂಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ವಿರೋಧಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಜಮೀರ್ ಅಹ್ಮದ್ ಅವರೇ, ಇದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆಸ್ತಿನೂ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪಿತ್ರಾರ್ಜಿತ ಆಸ್ತಿನೂ ಅಲ್ಲ, ವಕ್ಫ್ ಬೋರ್ಡಿಂದು ಅಲ್ಲ, ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮರದು ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಜಾಗ.
Recently, Bruhat Bengaluru Mahanagara Palike stated that the ownership of the Eidgah Maidan in Chamarajpet is with Karnataka Revenue Department, triggering a dispute over who governs it and how. The fresh collision comes 9 months before Karnataka goes to the polls and could be seen as a relentless stream of polarizing controversies in the state, from the subject matter of textbooks to a cycle of violent killings on coastal Karnataka. The spate of divisive controversies is only accelerating. Expect more as elections get nearer. With Priyanka Rudrappa, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, the big fight over Lal Singh Chadha has jumped from being just a social media spat into a full-blown political fight, and that too in the state of Tamil Nadu. The ruling DMK in the state has come under big attack from the BJP for promoting Lal Singh Chadha, a Hindi film For Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, has become a personal issue since his son is said to be the star presenting the movie in Tamil Nadu. The film, in a language well known to be politically untouchable for his father and for the DMK. Udayanidhi Stalin, an actor and producer in his own right, a DMK MLA, and most importantly M.K. Stalin's son, has skin in the game that makes this politically volatile. His company, Red Giant Movies, is to present and distribute the Amar Khan starrer Lal Singh Chadha all over Tamil Nadu. The BJP has mocked the DMK, hitting them where it hurts, in an issue that's been political fodder for decades. The DMK so far hasn't responded to the BJP's attack. And with that, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, the big international headline. Former US President Donald Trump saying FBI raided his Florida property and broke into his safe.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission, to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. Co-powered by RK Marble, Khubsurat Imandari. In association with Dell, advice and expertise to help your business grow. EcoLink LED lights and fans.
Welcome back. Former US President Donald Trump has said that FBI agents raided his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida on Monday. Trump claims FBI broke into his safe while linking the raid to the US Justice Department investigation following accusations that he removed official presidential records and moved it to the Florida resort. Trump said that the unannounced raid of his house wasn't necessary or appropriate, as he'd always cooperated with the relevant government agencies. Trump also referred to these raids as prosecutorial misconduct and the weaponization of the justice system to prevent him from running for the White House again. This investigation comes after the U.S. National Archives and Records Administration in February notified Congress that it had recovered about 15 boxes of White House documents from Trump's Florida property, some of which also contained classified material. Incredibly proud moment for India. We finished 4th on the podium at the Commonwealth Games 2022 with an overall medal tally of 61. That includes 22 gold, 16 silver and 23 bronze. I'm leaving you with all the highs that we witnessed at the Commonwealth Games. Thanks for tuning in. Sneha Murdani will join you on the other side with the headlines.
There is your chunk. That was a big one.
जब खून पसीना एक किया, जब पासा अपना फेंक दिया, फिर सोने चांदी पीतल से क्या लेना देना. Representing India, that's the gold medal. It's a terrific win for India. Absolutely superb.
What do you see here? A sanitary pad, right? Now look closer. Is it something controversial? This poster featuring an image of a Hindu god on a sanitary pad has caused furor. It's from the movie Masoom Sawal. It's a feature film based on menstruation and stigma around it. However, filmmakers say that the sole purpose of it was to break the taboo and change the narrative. In this generation, there is no room for superstitions and ill practices that are forcefully imposed on women unnecessarily. Sometimes our perspective of viewing things is wrong, which leads to misconception. The entire film is based on menstruation, hence it is mandatory to show a pad. That's why there's a pad on the poster and not Krishnaji on the pad. Well, we know India now has a history of fighting through controversial movie posters. Recently, poster of the film Kali caught itself in the eye of the storm. A poster depicted the goddess smoking a cigarette and wielding an LGBT pride flag. The poster was considered to be an insult to Hinduism. Many called for legal action against the filmmaker for allegedly hurting religious sentiments. Amir Khan's nude poster from the film PK had a fair share of backlash. A case was filed under Section 292 of the IPC for obscenity. However, Superstar defended it, saying the issue has been blown out of proportion as there is no vulgarity at all. Sanjay Leela Bansali's love story, Goliyon Ki Ras Leela, Ram Leela, was criticized for both its name and sensual movie poster. Ram Leela has been historically associated with the plays depicting the life of Hindu god Ram. At that time, India also saw massive protests from Rajput community for misinterpretation of the facts in the movie. The film is based on actress Silk Smitha's life. The posters did not sit well with the actress' family. Vidya Balan was booked for posing indecently in the film The Dirty Pictures poster. The petition mentioned that the poster is corrupting minds of people. The Irfan Khan starrer was initially titled as Billu Barber. The objection was against using the term barber as it offended the barber community. They demanded to get the word barber removed from posters. The word was finally chopped off from the title and the movie was renamed as Billu.
Oh, sorry.
All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct. Setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get to the headlines in this edition. Massive trouble in Bihar NDA. JDU BJP alliance headed towards a split. All eyes on Nitishkumars huddle with his MLAs. Month after oath, Shinde cabinet takes shape in Maharashtra. 12 to 18 ministers to be sworn in today. This is an India Today scoop. Massive manhunt underway to nab goon Neta Shrikant Tyagi, who is on the run for the last 72 hours. Last trace to Rishikesh. Cops drill wife to find out whereabouts of this man. Face off over Bengaluru Idgah Maidan. Congress opposes Ganesh festival at Maidan. Hindu groups accuse Congress of appeasement. Ask if namaz is allowed, then why not Ganesh celebrations? Big political fight over Lal Singh Chadda. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin and Udayanidhi under attack for promoting the Bollywood film. BJP questions DMK's Hindi hypocrisy. Former US President Donald Trump says that FBI raided his Florida home and broke into his safe. Claims bid to stop him from running for White House. A top story at this hour, the much awaited and much delayed cabinet expansion of Maharashtra government is taking place today. These pictures are live on your screens right now. Eknath Shinde along with the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis right there. Well, remember, ever since Shiv Sena's rebel MLA Eknath Shinde took oath as the Chief Minister, his government was running without a cabinet. The cabinet expansion is going to take place in Raj Bhawan, pictures of which are on your screens right now. The cabinet is expected to induct around 12 to 18 ministers in the first phase of expansion. As per sources, the BJP has submitted a list of 11 MLAs for the expansion of the cabinet, including State BJP Chief Chandrakant Patil. This list also includes Radha Krishna Vicky Patel, Sudhir Mungtiwar and Girish Mahajan. Several names from the Shinde camp like Uday Samant, Sandeep Bhumre, Dada Bhuse, Gulabrao Patil are expected to get ministerial berths. As per sources, the BJP has so far finalized 9 names. Pankaj Upadhyay is getting us more details on that story, joining us from Maharashtra Southern right now. Pankaj, anytime now the oath-taking ceremony is going to take place. Just give us an idea about what are the permutations and combinations that Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis have had to look at. Pankaj, if you can hear me, I was asking you about the probable names of what are the permutations and combinations that the BJP and the Shiv Sena have had to look at. The cabinet expansion, remember, is taking place shortly in Raj Bhawan. Pictures of the same on your screens. These are live visuals from the southern. The cabinet is expected to induct around 12 to 18 ministers, is what we are learning. This is going to be the first phase of expansion. Sources tell us the BJP has submitted a list of 11 MLAs for the cabinet expansion, including the BJP chief Chandrakant Patil. Sudhir Mungtiwar, Girish Mahajan. Several names from the Shinde camp like Uday Samant, Sandeepan Bhumre, Dada Bhuse, Gulabrao Patil are expected to get ministerial berths. As per sources, the BJP has so far finalized 9 names. Pankaj Upadhyay is with us, getting us more details on that story. Pankaj, finally, the swearing-in ceremony is going to take place, the oath-taking ceremony, after much delay. Give us an idea about the permutations and combinations that the BJP and the Sena have had to look at.
You're right, Sneha. The wait is finally over and the Eknath Shinde government is all set for the cabinet expansion.
Reconnect the line with Pankaj Upadhyay once again. But all the details that we have with us right now has got to do with what exactly is expected. About 18 ministers will in fact be inducted in the first phase of expansion. Sources tell us the BJP also has submitted a list of 11 MLAs for cabinet expansion. Remains to be seen who all are going to be factored in. This also includes Chandrakant Patil, the BJP chief of Maharashtra. It includes Radha Krishna Vicky Patil, Sudhir Mungtiwar, Girish Mahajan, Several other names from the Shinde camp are Uday Samant, Sandeepan Bhumre. Pankaj Upadhyay is back with us. Some more on that. Pankaj, in fact, you were taking us to the details of which are the names that have finally made it to the list.
Yes, Sneha. Let me quickly run you through the names because it was being said that it's going to be very difficult for the Devendra Fadnavis and the Eknath Shinde government to appease one and all, because there are many people who are ready as aspirants, and then the seats are less. But today, as we have finally seen,
Getting you all the details of the cabinet expansion. Apologize for that line with Pankaj Upadhyay. I'll try and connect again with him. Now, there have been opposition attacks as well, given that there's been a great amount of delay in expanding the new cabinet, with the opposition clearly saying that this is a government that is not interested in the welfare of the people, and that they have put governance on the bottom of their priority list, is what has been said by those in the opposition. Remember, this comes at a time when the Uddhav Thackeray-led government collapsed in Maharashtra within days of unfolding of Eknath Shinde's revolt. The state cabinet for the longest time only had the chief minister and the deputy chief minister. The government, however, like I said, came under attack, given that there were concerns that there are bureaucrats running the state of Maharashtra and the ministers are not even there. Pankaj is back with us. Pankaj, do continue.
Yes, Neha, let's continue with the list that we were informing the viewers. First of all, we have, let's talk about the Bharatiya Janata Party. We have Chandrakant Patil, who, as we all know, is the party president in the state and is the second most powerful leader in BJP Maharashtra. So he was sure to get a seat, and today his name is there and he's seated there. Second, Radhakrishna Vikhe Patil, yet another important figure in Maharashtra politics. He was the senior Congress leader and the leader of opposition as well, and then later he joined the Bharatiya Janata Party under Fadnavis's regime. Third important character, Sudhir Mungantiwar. He's a senior BJP leader from Vidarbha, and he's a former minister as well. And then, of course, Girish Mahajan. He's a close confidant of Devendra Fadnavis. He was a minister in the Fadnavis regime as well. And then, in the fifth place, we have Suresh Khade. He represents the SC community, and that's of course going to help the Bharatiya Janata Party to balance out the caste dynamics as well. Interesting, sixth place is for Mangal Prabhat Lodha. He is the Mumbai president. Now his name is there, as many people are saying that the BJP has its eyes fixed on the BMC polls as well, and hence he is going to be a key figure for the Bharatiya Janata Party for the Mumbai BMC polls. Then in the seventh place, we have Atul Sabe. His name, of course, is a little unexpected, as many in the political circle are saying. He is from the Mali caste, and Sneha, he is a MLA from Samajinagar in Aurangabad, the very place where the Bharatiya Janata Party wants to trounce the AIMIM and Uddhav Thackeray Sena as well. So this is going to be very interesting to see how he takes his role ahead. Eighth place, Ravindra Chauhan. He's played a prominent role in the mission of government formation as well. So his name was expected. And ninth place, Vijay Gavit. He's a senior MLA from the tribal belt of Nandurbar.
All right.
He's a former minister of the Congress NCP regime as well.
Pankaj, I'll keep coming back to you for more on that. I'm thanking you for the moment. We have some news which is just coming in. Let's go straight to that. This is Congress's open offer to Chief Minister Nitishkumars. Congress is telling Nitishkumars, dump BJP, will ensure you remain the Chief Minister. We back Nitishkumars as Chief Minister of Bihar. This is a big decision on the part of the Congress party after they went into a huddle with the RJD. Remember, this comes at a time when it's very, very clear that Nitishkumars is going to be dumping the BJP and leave the NDA. This comes at a time when the RJD and the Congress, also the left, has indicated that they are in support of Nitishkumars. And a final decision has come in from the Congress party after they went into a huddle with the RJD. We have a reaction that is coming in from the Congress. Take a look.
शकील साहब, कांग्रेस के विधायक हमारे साथ हैं। राबड़ी देवी के आवास में आप लोग सब पहुंचे हैं, विधायक कांग्रेस के।
चूंकि महागठबंधन के नेता, हमारे चारों 5 पार्टियों के महागठबंधन के नेता
हमारे तेजस्वी जी हैं और तेजस्वी जी को हम लोग कांग्रेस पार्टी के तमाम एमएलए साइन करके अपना समर्थन का लेटर उनको देने जा रहे हैं।
क्या महागठबंधन की सरकार बनने जा रही है शकील साहब?
समझिए कि बन चुकी और पतन की शुरुआत हो चुकी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हुकूमत और उसके अहंकार की।
मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा?
नीतीश कुमार जी।
उप मुख्यमंत्री तेजस्वी यादव होंगे।
ये सारी चीजें अब ये जब महागठबंधन के लोग बैठेंगे सारी चीजें तय होंगी।
The BJP-JDU alliance in Bihar is headed towards a possible split. Nitishkumars has called for a meeting of its MLAs in Patna. As speculations arrive, the JDU is ready to snap ties with the BJP. The JDU claims that BJP has continued needling into its functioning and tried to destabilize the government of Bihar. Not only the JDU but RJD and Congress are holding the meeting. RJD, Congress and left MLAs have reached Rabri Devi's residence to discuss the ongoing rift between the BJP and the JDU. Congress says Nitish can be the chief minister if he joins the Mahagathbandhan. Hindustani Awam Morcha chief Jitin Ram Manjhi, an NDA ally, has extended support to Nitish Kumar as well. This meeting of JDU's MLAs comes a day after Home Minister Amit Shah called Nitish Kumar possibly as a last-ditch effort to persuade him to stay back within the NDA.
हमको तो नहीं लग रहा है कि कुछ इस तरह का चल रहा है जो जिस पर बहुत चर्चा करने की जरूरत है। सब चीज तो नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में बहुत ठीक ठाक ढंग से चल रहा है।
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी के अन्य मार्ग पर जनता दल के विधानमंडल के माननीय सदस्यों की बैठक में जो पार्टी के हाल के दिनों में हुए घटनाक्रम, जिसमें कि एक पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री और पूर्व राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ने जो दल को कमजोर करने की भूमिका में निभाई और उस संबंध में क्या क्या मामले ये तो मीटिंग में तय होगा, लेकिन इतना तय है कि हमारी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ने कहा है कि हमारे नेता के कद को छोटा करने की कोशिश की गई। अब उसमें और समय आने पर उस साक्ष्य के साथ खुलासा करेंगे। सम्मान नेता माननीय नीतीश कुमार जी हैं। पार्टी का विधायक या पार्टी का एक पंचायत का अध्यक्ष, बूथ का भी अध्यक्ष होता है, वह नीतीश कुमार जी को ही नेता मानता है। तो जो भी फैसला लेंगे उनको फैसला लेने का अधिकार है और जो भी फैसला लेंगे वह तमाम लोगों के लिए सर आंखों पर।
आगे क्या होगा 2025 तक के हम रहेंगे और आगे क्या करेंगे, इस पर हम लोग क्या बोलेंगे। अभी हाल के दिनों में ही देखा है आपने ना, बीजेपी के राष्ट्रीय परिषद के बैठक में किस तरह से सवाल उठी। तो आगे क्या होगा इस पर हम लोग सवाल नहीं, मैंने कुछ कह नहीं सकते, लेकिन इतना जरूर है कि अभी सरकार चल रही है। हमारे सरकार के मुखिया माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी अभी भी जनता दरबार लगा रहे हैं, ये जन सुनवाई कर रहे हैं और जनता की सुनवाई कर रहे हैं, समस्याओं की समाधान कर रहे हैं।
जब तक कुछ ठोस हमारे सामने ना आए तब तक इस पे कुछ टिप्पणी करने का मतलब नहीं है। लेकिन 2025 तक, 2020 में हम चुनाव में गए थे नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में, नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में। 2025 तक एनडीए अटूट है, एनडीए मजबूत है। किसी प्रकार की कोई टिप्पणी या सुगबुगाहट पे कुछ भी बोलना, ये सब भविष्य की बातें, भविष्य के गर्भ में है। अभी इस पे कुछ बोलने से कोई मतलब नहीं है, कोई पॉइंट नहीं है।
I'll tell you, it's a disturbing situation, no doubt about it. The kind of verbal altercation, accusations which is going on between BJP and JDU, that's actually has put the governance on hold.
तो जीतन राम मांझी साहब किन के तरफ होंगे, नीतीश कुमार के साथ या बीजेपी के साथ, स्थिति क्या बनी?
देखिए, अगर मगर का कोई जवाब नहीं होता है, लेकिन मैं जरूर कहता हूँ इसलिए कि हम आज से नहीं, जिस समय गठबंधन में हम आए थे उस समय से ही मैं कहा कि एनडीए में मैं हूँ, लेकिन हम नीतीश कुमार के साथ हैं।
अगर जनता दल यूनाइटेड और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बीच में खटपट की खबरें आ रही हैं तो हमें लगता था कि ज्वाइंट प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हो जाता और मामले का समाधान निकाला जा सकता। कहीं ना कहीं से खटास बढ़ी है।
Okay, going straight to Maharashtra Southern, where in fact, as you can see on your screens, the governor is there along with the chief minister and the deputy chief minister with the other ministers who are going to be taking oath today. This has got to do with the cabinet expansion, the much delayed cabinet expansion in the state of Maharashtra 40 days after Eknath Shinde took over as the Chief Minister. Criticism that bureaucrats were running the state of Maharashtra for the longest time. We also have the list with us. Chandrakant Patil, Radhakrishna Vicky Patil, Dada Bhuse, Uday Samant,
मंत्री पदाची तसेच
Girish Mahajan, Suresh Khade.
पदनिर्देशित मंत्री उपस्थित आहेत. त्यांना आपणासमोर शपथ घेण्याची परवानगी असावी. सर, सर्वप्रथम श्री राधाकृष्ण विखे पाटील.
मी राधाकृष्ण एकनाथराव विखे पाटील ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की कायद्याद्वारे स्थापित झाले आहे अशा भारतीय संविधानाबद्दल मी खरी श्रद्धा व निष्ठा बाळगीन. मी भारताची सार्वभौमता व एकात्मता उन्नत राखीन. मी महाराष्ट्र राज्याचा मंत्री म्हणून माझी कामे निष्ठापूर्वक व शुद्ध बुद्धीने पार पाडीन आणि संविधान व कायदा यानुसार सर्व तऱ्हेच्या लोकांना मी निर्भयपणे व निष्पृहपणे तसेच कोणाच्याही विषयी ममत्वभाव किंवा आकस न बाळगता न्याय वागणूक देईन. मी राधाकृष्ण एकनाथराव विखे पाटील ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की महाराष्ट्र राज्याचा मंत्री म्हणून माझ्या विचारार्थ आणली जाईल किंवा मला ज्ञात होईल अशी कोणतीही बाब असा मंत्री म्हणून माझी कामे यथायोग्य पार पाडण्यासाठी आवश्यक असेल तर ते खेरीज करून एरवी मी कोणत्याही व्यक्तीला किंवा व्यक्तींना प्रत्यक्षपणे व अप्रत्यक्षपणे कळवणार नाही किंवा त्यांच्याकडे उघड करणार नाही.
मैं पहले कर दूं, उनको भी तो करने ला.
यानंतर श्री सुधीर मुनगंटीवार.
ओ अभिनंदन. कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन. मुझे आपका फोटो लेंगे थोड़ा देर आराम से. चलो. अरे बुके नहीं. चलिए बैठिए.
अभिनंदन सर.
अच्छा.
मी सुधीर सच्चिदानंद मुनगंटीवार ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की कायद्याद्वारे स्थापित झाले आहे अशा भारतीय संविधानाबद्दल मी खरी श्रद्धा व निष्ठा बाळगीन. मी भारताची सार्वभौमता व एकात्मता उन्नत राखीन. मी महाराष्ट्र राज्याचा मंत्री म्हणून माझी कामे निष्ठापूर्वक व शुद्ध बुद्धीने पार पाडीन आणि संविधान व कायदा यानुसार सर्व तऱ्हेच्या लोकांना मी निर्भयपणे व निस्पृहपणे तसेच कोणाच्याही विषय ममत्वभाव किंवा आकस न बाळगता न्याय्य वागणूक देईल. मी सुधीर सच्चिदानंद मुनगंटीवार ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की महाराष्ट्र राज्याचा मंत्री म्हणून माझ्या विचारार्थ आणली जाईल किंवा मला ज्ञात होईल अशी कोणतीही बाब असा मंत्री म्हणून माझी कामे यथायोग्य पार पाडण्यासाठी आवश्यक असेल ते खेरीज करून एरवी मी कोणत्याही व्यक्तीला किंवा व्यक्तींना प्रत्यक्षपणे वा अप्रत्यक्षपणे कळवणार नाही किंवा त्यांच्याकडे उघड करणार नाही.
पहले इसको दस्तखत होने चाहिए. पहले मैं ही कर देता हूँ. क्या करें. ठीक करो. तो लिए थे. ठीक. हां हां तो वा अभिनंदन ॲक्च्युअली ओ समोर बघा
अभिनंदन
खुश आहे.
यानंतर श्री चंद्रकांत दादा पाटील.
वाह दादी के बड़े समर्थक है भाई. सीधा सा नॉर्मल भी ठीक है.
मी चंद्रकांत बच्चू पाटील ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की कायद्याद्वारे स्थापित झालेल्या अशा भारतीय संविधानाबद्दल मी खरी श्रद्धा व निष्ठा बाळगेन. मी भारताची सार्वभौमता व एकात्मता उन्नत राखीन. मी महाराष्ट्र राज्याचा मंत्री म्हणून माझी कामे निष्ठापूर्वक व शुद्ध बुद्धीने पार पाडीन आणि संविधान व कायदा यानुसार सर्व तऱ्हेच्या लोकांना मी निर्भयपणे व निस्पृहपणे तसे कुणाच्याही विषयी ममत्व भाव किंवा आकस न बाळगता न्याय्य वागणूक देईन. मी चंद्रकांत बच्चू पाटील ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की महाराष्ट्र राज्याचा मंत्री म्हणून माझ्या विचारार्थ आणली जाईल किंवा मला ज्ञात होईल अशी कोणतीही बाब असा मंत्री म्हणून माझे कामे यथायोग्य पार पाडण्यासाठी आवश्यक असेल ते खेरीज करून एरवी मी कोणत्याही व्यक्तीला किंवा व्यक्तींना प्रत्यक्षपणे वा अप्रत्यक्षपणे कळवणार नाही किंवा त्यांच्याकडे उघड करणार नाही.
पहले उसके होने चाहिए तो मेरे अभिनंदन. समोर बघा. दादा को फोटो से लिया देखना नहीं है बेचारा सीधा.
सर अभिनंदन. यानंतर श्री विजयकुमार गावित.
मी डॉक्टर विजयकुमार कृष्णराव गावित ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की कायद्याद्वारे स्थापित झाले अशा भारतीय संविधानाबद्दल मी खरी श्रद्धा व निष्ठा बाळगेन. मी भारताची सार्वभौमता व एकात्मता उन्नत राखीन. मी महाराष्ट्र राज्याचा मंत्री म्हणून माझी कामे निष्ठापूर्वक व शुद्ध बुद्धीने पार पाडीन आणि संविधान व कायदा यानुसार सर्व तऱ्हेच्या लोकांना मी निर्भयपणे व निस्पृहपणे तसेच कोणाच्याही विषयी समत्वभाव किंवा आकाश न बाळगता न्याय वागणूक देईन. मी डॉक्टर विजयकुमार कृष्णराव गावित ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की महाराष्ट्र राज्याचा मंत्री म्हणून माझ्या विचारार्थ आणली जाईल किंवा मला ज्ञात होईल अशी कोणतीही बाब असा मंत्री म्हणून माझी कामे यथायोग्य पार पाडण्यासाठी आवश्यक असेल ते खेरीज करून एरवी मी कोणत्याही व्यक्तीला किंवा व्यक्तींना प्रत्यक्षपणे वा अप्रत्यक्षपणे कळवणार नाही किंवा त्यांच्याकडे उघड करणार नाही.
सबके पास दे दिया. खूप खूप अभिनंदन.
यानंतर श्री गिरीश महाजन.
मी गिरीश दत्तात्रय महाजन ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की कायद्याद्वारे स्थापित झालेल्या अशा भारतीय संविधानाबद्दल मी खरी श्रद्धा व निष्ठा बाळगीन. मी भारताचे सार्वभौमत्व
Big story we're breaking at this hour. Well, after 4 days, Goon Neta Shrikant Tyagi has finally been arrested. A VIP vehicle used by the Goon Neta has been impounded, is what we know. Remember, there was a lot of speculation that he was probably in Rishikesh in Uttarakhand. A flag of the Bharatiya Janata Party has been also found on the vehicle. After 4 days, the Neta has been finally arrested. The VIP vehicle was being used by the Goon Neta and that has now been impounded. BJP flag on the Neta's SUV is what we can confirm for our viewers. The arrest has been made by the cops in Noida. We'll try and get in more details and from where has he been really arrested. But after 4 days, Shrikant Tyagi has finally been arrested. Remember, this is the man on your screens who was caught on camera abusing and physically assaulting a woman. Ever since, there's been a great deal of outrage, and rightly so, given that this man is a BJP functionary. The Yogi Adityanath government promised action against him. His encroachment, the illegal encroachments were also in fact brought down yesterday by bulldozers. Now, after 4 days, the Neta has been arrested. 3 other aides have also been arrested. Noida police has made this arrest, is what we can confirm. He was travelling in an SUV which had a BJP's flag, is also what we are picking up from our sources. Made by Tyagi to get relief from court as well. But the police in Noida has foiled that bid. Shrikant Tyagi has been held 4 days after he was caught on camera abusing a woman. He also assaulted this woman that you see on your screens right now. This video went viral. This is from a posh society in Noida, in sector 93 in Noida, where there were illegal encroachments by Shrikant Tyagi. Shreya Chatterjee has got more details. Shreya, first of all, from where exactly has this arrest been made?
Well, what we're learning right now, Sneha, so far that the arrest possibly happened from Meerut. We're yet to get a confirmation from the Noida police, but this is an arrest that has happened, is what we are learning from Meerut. Remember, he's been hiding for the last 3 days, and finally, it seems like that the police has been able to catch up with Shrikant Tyagi, and he has been arrested. What needs to be right now looked at is the fact that who was shielding him, because for 3 days he was not to be located. He went ahead and got the privilege of making a surrender application before the court, and now finally, with his arrest being made, this is huge because for 3 days he's been hiding. There's a gangster act that's been slapped against him. 5 total FIRs, but finally seems like the system has been able to catch up with Shrikant Tyagi as he is being officially arrested, is what is the news that's coming in.
Okay, we'll try and confirm for our viewers whether this arrest was made from Noida or not. But Shreya, before that, this is the man who tried to evade the police. He tried to, in fact, get some relief from the court as well when he realized that there's nobody backing him. There were encroachments, and these were encroachments that were brought down with the administration and the government sending out a strong message, isn't it?
Well, exactly so. And we've seen that yesterday, the kind of action that was taken on the part of the Noida Development Authority as well, even though late, it seemed like that the law and the system is finally catching up with him. We also spoke with the residents of Brando Max the entire day. They seemed happy, and finally, probably after this arrest, we might just see that people over here in Brando Max also would feel a little safe, because, arrest of Shrikant Tyagi and the subsequent action that we saw in the entire picture will probably give a trust factor to the people also, that the government also acts in such cases, because Shrikant Tyagi is not alone. There are countless Shrikant Tyagis, but thugs who probably roam around with absolute impunity. The fact that the law and the judicial system is catching up with them and also bringing them to book is something that's a good example in the society, and that's the reason the arrest of Shrikant Tyagi becomes extremely huge. What we're learning so far is possibly being arrested for somewhere in Meerut, but right now, after the arrest, the subsequent follow-up procedure will follow. The Noida police most likely will be getting him over here, and then the investigation will begin about who was shielding him and how did he manage to evade arrest for all.
Okay, how did he manage to evade the arrest is a big question. This is the man who has been arrested from Meerut, is what we can confirm for our viewers right now. He was arrested from Meerut. Shreya, until a few moments ago, we were telling our viewers of how his last location was believed to be in Rishikesh. So essentially, my guess is that he was trying to mislead the police in that sense, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. He was indeed trying to mislead. Now you understand that he's trying to change his location again and again. He moved out of Noida. He hid in Rishikesh is what there was an information that came in. And now it's official, Sneham, that he was indeed arrested from Meerut. So, see, he kept changing his location. But the question arises, 3 days, how did he manage to escape? This exactly exposes the clout that he enjoys. For a matter of fact that you can hide in plain eyesight, and the police system takes so much time to even arrest the person who's been hiding, is a lot of questioning that needs to be answered. What we're learning is the Noida police will probably be doing an official press conference, and probably through that we'll get the details of his arrest in the subsequent investigation that followed to the arrest of Shrikant Tyagi. How did the Noida police key in on or zero in on Shrikant Tyagi is something we believe the Noida police will brief soon, and we'll get an idea on how Shrikant Tyagi was trying to evade this arrest, but clearly he's not been given a privilege of surrender. That's the biggest thing that happened in the case. And if he would have, then probably it would have been a wrong example. But rightly, the Noida police has arrested Shrikant Tyagi from Meerut, and that's a huge break that's coming in this investigation. A man against whom the Gangster Act has also been slapped.
Okay. Shreya, we'll just come back to you for more, and then I'm going to go straight to Amit Bhatt also for more details on that story. Amit, what's going to be the next course of action when it comes to this man? He's been arrested by the UP police from Meerut is what we can confirm for our viewers. He's going to be brought here. What next, given that he's been on the run? He also tried to approach the courts to get some relief, but that is something that the police did not allow.
Sneha, in the entire case, the big attention was whether Shrikant Tyagi, the VIP Gunda, gets arrested or not. And that is why several teams of the Gautam Budh Nagar police was formed, and several locations was being constantly tracked and traced, and manhunt was on. And it was said yesterday that Shrikant Tyagi is going to surrender in Haridwar. But today the big breaking coming is that, as per sources, he has been now arrested from Meerut. That is the big breaking coming. And the details about his arrest as to how many people were with him, what was his exact location, what kind of vehicle was he using, all these details are awaited right now. But as far as the next step is concerned, now he will be brought to Noida where the crime has been registered. So the Meerut police or the Noida police, whichever team has arrested him, Shrikant Tyagi will be brought to Noida where he will be produced in front of the court. Obviously, that will be done after all the documentation and due process has been completed by the Noida police. And Sneha, this is the very police station where the vehicle of Shrikant Tyagi, one of the white Fortuners of Shrikant Tyagi, that Tyagi was constantly using while he was run, was recovered by the Noida police, and it is kept right here and it was recovered in Yakub Nagar of Noida. What is very important to be noted here is that particular white Fortuner does not has number plate either in the front or the back of the vehicle, but it does has UP Vidhan Sabha sticker. So apparently this VIP Gunda was using a VIP vehicle for ensuring his safe travel and make sure that while he's absconding he does not get snapped by the police. So that particular sticker on the vehicle is valid till December 2023, and the number of the vehicle is UP32HH0001. So that vehicle was recovered by the Noida police late in the evening yesterday. So that could be one of the key factors possibly in cracking down of the case. And there is walkie-talkie set, wireless communication set placed inside that vehicle as well. So clearly this VIP Gunda was actually using a VIP cover to make sure that he evades the police and the system for days.
Be with us, Amit. I'll come back to you. Manish Sharma is with us, also has got more details on that story. Manish, इस समय आप क्या बता सकते हैं?
देखिए, अभी मैंने 1 घंटे पहले ही एडीजी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर प्रशांत कुमार जी से बात की थी और अभी उनका ऑफिशियल वर्जन आना बाकी है, लेकिन जो सूचना मुझे मिली है उनकी गिरफ्तारी की आज प्रदेश के मुखिया श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के नेतृत्व में प्रदेश की जनता का, सोसाइटी के लोगों का, नोएडा के लोगों का विश्वास और बढ़ गया है
जी
कि मात्र कुछ घंटों के अंदर ही ये कार्रवाई हुई है और उसके साथ साथ गैंगस्टर की कार्रवाई होना, उन पर इनाम घोषित होना, ये सब चीजें दिखाते हैं कि हमारी सरकार किस तरह से संजीदगी से ये कार्रवाई करती है।
महेश शर्मा जी, आप मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट हैं इस एरिया के, आप ये बताइए कि बीजेपी के लिए कितना मुश्किल और एम्बैरेसिंग रहा है, क्योंकि ये साफ है कि श्रीकांत त्यागी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ एसोसिएटेड है और इसी वजह से जी बोलिए।
मैं समझ रहा हूँ कि बीजेपी के लिए चिंताजनक था और दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो गया है और ये विषय अब क्लियर हो गया है कि वह गिरफ्तार हो गया है और ठीक है। महासमन जी।
All right, there was Mahesh Sharma, member of parliament from Gautam Budh Nagar. There he in fact admitted saying that this is a man who was associated with the BJP and it was a difficult time given that Shrikant Tyagi was caught on camera abusing and physically assaulting a woman. So there was an admission that has come in from the MP himself who says this was difficult given that he is associated with the Bharatiya Janata Party, but we've sent out a strong message there. Amit Bhardwaj continues to be with us. Also Shreya Chatterjee is with us. Shreya, I'm going to come to you. If at all you can bring in a reaction from any of the members of Grand Omax where you are right now on this arrest. What did they say? Because they were elated when the bulldozers moved in and pulled down the illegal structure. What are they saying about this arrest now?
Well, Sneha, I'll try and get in the residents shortly, but I just got a message from one of the owners and they seem to be very ecstatic. They try to confirm that whether this is an official news, and it seems like that they're extremely happy. Once we move inside the society, we'll try and get a quick word from the residents of Grand Omax and what they have to say about the arrest. But clearly, they're extremely ecstatic because some of them were also very scared about the fact that Shrikant Tyagi is still moving around freely. Some of them voiced their concern that he not being arrested is something that is a direct threat to the residents who raised a voice against them, because we do remember just a day earlier there was these 12 men that Shrikant Tyagi had sent to actually inquire about the victim who was caught on that viral video. Obviously 6 of them have been arrested, but that sent a fear factor to the residents of Grand Omax, and now finally with the arrest of Shrikant Tyagi they will heave a sigh of relief, because this is what they were willing and they were wanting to happen, because for long Shrikant Tyagi has been enjoying entitlement and with impunity he's been misbehaving with residents of Grand Omax since 2019 is what many women residing in Grand Omax shared with us. So probably the arrest is something that they've been looking and waiting with bated breath, and definitely there would be a celebration also that we might just see shortly inside the society.
In fact, the residents have been standing by the woman who had to face the wrath of Shrikant Tyagi, and today he's been arrested, and that's great news. Be with us. In fact, my colleague Arvind Oja sent us his report earlier of Shrikant Tyagi's VIP vehicle in which A BJP flag was also found.
25,000 का इनामी श्रीकांत त्यागी अभी भी पुलिस की गिरफ्त से फरार है और लगातार पुलिस को चकमा दे रहा है। ये गाड़ी आप देखिए जिसका नंबर प्लेट नहीं है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का झंडा लगा हुआ है और यहाँ पर विधायक का स्टिकर लगा हुआ है। दरअसल इसी गाड़ी से जो श्रीकांत त्यागी है वो लगातार फरार चल रहा था और जब पुलिस लगातार दबिश दे रही थी तो ये नोएडा से कुछ दूरी पर एक जगह है, वहाँ पर ये गाड़ी छोड़ करके फरार हो गया है। लेकिन रसूख देखिए, लगातार श्रीकांत त्यागी के रसूख की बात आ रही है और बाकायदा जो विधायक है उसका स्टिकर लगा हुआ है और विधानसभा सचिवालय का ये स्टिकर लगा हुआ है। इसी गाड़ी से जो श्रीकांत त्यागी है फरारी के दौरान लगातार वो फरार चल रहा था और आपको बताऊं कि इसमें वॉकी टॉकी भी है। अगर आप देखिए तो अब ये सवाल ये है कि ये किस गाड़ी का कौन शख्स है जिसकी गाड़ी का इस्तेमाल कर रहा था। इसमें वॉकी टॉकी आपको दिखाई दे रहा होगा आगे की तरफ। गाड़ी के आगे के हिस्से में भी नंबर प्लेट नहीं है और अगर दूसरा हिस्सा आप देखें तो इसमें भी नंबर प्लेट नहीं है। फॉर्च्यूनर ये गाड़ी है, हम तस्वीरें आपको गाड़ी की यहाँ पर दिखाते हैं। इसी गाड़ी से जो श्रीकांत त्यागी है वो पिछले कई दिनों से फरार चल रहा था। इस गाड़ी को जो नोएडा पुलिस है उसने बरामद किया है। जब छापेमारी चल रही थी उस दौरान याकूबपुर एक जगह है नोएडा में, याकूबपुर से इस फॉर्च्यूनर गाड़ी को बरामद कर लिया गया है। यानी इस गाड़ी में दोनों तरफ नंबर प्लेट नहीं है, गाड़ी में वॉकी टॉकी है, विधानसभा सचिवालय का स्टिकर लगा हुआ है और इस गाड़ी का इस्तेमाल कर रहा था फरारी के दौरान श्रीकांत त्यागी।
The message has come from the Bharatiya Janata Party clear that they have taken action. Amit Bhardwaj is with us. The BJP's flag is there on the car. In fact, we'll go to Amit Bhardwaj in a bit from now, but Shreya, I'll put that question to you. The BJP's come out in the open and said that yes, he was associated with the party, but we've done what was required of us, which is that we've taken action against him. The arrest has been made. Yes, he tried to mislead the police in many ways, but finally he's been apprehended. He was trying to get in touch with his wife, and that is how the police managed to really trace him down, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. I mean, there is no doubt about the fact that there was an action that was taken by the Noida police once that video went viral. Now, obviously, there was a lot of pressure on the authorities to take action. But, Sneha, you know, when we also heard them saying that he was arrested in only a matter of few hours, while that is not the fact that it's almost over 3 days that it took the Noida police to catch up with Shrikant Tyagi. And he also got the privilege to actually give an application, a surrender application before the court. That in itself probably points out at the kind of clout that he enjoys. The other question that rises, since 2019 till 2022, 3 years have gone by. Probably timely action by the Noida Development Authority at that point of time, as well as the Noida police might have made this entire situation avoidable. One thing we cannot deny, that the woman who was abused, the viral video
Anurag Bhadoria of DSP is with us. Samajwadi Party का इस समय क्या कहना है अनुराग भदौरिया? There has been criticism from the opposition that the BJP is not going to allow the arrest of this man, and that's the reason why he was on the run for 72 hours. जी
कमाल की बात है कि एक छुट भैया भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता को पुलिस को पकड़ने में 72 घंटों से ज्यादा लग गए। कमाल की पुलिस है ये तो भाई। और ऊपर से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता अब क्या लगातार इसी पे बात करेंगे कि उनके यहाँ पे महिलाओं का बड़ी लंबी लंबी बातें करते थे। ये कोई पहली घटना नहीं है महिलाओं के ऊपर अत्याचार करने की भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं की।
अनुराग भदौरिया, आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी कि अगर ये अरेस्ट देर से हुआ लेकिन ये अरेस्ट हुआ है, आपका क्रिटिसिज्म था कि ये तो अरेस्ट भी नहीं होगा, वो तो इंडिया के बाहर भाग गया, ऐसा तो हुआ नहीं, वो मेरठ से। जी
एक छोट भैया भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता, ये इनको पकड़ने में 72 घंटे से ज्यादा लग गए और ये भाग कैसे गया? पुलिस के बगैर मिली भगत से तो इधर कहीं जा ही नहीं सकता था, क्योंकि छोट भैया भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो नेता होते हैं ये कहाँ भाग जाएंगे? ये तो यही कहीं पुलिस तो इनको जानती होगी कहाँ है। पुलिस के सह पे तो 3 दिन तक वो राजनीति कर रहा है। पुलिस की वजह से तो उसको कोई कुछ नहीं कहता था। 3 साल से वहाँ सोसाइटी वाले परेशान थे, लगातार शिकायत कर रहे थे। अगर वो समाजवादी पार्टी आवाज नहीं उठाती, सोशल मीडिया आवाज नहीं उठाती, अगर वो वीडियो वायरल नहीं होता,
तो ऐसे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के छुरभैया नेता तो गांव-गांव में गली गली में बदमाशी करते घूमते हैं।
अच्छा,
तब जाके ऐसी कह रहे हैं जैसे पता नहीं किसको इन्होंने पकड़ लिया। इस तरह
जो
के
ये
नेता
बुलडोजिंग एक्शन हुआ था जिनमें एंक्रोचमेंट्स तोड़ दिया गया, आपको लगता है ये पहले होना था? ये इसलिए हुआ है क्योंकि वीडियो वायरल हुआ, वरना ना होता।
वीडियो वायरल नहीं होता तो क्या करते? अब तक किया था क्या? अब तक ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के इस छुटभैया नेता के ऊपर में क्या कोई कार्रवाई की थी? ये तो वीडियो वायरल हुआ तो मैं तो धन्यवाद देता हूँ उस बहन को जिसने इस तरह का अपना एक मुद्दा उठाया और उसने वो लड़ी, जिस वजह से आज उसको न्याय मिल पाया और पूरे सोसाइटी को न्याय मिला। वरना तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता इस तरह की बदमाशी करते रहते, किसी को पता ही नहीं चलता। ऊपर उसके बावजूद भी पुलिस कमिश्नर को का तो कोई लेना देना नहीं रहा लगता है। पता नहीं किससे सेटिंग है, पहले तो ये पता चलना चाहिए कि इनके किन अधिकारियों से, किस नेताओं से इसकी सेटिंग है जो इतने दिनों तक ये यहाँ पे बदमाशी करता रहा और दुनिया भर की जो चीजें पता चली हैं। तो ये तो पता चले कि सेटिंग किससे, इसको गनर किसने दिलवाए थे, किसकी सेटिंग से इसको गनर मिले हैं, ये भी पता चलना चाहिए। कौन है जो इस लगातार सेटिंग चल रही है इसकी, नेताओं से है। अभी आप उसका मोबाइल खंगालिए, नेताओं के पता चल जाएंगे, अधिकारियों का पता चल जाएगा। क्यों नहीं बताती पुलिस किन किन अधिकारियों से इसके संबंध थे? इसके मोबाइल की डिटेल आउट कीजिए, पता चल जाएगा कौन अधिकारी थे। इसलिए आप अधिकारियों को बचाने की कोशिश कर रही है क्या पुलिस, या पुलिस अधिकारियों को बचाने की कोशिश कर रही है? उसके मोबाइल के डिटेल्स आउट कीजिए ना सार्वजनिक, किससे उसने बातें की है, किसकी वजह से गनर मिले, क्यों, किसका संबंध उसके साथ था।
ओके अनुराग बतौरिया, शुक्रिया मेरे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। वेरी वैलिड पॉइंट दैट अ मेंबर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन इज मेकिंग that in fact for 3 years this was going on and the police and the administration, the authorities only took note of it when that video went viral is what the Samajwadi Party says. Had that not been the case, then this man would have never come to the spotlight, and had that video not gone viral, his attitude would have not been exposed. And that's the reason why, Shreya, the opposition says the BJP can't be taking credit for any of this. They took more than 72 hours to arrest him. The police, the administration, under the BJP government in the state.
Well, absolutely so, Sneha. You know, that was exactly the thing that I was pointing it out, that it was in 2019. On 11th of October 2019, the residents of Grand Domarks wrote a letter to the Noida Development Authority citing the entire illegal construction that was done by Shrikant Tyagi. Subsequently, we saw the Noida Development Authority in 2020 February give a notice to Shrikant Tyagi, but after that 2 years had passed. The alibi that was used by the Noida Development Authority that COVID had come in between. But even after that, we have seen bulldozer action taking place against illegal construction all across the Uttar Pradesh state. Even then, why was Shrikant Tyagi's illegal construction not touched upon for all this while is a question that the Development Authority and the officials will have to answer. We also had the Noida police on record accepting that Shrikant Tyagi enjoyed a clout in the Noida.
We'll come back to you for more on that. Let's go straight to some news that's coming from Bihar. Bihar has sought time to meet the Bihar governor at 12:30 p.m. So a clear indication that things are moving fairly fast in the state of Bihar, with the chief minister all set to meet the governor. And what is going to be the message essentially when there is so much speculation and fairly evident that there is going to be a divorce between the JDU and the BJP in the state of Bihar? The RJD and the Congress have already expressed their desire to support Nitishkumars provided he joins the Mahagathbandhan. Nitishkumars is now all set to meet the governor at 12:30, which is in about 40 minutes from now. What is the BJP essentially going to do, given that it's indicative now of the fact that the JDU is going to break ties with the BJP in the state of Bihar and possibly join hands with the Congress and the RJD and also the left in the state? What we're also learning is that BJP ministers will be meeting the governor as well. Nitishkumars is all set to meet the governor of Bihar at 12:30 today, and BJP ministers too will be meeting with the governor. This perhaps is the clearest indication that things are moving fast as far as the divorce between the BJP and the JDU is concerned. Ashutosh Mishra is at Rabri Devi's residence where the important meeting of the Congress and the RJD was taking place. From there, the indication is fairly clear, Ashutosh, that there will soon be a divorce between the JDU and the BJP, and the RJD is more than ready to support Nitishkumar, and so is the Congress.
Well, it is no more restricted to RJD meeting or the Congress meeting, Sneha. We can call it officially Mahagathbandhan's meeting, which is happening right behind me at Rabri Davis residence. The MLAs from the RJD, the MLAs from Left Front and the Congress, they all have reached here, and perhaps the letter of support has been given to Tejasvi Yadav, which will later be given to Nitishkumar when he state claims to form the next government. What we're also hearing that around 1 p.m. when Nitishkumar has sought a time with the governor, he'll be going to submit his resignation, and the process for the formation of the next government that will begin. And ironically, in 2015, when Nitishkumar formed government with alliance with the RJD, the government lasted for around 21 months. Yet again, this is just history being repeated. When he forms government with the NDO, it lasted barely for 21 months, and yet again you're seeing a total a political discourse changing in the state of Bihar. But here right behind me, the meeting which is already underway for more than an hour, the letter of support will be signed by all the MLAs present here, and then this the letter of the strength support will be then submitted to Nitishkumar, which will go to the governor, and this entire process may take from 24 to 48 hours. So it is a matter of just few hours only when everything will be made official, and then maybe in next 24 to 48 hours there will be totally a new alliance in Bihar, and a new coalition in Bihar, and also a new government in Bihar. Clearly many new faces in the cabinet, but larger than that, the government, this is going to change the entire political spectrum from Patna to the national capital, because we have seen several talks happening around third front with who stand against the BJP. So what will be the new shape of the politics and a political front? That will depend upon what happens here in Patna, what the political experts believe at the moment.
Ashutosh, what I also want to know is what is going to be the BJP's strategy, given that their ministers are also all set to meet the governor today, is what I understand.
Well, in that case, they may submit their resignations, because if they understand the government is going to collapse, it will be a graceful exit. They all are handing their resignation, and also because when you're meeting governor, certain political agenda has to be on the card. As far as the governor's intervention is concerned, looking at the numbers that the Mahagathbandhan will have after Nitishkumar joins hand with the Mahagathbandhan RJD alliance, so clearly barely any role left for the governor to play. So in that case, there is nothing much expected from the governor's side. So all will take place, because it is the number game, and which seems to be in Mahagathbandhan side, including Nitishkumar, RJD, Congress and left Mahagathbandhan. But what going to be the further, the course of nature here in politics that will be played, that will really be crucial. Remember, the BJP, which has been, praising Nitishkumar very recently, the BJP president who was in Patna addressed several rallies. One said the next election will contest in the leadership of Nitishkumar. Now they are going to be the arch rival yet again. The BJP will be firing, fresh salvos against Nitishkumar, including the issues of law and order so far what they have been defending. And other side, look at this totally contrast. The RJD, the Congress, they have been vocal against law and order issues, against the corruption issues, against the handling of COVID issues, and several others. Now they will start praising Nitishkumar and his governance. So that's a totally contrast of the politics, which will be played maybe from tomorrow or day after here in the state of Bihar. Sneha.
Yes, and what is going to be the arrangement is the big question. Rohit, I'm going to put that to you. Rohit is also with us from Rabri Devi's residence, with the RJD also all set to play a big role as far as the Deputy Chief Minister arrangement is concerned. Can we expect a repeat of what we had seen a few years ago?
Well, absolutely. It's going to be the similar situation what was in 2015 when the Mahagathbandhan government was formed, that Nitishkumar will be the Chief Minister and Tejasvi Yadav in all likelihood will be the Deputy Chief Minister. But this time around, what we are learning that there could be more key portfolios which Tejasvi Yadav could be given, like Home Ministry, the Home Department, which till now for the almost 17 years has been with Nitishkumar. So what we are learning that there is a very likely possibility that this time when Tejasvi Yadav takes over as the Deputy Chief Minister, he could be handed the Home Department also, which is extremely crucial department. And right now we are at Rabri Devi's residence here in Patna, and what we are learning is that the meeting of the Mahagathbandhan, the legislative party meeting of the Mahagathbandhan is over. Jagdanand Singh, the RJD state president, has left from the meeting, and a couple of more MLAs have started coming out, but most of them still inside, and all eyes are now on the JDU meeting, because what we are learning that Nitishkumar has some sort of time from the governor also, so that is an important development that is taking place. But the Congress here, we have spoken to several leaders here. Several Mahagathbandhan leaders have clearly said that they have chosen Nitishkumar as the Chief Minister of the Mahagathbandhan. Shakil Ahmed Khan, who was speaking exclusively to India Today, he said that it's almost certain, it was decided that Nitishkumar will be the next Chief Minister, but this time around of the Mahagathbandhan government, and Tejasvi Yadav in all likelihood will be the Deputy Chief Minister. So it's all set and done. And what we also learn is that the BJP ministers will soon be meeting the governor and handing over their resignation. So it's a big turn of events that is taking place in Bihar. And remember, in 2015, when the government was formed, the Mahagathbandhan government was formed, it lasted only for 21 months. And similarly, this time around also, when the new government, this government was formed in November 2020, this also coincidentally lasting only for 21 months. So that's the parallels you can draw, that when the Mahagathbandhan government was there in 15, lasted only for 21 months. And with BJP JDU government also in place, it has also lasted almost only 21 months. But interestingly, in both the cases, the Chief Minister hasn't changed. Chief Minister continues to be Nitishkumar, and after meeting the governor, it is likely that Nitishkumar could again stake claim to form the government here. But in all, it's almost certain now that Nitishkumar has made up his mind, though the official decision, official declaration is just some time away. After the JDU meeting is over, the legislative party meeting is over, it will be almost official that Nitishkumar has decided to break ties with the BJP. And at the Rabri Devi's residence, the Mahagathbandhan meeting is over, but all the MLAs still inside, and they are just waiting with bated breath for the official declaration to come from Chief Minister Nitishkumar's residence that yes, they have finally decided to break away from the BJP. Akshata.
All right, all of those developments, in fact, fast-moving developments, where Nitishkumar is all set to meet the governor at 12:30 today, and the ministers of the BJP are also meeting the governor. And what are going to be the permutations and combinations? Essentially, Rohit, what it appears is that this time around the RJD is going to have more bargaining power when it comes to demanding of, more cabinet berths, essentially. Given that Nitishkumar is in a situation where either he has to choose the RJD and the Congress to save his chair or leave things as they are, because there are allegations and attempts by the BJP to destabilize the government, isn't it? Rohit.
Yes, Neha.
Yes, Rohit, if you heard me, I was asking you about the RJD's increased bargaining power this time around. Given that Nitishkumar really has no option but to go with the Mahagathbandhan, they are the ones who are going to be saving his chair.
Well, absolutely. The bargaining power of RJD will be high again this time, because they are the largest party now. If the Mahagathbandhan government is formed maybe today or tomorrow, then RJD will be the single largest party of the Mahagathbandhan with 79 MLAs. So they would be demanding more cabinet berths, more important portfolios. And as I told you, what we are learning is that the most crucial, that the Home Department could be handed over to Tejasvi Yadav as the Deputy Chief Minister, because for the last 17-18 years, when Nitishkumar was the Chief Minister, he has been the Chief Minister, the Home Department has always remained with Nitishkumar. But this time around, there could be a change that can take place, and we are also learning is that Tej Pratap Yadav, who in the last government, Mahagathbandhan government, was the health minister, he will also be inducted in the new government which will be formed. So it's definite that RJD will be having an upper hand this time around when the Mahagathbandhan government will form, and Nitishkumar obviously has very less options because after snapping ties with the BJP, he has to form the government with someone, and the only combination left is that he allies with RJD and the Congress. And he can keep the Congress also out because only JDU plus RJD will cross the magical number of 122. So RJD extremely crucial role to play here, and also RJD will now be in a dominating position in the Mahagathbandhan government, and is likely that more cabinet berths could go to the RJD. Sneha.
You know, Rohit also talked to us a little about, for our viewers, how did this crisis really snowball to begin with? There were concerns, of course, that there is an attempt by the BJP to destabilize the government in the state and remove Nitishkumar, and also the disgruntlement given that cabinet berths sought by the JDU, as far as the BJP-led central government is concerned, was something that the BJP didn't pay attention to.
Well, Sneha, see, all is not well with the BJP-JDU government right from the day this government was formed, because when the election results came in 2020, it was very much evident that BJP had used Chirag Paswan to damage Janata Dal United, who came down to just 43 seats. So Nitishkumar at that point of time only came to know that BJP has used Chirag Paswan to damage Janata Dal United, but he continued with the government. But the RCP Singh episode has really exploded, because there has been differences with the BJP and the Janata Dal United over several issues, like the conducting caste census in Bihar or in the country, or over the formation of a law regarding population control. So on these issues, contentious issues, the BJP and the JDU have completely contrary views. So there have been differences, and very recently, just 5 to 6 months back also, we saw that there was a series of comments being made by BJP leaders who said that Nitishkumar should shift to Delhi politics, he should become the vice president or the governor, and a BJP chief minister should be established here in Bihar. So these comments really did not go down well with Nitishkumar. So there was trouble which was simmering in the NDA alliance. But the RJD, I beg your pardon, the RCP Singh episode has really exploded, because what Nitishkumar has learnt that RCP Singh became the minister in the Narendra Modi government without his consent, because in the last couple of days we have seen that senior leaders have said that they did not provide consent. Nitishkumar was not agreeing to the fact that RCP Singh should become the minister in the Narendra Modi government, but RCP Singh on his own went ahead and became a minister. So trouble really started there. The major trouble started there, and very recently, couple of days back, we saw that how Nitish and RCP Singh almost we saw that the corruption charges were leveled on RCP Singh, and then it all exploded, and JDU came to know, Nitishkumar came to know that BJP was using RCP Singh to split Janata Dal United. It is then that he decided that RCP Singh should leave the JDU. Corruption charges were leveled on him. He tendered his resignation, and Nitishkumar and other leaders, they have been maintaining that BJP was instrumental in using RCP Singh to damage Janata Dal United, to split Janata Dal United, and they said that they have proof also. And what we learn is that Nitishkumar has provided some sort of a proof also to the legislators who are participating in that crucial in the party meeting. So it was all going on for the last 2 years, but really in the last 3 to 4 months, the situation has gone out of hand. And the RCP Singh episode was as if the final nail in the coffin, when Nitishkumar decided that no, enough is enough. Now I don't want to be with the BJP, because BJP was trying to do an Eknath Shinde sort of a thing in Bihar also by using RCP Singh. And that is when he decided that he will quit, in fact, dump the BJP. Yes,
Rohit, be with us. In fact, I'm going to go straight across to Supriya. In fact, who's been joined by a leader from Bihar. Tariq Anwar is with Supriya. Yes, Supriya.
Well, Sneha, as far as the Congress party is concerned and Delhi is also concerned, they're keeping a close watch on the development which is taking place in the state of Bihar. But we are learning from the Congress sources just a couple of minutes back, Mr. Bhakcharan Das has also said in Patna that next chief minister will be also Mr. Nitishkumar, but the government will be that of Mahagathbandhan. To speak more about it, I have been joined by Mr. Tariq Anwar. Mr. Anwar, sir, you guys are sending a message loud and clear, though RJD is tight-lipped, and what the information coming from Patna is that Mr. Nitishkumar, who is the Chief Minister of Bihar, has sought time to meet the governor around 12:30 PM today.
देखिए, अभी तो नीतीश कुमार जी गवर्नर से मिल रहे हैं. ऐसे जो आमतौर पर लोगों की राय है वो ये है कि वो अपना इस्तीफ़ा देंगे और फिर उसके बाद वो क्लेम करेंगे और तमाम जो धर्मनिरपेक्ष पार्टियां हैं, सेकुलर पार्टियां हैं, उनका समर्थन वो मांगेंगे और उनको फिर उस समर्थन को लेकर वो फिर गवर्नर के पास जा सकते हैं. ऐसी संभावना है.
पर ये जो सिचुएशन वहाँ पर हो रही है उसे आप कैसे देखते हैं? क्या जो पीछे हुआ, जैसे नीतीश कुमार का महागठबंधन को छोड़ के गए, जो मनमुटाव था, जो तीखा टिप्पणियाँ थी, तीखा जो हमने व्यवहार देखा, उसको आप क्या सब भुला देंगे?
देखिए, राजनीति में बहुत कुछ यूँ कहा जाए कि भूलना पड़ता है, बहुत चीज़ों को देखना पड़ता है, क्योंकि हम लोग एक वैचारिक लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं. ख़ासतौर हम कांग्रेस पार्टी के बारे में कहते हैं कि हमारा उद्देश्य सिर्फ सरकार बदलना नहीं है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो सांप्रदायिक राजनीति है देश में चल रही है उसको रोकना है और उसके लिए हमने दूसरे राज्यों में भी ऐसी पार्टियों के साथ हमने हाथ मिलाया था. जैसे महाराष्ट्र को ही ले लीजिए, शिवसेना से हमारा कोई वैचारिक संबंध नहीं था, लेकिन जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ वो खड़े हुए तो हमने उनका साथ दिया. तो ठीक उसी तरह से यहाँ भी बिहार के अंदर भी जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी को और उसकी राजनीति को कमज़ोर करने के लिए जो भी व्यक्ति आगे आएगा, कांग्रेस पार्टी उसका समर्थन करेगी.
तो आपको क्या लगता है कि ट्रिगर क्या रहा जो नीतीश कुमार इतना बड़ा फैसला ले रहे हैं? आरसीपी सिंह जी का ही इस्तीफा था या कि नहीं, कुछ और भी वजह रही?
नहीं, मेरा ख्याल है कि सिर्फ वो वजह नहीं थी, लेकिन ये बात तो, ये साजिश तो आमतौर पर सबको जाहिर हो चुका है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी आरपी सिंह को इस्तेमाल कर रही थी अपने फ़ायदे के लिए और उसकी कोशिश वही थी कि जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र के अंदर वहाँ शिंदे का इस्तेमाल किया गया था, उसी तरह से यहाँ भी आरपीएन सिंह को इस्तेमाल किया गया.
तो इसके साथ साथ क्या इसका असर राज्यसभा तक भी आएगा? क्योंकि डेप्यूटी जो चेयरपर्सन है, खबरें ये भी आ रही है कि यहाँ पर भी कुछ ना कुछ बदलाव, कुछ इम्पैक्ट दिख सकता है.
हाँ, वो मैं समझता हूँ कि जदयू की नुमाइंदगी वो करते हैं डिप्टी चेयरमैन साहब, उसके बाद जाहिर है कि यहाँ भी स्थिति में बदलाव आएगा.
मेरा फाइनल क्वेश्चन ये है, जिस तरह से घटनाक्रम बढ़ रहा है, खबरें ये भी आ रही थी कि नीतीश कुमार ने कांग्रेस की जो लीडरशिप है उनको भी संपर्क साधा है. बिहार में जो आरजेडी का रोल है वहाँ पर भी वो जो है रीच आउट कर रहे हैं. तो क्या दिल्ली भी आ सकते हैं कांग्रेस के अध्यक्षा को मिलने के लिए? जैसे खबरें कि 11 तारीख को आ सकते हैं.
अभी इसकी हम पुष्टि नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन एक बात तो स्पष्ट है कि अगर उनको कांग्रेस का समर्थन चाहिए तो उनको कांग्रेस के जो अध्यक्ष हैं या जो हाई कमांड है उससे तो बातचीत तो करनी पड़ेगी, उसका समर्थन मांगना पड़ेगा उनको.
विपक्ष हमेशा गवर्नेंस के रोल पे जो है क्वेश्चन मार्क उठाता है. आपको लगता है सब कुछ स्मूथली हो जाएगा जिस तरह नीतीश कुमार जा रहे हैं इस्तीफा देने के लिए?
देखिए आगे क्या होता है. देखिए, वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी इतनी आसानी से सत्ता छोड़ेगी लगता नहीं है. वो अपनी पूरी आखिरी दम तक उस पर को प्रयास करेगी कि वहाँ उनकी सरकार किसी तरह बचे, लेकिन अब बहुमत उनके साथ नहीं रहेगा तो फिर कैसे वो सरकार को बचा सकते हैं.
Well, these are the sentiments, Sneha, as far as the opposition camp is concerned. A close watch has been kept on the fast-paced developments which are taking place in the state of Bihar, especially in Patna. The information trickling out at the moment is that that Mr. Nitish Kumar got in touch with the topmost leadership of the Congress party also. What we are hearing from the sources is that there was a meeting which took place just last evening, and today also there are a series of meetings which are taking place in all the three three camps, that is JDU, RJD and that of the Congress party in Patna. And Congress has said it loud and clear. Congress is the first party to come out and say that there is going to be a change of power right from the JDU BJP government. It is again going to be alliance government, but this time led by Nitishkumar, and it will be that of the Mahagathbandhan.
All right, Supriya, I'm thanking you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that. Going across straight now to Ashutosh Mishra, who is with us for more on that story. Remember, we're getting you all the details as they are trickling in. First here on India Today, Nitishkumar has sought time to meet the governor at 12:30 p.m. and BJP ministers too are going to be meeting with the governor. Ashutosh, just talk to us a little about what kind of a fight is the BJP expected to put up.
Well, the BJP has really at the moment no such major options except to just submit their resignation. However, the protocol is that resignation is always sent to the Chief Minister. But what buzz around is that those MLAs will submit their resignation directly to the governor and also withdraw the support to the Nitish government. That's usually part of the structure, because if there is no cabinet and the BJP minister is not there, clearly there is totally a new alliance. Then certainly they will withdraw the support from Nitish Kumar. Subsequently, Nitish Kumar will go to the governor, submit his resignation and then stake claim to form the new government with the letter of support of the MLAs of the JDU and the Mahagathbandhan. So clearly then he has a number which goes more than 150, that's our tally goes around 156. Then when there's a new government, then he will also try to put a resolution seeking change in the speaker. And then there will be, of course, a new election for the speaker. But remember, there have been several instances when Nitish Kumar expressed unhappiness against even the speaker, who belongs to the BJP. So clearly, this has been a bitter relationship, particularly last few months and post the elections when the JDU restricted to very few number, and that ever since they have been silently saying that somewhere it was orchestrated by the BJP. Then later, Chirag Paswan incident happened. Recent is the RCP. So one after another instances somewhere forced Nitish Kumar to take such decision. And remember, 21 months. The previous regime, 21 months, another regime, when he is just shifting the board, shifting the alliance, changing the alliance, and totally new government, new alliance, what Bihar is seeing one after another. So 2 times, 2 different new governments just within 21 months. Clearly, what is next for Bihar, no one can really anticipate. But for now is totally going to be a new coalition, new government in the state. The politics is blowing up. BJP MLAs will be going to meet the governor and then Nitish Kumar, and maybe just matter of 24 to 48 hours when there will be totally a new coalition which will be ruling state of Bihar. But in the meanwhile, I just want to show you a contrast images that I'm seeing, Sneha, here right in front of Rabri Devi's residence, just opposite, because remember the issues that Tejasvi Yadav has been very vocal against Nitish Kumar and the BJP's government. Remember, they had planned a protest on 7th August at district headquarters, and that's the protest. These posters you see: Tejasvi Yadav, Lalu Yadav, Rabri Devi, Sitaram Yechuri, D. Raja, Deepankar Bhattacharya, Sonia Gandhi, all the opposition. Tejasvi Yadav, which till today is the part of the opposition camp Mahagathbandhan. Several posters have been put out here against Nitish Kumar's government. Inflation, unemployment, corruption, and anti-people policies accusing. Look at these banner posters, and this is to register their protest on 7th of this month, which happened. And just in 48 hours, 72 hours matter of time, you are saying the same opposition camp joining the government. They have been accusing till just 2 days ago there will be totally a new government. That's a political contrast here in state Bihar. The politics is really unpredictable. You never know what is going to happen next. Sneha.
Yes, not just true for Bihar, Ashutosh. I would say no permanent friends and no permanent enemies in politics is always, it's a cliche, but it is all the more relevant in the last few weeks or so. Tariq Anwar just told our colleague Supriya Bhardwaj that this is a fight against the BJP, and yes, we were against Nitish Kumar because he joined hands with the BJP, but for the sake of defeating the BJP, we will come together with Nitish Kumar like we did so in the state of Maharashtra. The BJP also does the same. The opposition members also continue to do the same. However, Ashutosh, we've also understood from what all of you have been telling us is that there has been a last-ditch attempt by the BJP to reach out to Nitish Kumar in the form of a phone call that went out from Amit Shah to Nitish Kumar. Can you tell us a little more about that as well?
Well, as far as state leadership is concerned, really not being seen much. That there was some efforts to, get the relationship better. However, there was a strong buzz that there was talk between Nitish Kumar and Amit Shah that did not, resulted very positively. There was no positive conclusion, and that perhaps the reason why this morning these different camps meeting at 11 a.m. was called. What happens when it comes to the state leadership, be it Sanjay Jaiswal or several other, despite being part of the ruling coalition, often then they were, escalating attack against Nitish Kumar, criticizing the government policy, often criticizing Nitish Kumar government from ministers, from ruling party leaders to even the speaker. And that somewhere annoyed Nitish Kumar, that first instance when you have the little less number in the assembly elections and then you blame how BJP using Chirag Paswan orchestrated this conspiracy against Nitish Kumar. Then second instances when it has started from the BJP ministers to the BJP MLAs criticizing Nitish Kumar every often and then. And then instance of RCP that happened, that until and unless the support by Nitish Kumar was withdrawn, he wasn't sent to Rajya Sabha. He was praising Nitish Kumar. The day it was cleared that he will not send to Rajya Sabha, he will not get a union berth, and then suddenly he started escalating attack against Nitish Kumar. Somewhere down the line, Nitish Kumar and JDU did realize that there could be possibly another Eknath Shinde factor here, even in the state of Bihar. And if RCP goes, who's the next? Perhaps, those instances, if somewhere were the buzz, and that Nitish Kumar, and perhaps he wanted to prevent all this. And that is perhaps one reason that led to this, bitterness between the relationship of the BJP, the Grand Alliance, and the JDU. And after calculating his political future, after calculating the present circumstances, perhaps Nitish Kumar took this decision. And similar picture we have seen, almost a deja vu of 2015 when he formed the government with RJD, and within 21 months he resigned. Yet again he forms government with the BJP. Now he is going to submit resignation, form another, getting into another coalition with the RJD. So of course several factors that played out which spoiled the relationship between the BJP and the RJD, that seems to be the dimension, the key factor why the Bihar's politics is yet again on the verge of changing.
Be with us, Ashutosh, taking our viewers through all of these developments today. Ministers have also, in fact, BJP ministers have sought time from the governor. So has Nitish Kumar. Great amount of speculation that he's going to be then tendering his resignation as the chief minister. Stake claim again to form the government but join hands with the Congress and the RJD. Also the left parties. Ashutosh, in the last few days or so, enough indication and more from the JDU by snubbing central leaders of the BJP, including skipping the key meeting of the Niti Aayog, that made things very, very clear that the JDU is registering his protest and is very keen on a split.
Well, not just Niti Aayog meeting, even several previous meetings, other also, which Nitish Kumar skipped. And very last signal that he sent out, that citing the health reason, he did not attend Niti Aayog's physical meeting in the national capital. But on the very same day, despite citing the reason of ill health, as the JDU sources claim he is not well, he just recovered from COVID, he attended 2 meetings, government functions in Patna. A clear indication, no one could read that what Nitish Kumar is perhaps planning, and this will end up at this scale when Nitish Kumar perhaps, is going to withdraw from the entire alliance of forming a new government. Subsequently, we should not forget those pictures of Tejaswi Yadav playing table tennis, working out at home, cricket matches. Who would ever thought a man who's on the field perhaps, mocked and criticized that is this how opposition going to rule the Bihar? Who would ever thought that somewhere he is also playing in the political galaxy and planning such a big thing? Perhaps this is not just a decision that taken one day, that suddenly Nitish Kumar decides that I'll walk out of the NDA, form a government with the RJD, and RJD is ready to sitting with the support. This was perhaps a long planning. It was being planned. It was under the carpet for over a few weeks or maybe over a few months. And then perhaps this was the time when Nitish Kumar decided and everything is happening. It cannot be believed that it was just a matter of few hours and everything's suddenly decided. The way since the meetings are being called, letter of support, everyone just, issuing statement, parties like left coming out supporting Nitishkumar, that if he walks out of BJP, will support him. Seems it was in strategy and under the carpet, it was being planned between the RJD, between the Congress and Nitishkumar, and the final shapes, finally we are seeing what is happening in Bihar today.
All right, and what sort of a bargaining power does this really give to the RJD, given that their support is crucial for Nitishkumar this time around?
Well, being single largest party, indeed RJD has that bargaining power. But seems it is not just restricted only Nitishkumar becoming a chief minister, forming a new alliance with the RJD. For RJD, it was a matter of survival in a political existence, being largest party, but being in opposition, what could be the future? So it is a breather for RJD. But at the same time, it also becomes significant for Nitishkumar. As the talks, as the buzz around, that Nitishkumar could be, a potential face for the UPA chairperson. And then when it comes to the next general elections, Nitishkumar could be a common factor to be chosen because he belongs to the Hindi belt, being a mass leader. OBC card also goes around him, and then he has a better relationship with from KCR to Naveen Patnaik. So all those parties who could be the X factor of supporting the NDA, that can also side with Nitishkumar if he is chosen as a leader for 2024. So for Nitishkumar, the stakes are really high. And in that case, when you really have a political higher stake and a larger game to play, then the portfolios or the state or the ministries really does not matter. As far as RJD is concerned, it was matter of their survival, and once again coming to power in the the one of the largest Hindi belt, which has one of the highest number of parliamentary seats. So this goes really significant for the RJD. And then of course there could be bargaining power, and talks are, that's exactly why the buzz around that Tejasvi may seek a home department, because that's some issue which RJD has been very vocal against Nitishkumar as far as law and order of Bihar is concerned. But then again, onus will be on Tejasvi if he chooses home department, because, BJP has been very vocal on Jungle Raj in Bihar. Interestingly, since they have been in power with the Nitishkumar, really not much talk about Jungle Raj. So maybe if there is Nitishkumar Chief Minister, Tejasvi Yadav becoming Home Minister tomorrow onwards, you will hear all around the talks of Jungle Raj. Even everything will be highlighted by the BJP. So for the RJD, stakes are high. They may choose certain portfolios. They have negotiation power. For Nitishkumar, it is not only a game of becoming Chief Minister or changing the lines. For him, the stakes are politically really very high than just a Chief Minister.
Yes, absolutely. We'll talk about that. What does it really mean for Nitishkumar when it comes to the general elections, the Lok Sabha elections, not too far away, about 2 years from now, the larger scheme of things for Nitishkumar. Before that, this report. The Nitishkumar BJP relationship has been rather complicated. Every time he's hit with a problem, Nitishkumar takes a different turn. If he breaks up with the BJP this time, it is going to be the 5th instance of him changing political tracks. Here's a timeline of the twists and turns of this relationship and this alliance.
Nitishkumar took oath as Bihar Chief Minister for the first time in the year 2000. But the journey was short-lived. The National Democratic Alliance could not prove majority in the 324-member House, and he was forced to resign in few days. In October 2005, Nitishkumar this time led the NDA to victory in Bihar. Taking oath for the second time, the JDU won 88 seats and its ally, the Bharatiya Janata Party, won 55, crossing the majority mark of 122 in a curtailed 243-member House after Jharkhand was formed. In 2010, NDA had a good run yet again, a landslide majority, after a remarkable 5-year rule with Nitish earning the title of Sushasan Babu. The ruling alliance won a whopping 206 assembly seats in a 243-member strong house. JDU clinched 115 seats out of 141 contested, while the BJP grabbed 91 out of 102 seats contested. But the 17-year-old alliance with the Bharatiya Janata Party ended in 2013. when Nitishkumar left the NDA alliance. After Narendra Modi was appointed as chairperson of the BJP's Lok Sabha Election Campaign Committee. In 2015, Bihar Assembly elections brought a paradigm shift in Bihar politics as Nitishkumar formed the Mahagathbandhan with the Congress party and Lalu Prasad Yadav's Rashtriya Janata Dal, the party against which Nitish had emerged initially. Interestingly, Kumar's JDU was pushed to second position as RJD emerged as the single largest party, winning 80 seats, though Nitish Kumar managing to yet again become the chief minister for the fifth time. But this alliance could not last. In 2017, the Janata Dal United left the Mahagathbandhan government of Bihar, citing corruption charges against Lalu Prasad Yadav, and again joined the NDA in August. Cut to 2020 assembly elections in Bihar. JDU and the Bharatiya Janata Party again fought elections together along with the smaller parties. The Bharatiya Janata Party won 74 seats, but the JDU won only 43. Nitish Kumar faced a massive anti-incumbency of 15 years, but was hopeful to ride on Modi wave and with the help of smaller parties. 2 years on, Nitish Kumar is at crossroads once again. Will he split with the BJP and go back to his rival, Lalu Prasad Yadav? Bureau Report, India Today.
Rohit continues to be with us. Rohit, also, what does this really mean for the Congress, given that they've been a small player the last time around as well?
Well, see, as far as the Congress is concerned, there's not much for the Congress here because only RJD and JDU, if they come together, they can form the government very comfortably.
Be with us, Rohit Singh. In fact, I'm being told that Shahnawaz Hussain is speaking right now. Let's listen in.
क्योंकि मेरे जन्मभूमि के जो लोग हैं, मैंने केंद्र में काम किया, लेकिन राज्य में जब मुझे उद्योग विभाग का जिम्मा मिला तो मैंने पूरी मेहनत करके उसको पटरी पर लाया है। और उद्योग जो पटरी पर आया वो इस गुडविल पे आया कि वहाँ एनडीए की सरकार है, इसी वजह से इन्वेस्टर वहाँ पे आए।
महागठबंधन की सरकार करने जा रही है।
अच्छा, मुझे नहीं मालूम उसके बारे में।
सरकार कब तक चलेगी ये बता दीजिए।
नहीं, अभी तो मैं एज ए इंडस्ट्री मिनिस्टर आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ। मुझे कोई यहाँ पे कोई राजनीतिक बात नहीं करनी। मैं तो इतना जानता हूँ।
पटना लौटेंगे तो आप मंत्री रहेंगे। हमसे बात कर रहे हैं, उधर तारकिशोर जी के यहाँ सारे मंत्री पहुँचे हैं आपके करीब इस्तीफा देने बीजेपी के कोटे से।
मुझे तो अभी कोई ऐसी सूचना नहीं मिली है। मैं पटना जा रहा हूँ। लेकिन ये जिम्मेदारी कैसे छोड़ता? ये इतना बड़ा इन्वेस्टर, आप जानते हैं, आप यहाँ पे आते थे, यहाँ कोई इन्वेस्टर आता था, बिहार के बारे में परसेप्शन खराब हो जाता था। हम परसेप्शन बदलने में लगे। हमने जिम्मेदारी से, ईमानदारी से दिन रात मेहनत करके उद्योग को पटरी पर लाया है। मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि उद्योग पटरी पर
बैठक में शामिल होने पटना जा रहे हैं।
मैं 3 बजे की फ्लाइट से पटना रवाना हो रहा हूं और पूरे देश के अंदर जो इन्वेस्टर हैं, जो उम्मीद है, जो नौजवान हैं, उद्यमी योजना में हमने 16,000 नौजवानों को 10-10 लाख रुपए देने का काम किया। अभी 21,000 वो हैं। लाखों लोग आ रहे हैं, बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां आ रही हैं। बिहार के अंदर एक उद्योग का माहौल बना है, क्योंकि बिहार बदल गया है। वो पुराना बिहार नहीं है जिस पर अपहरण फिल्म बनी थी।
तो ये सर आप ये
मैं कोई भविष्यवक्ता तो हूँ नहीं। मैं इंडस्ट्री
को तलब किया गया
नहीं। मुझे ये जो बात हमें नहीं पता वो आपको कौन कह देता है? इतनी खबर क्यों रखते हैं आप? हम तो कह रहे हैं, मुझे
आश्वस्त है सर।
मैं एज ए इंडस्ट्री मिनिस्टर अभी आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ और बिहार के लोगों को ये इन्वेस्टर ऑफिस समर्पित करता हूँ। जय हिंद, जय बिहार।
All right, big story at this. BJP ministers are not going to be resigning is what we are learning. So the BJP ministers, as per protocol, if they wish to, have to in fact tender their resignation to the chief minister. In this case, it was being speculated that they are going to do so to the governor, but that is something that is being ruled out. We have learned from our sources that the ministers will not resign. In fact, you just heard from Shahnawaz Hussain who is the industry minister in Bihar. He said he doesn't even know anything about this. Well, of course, he does, but he clearly has indicated that he's only going to Patna at 3 o'clock and that there is no meeting with the governor. He doesn't know. Rohit has more details on that. Rohit, I think it's very clear now the BJP is going to be putting up a fight. What's brewing?
Well, we have to wait and watch exactly what is the game plan and strategy of the BJP, because earlier we were learning that the BJP ministers, 16 of them, could be meeting the governor Fagu Chauhan and tendering their resignation. But now we are learning something very different, that they won't be resigning very soon, and they are up with some sort of a plan or a strategy. That remains to be seen what the BJP will do. But as far as the NDA alliance is concerned, it is almost certain that Nitishkumar has decided to dump the BJP and return back to Mahagathbandhan. And right now we are at Rabri Devi's residence, where the meeting of the Mahagathbandhan MLAs was going on. The meeting has got over, but still all the MLAs are sitting inside and they are waiting for the next move of Chief Minister Nitishkumar. What is going to be his next move? Will he make an official declaration of dumping the BJP, or what is going to be his official stand? They are waiting. Everyone is waiting inside, and all the MLAs are waiting with bated breath, and all eyes right now on at the JDU meeting which is going on. Sneha.
All right, the meeting is going on. What we're learning is that ministers from the BJP are not going to be resigning, but it's evident that the JDU has in fact decided to end ties with the BJP. Rohit, the tensions have been brewing for a while now. Talk to us a little about all the indications that we've received in the last few weeks or so that the JDU is extremely suspicious of the BJP.
Well, Sneha, as I was speaking earlier also, that how Chirag Paswan was used by BJP to damage Janata Dal United in 2020 Assembly elections, Bihar, was known to everyone. And Nitish Kumar at that point had understood that BJP had used Chirag Paswan to damage Janata Dal United, because of which JDU came down to 43 seats after the election results were out. But the government was going on. But in the last 6 months, we have been seeing that there have been war of words going on between BJP and Janata Dal United leaders, BJP leaders, suggesting that Nitish Kumar should go to national politics, to become maybe a vice president or a governor, and hand over the chief minister post to the BJP. This obviously did not go down well with Nitish Kumar. Then there were contentious issues which were also born of contention, like the caste census, conducting caste census in Bihar or in the country, and also bringing a law to control population. On these issues, the BJP and JDU had a completely divergent views, and RCP Singh was, it seems that was the final nail in the coffin, because remember last year when RCP Singh became the minister in the Narendra Modi government, it has now come to light very explicitly. Leaders in the BJP have said that he became the minister on his own. Nitish Kumar had not given his assent that RCP Singh should become the minister in the Narendra Modi government, but he became on his own, and this clearly went on to show that RCP Singh shared extremely good relations with BJP. And remember, as far as RCP Singh is concerned, RCP Singh, though has been a JDU leader for last almost 15 years, but he was always considered very close to BJP. He was considered a BJP man in Janata Dal United. So when he became the minister in the central government, Nitish Kumar did not like it, and Nitish Kumar, when he got an opportunity, he struck back, and he got that opportunity when the Rajya Sabha tenure of RCP Singh got over just on July 7th, and Nitish Kumar did not send him to Rajya Sabha for the third time, and that was the clear indication that all was not well between Nitish Kumar and RCP Singh also, because of which RCP had to resign from the union cabinet. And very recently, Nitish Kumar came to know that RCP Singh and BJP, they were trying to split Janata Dal United. There was some sort of evidence which Nitish Kumar had got, based on which we saw a few days back corruption charges were leveled on RCP Singh, after which RCP Singh had to resign from Janata Dal United, and then we see series of JDU top leaders, they coming out and hitting out at BJP and saying that BJP was using RCP Singh and Chirag Paswan model to damage and cut to size Nitishkumar. So it was all happening. So, and the RCP Singh episode, as I was saying, was the final nail in the coffin, and now we know that today the series of important meetings are going on. The Mahagathbandhan meeting is over, Nitishkumar's meeting with his legislators going on, and it's almost certain that Nitishkumar has decided to dump BJP because this time he is going to level allegations that BJP, though was the largest party here, was trying to split Janata Dal United, which is an alliance partner with whom both of them are running the government. But Nitishkumar believes that BJP was trying to hurt Janata Dal United, split the party, and that is why he has decided to dump the Saffron party.
All right. Rohit, be with us. I'm going to go across to Ashutosh also for a quick update on what is expected as far as the meeting between the governor and Nitishkumar is concerned. Do we know of the final time just yet, Ashutosh?
Well, it was what was heard that it could be around 1 p.m. when the Chief Minister will be meeting the governor, but that was only because there was no official confirmation. That was only the talk around. So we'll have to wait for another some time. What we're also hearing that BJP core group to meet at 5 p.m. in Patna, and this is in the wake of what is the political development taking place here in the capital. Also, the another development at the moment is that BJP MLAs are not going to meet the governor. So the speculation that was that while bypassing the protocol, the BJP ministers, the BJP quota ministers in the Nitishkumar cabinet will be going to meet the governor and submit their resignation. That's not going to happen. Indeed, the core group meeting by the BJP, led by all the BJP MLAs, the state president, and also the BJP in charge from they all will be attending the core group meeting, and then the political decisions, certain decisions will be taken, and we all can anticipate what could be those decisions. But very rightly what our colleague Rohit mentioned, that how Nitishkumar perhaps realized the threat that there was some attempt to split the JDU, and there were several strong evidences in form of the phone calls, the audio tapes, of course several MLAs who were approached. That when reached to Nitishkumar, it was indeed a shocking moment. There was some better relationship, what had happened in the assembly elections, then later over the year, over the months of the developments, criticism. But when he realized that there is a potential threat to the JDU, some MLAs are being lured, and that could be the one reason why, this annoyed Nitishkumar, and he took such a major decision jolting to the NDA, and now that has changed entire political landscape of the state of Bihar. For now, as far as the major development that is taking place, besides the meetings by the JDU and the RGD, a core group meeting by the BJP at 5 p.m, we can only anticipate the BJP is likely to withdraw the support from the government. But much before that, if Nitishkumar going to meet the governor, he himself will resign from the chief minister. But for now, the MLAs, the ministers from the BJP quota are not meeting the governor. So these are the latest updates from here, from Patna. Sneha.
You know what I want to know, Ashutosh, is that what could be possibly the strategy of the Bharatiya Janata Party moving from here?
Well, nothing much to left at the moment, because looking at the numbers in a Hindi belt and in any state, the number only plays the game. So if Nitishkumar decides to change the ship and joins hand with the RJD, the Mahagathbandhan plus JDU has that magic number and much more than the magic number. Even if the 18 MLAs, as it was said, the speaker could disqualify them on their assembly conducting floor of the house. So, even after that, in that case, the Mahagathbandhan led by Nitish and RJD, they may have the number. So when you have the number, nothing much really seems playing at all, because constitutionally, if a chief minister resigns, he has to stake claim with the support of the member of the house, those who are the MLAs. So clearly, when he has the tally, when all these papers are given, nothing much left for the BJP than to sit in opposition, and they're criticizing the leader who they have been praising even till yesterday on several occasions, besides few leaders who have been very vocal. And what also, that annoyed Nitishkumar, that amongst many of them, those who were very critical, the BJP always said nothing personal against him. This is just, a political routine development that happens in any state, and all is well within the NDA. But soon after, when those, those vocal leaders are given the central security cover, that was also, several factors that annoyed Nitishkumar, because first when he split with RJD in 2017, it was the law and order and several other issues, the differences between the alliance that forced him to take decision and go with the BJP. Yet again, it is just the history being rewritten, or a political deja vu, that yet again he's annoyed because the relationship turned bitter between the BJP and JDU, and that's why he's taking decisions. So when it comes to the BJP, they really do not have much option than to just sit in opposition, but technically they can just send their resignation to the chief minister, then withdraw the support from the assembly, and then sit in opposition and criticize Nitishkumar till the rest of the period of the house.
Be with us, Ashutosh. Also, Rohit, coming back to you in just a few moments from now. We have a series of reactions that have been coming in. Let's go straight to them.
हमको तो नहीं लग रहा है कि कुछ इस तरह का चल रहा है जो जिस पर बहुत चर्चा करने की जरूरत है। सब चीज तो नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में बहुत ठीक ठाक ढंग से चल रहा है।
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी के अन्य मार्ग पर जनता दलियों के विधानमंडल के माननीय सदस्यों की बैठक में जो पार्टी के हाल के दिनों में हुए घटनाक्रम, जिसमें कि एक पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री और पूर्व राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ने जो दल को कमजोर करने की भूमिका में निभाई, और उस संबंध में क्या क्या मामले ये तो मीटिंग में तय होगा, लेकिन इतना तय है कि हमारी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ने कहा है कि हमारे नेता के कद को छोटा करने की कोशिश की गई। अब उसमें और समय आने पर उस साक्ष्य के साथ खुलासा करेंगे। सम्मान नेता माननीय नीतीश कुमार जी हैं। पार्टी का विधायक या पार्टी का एक पंचायत का अध्यक्ष, बूथ का भी अध्यक्ष होता है, वह नीतीश कुमार जी को ही नेता मानता है। तो जो भी फैसला लेंगे उनको फैसला लेने का अधिकार है, और जो भी फैसला लेंगे वह तमाम लोगों के लिए सर आंखों पर।
आगे क्या होगा, 2025 तक के हम रहेंगे और आगे क्या करेंगे, इस पर हम लोग क्या बोलेंगे। अभी हाल के दिनों में ही देखा है आपने ना, बीजेपी के राष्ट्रीय परिषद के बैठक में किस तरह से सवाल उठी। तो आगे क्या होगा इस पर हम लोग सवाल नहीं, मैंने कुछ कह नहीं सकते, लेकिन इतना जरूर है कि अभी सरकार चल रही है, हमारे सरकार के मुखिया माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी अभी भी जनता दरबार लगा रहे हैं, ये जन सुनवाई कर रहे हैं और जनता की सुनवाई कर रहे हैं, समस्या की समाधान कर रहे हैं।
जब तक कुछ ठोस हमारे सामने ना आए तब तक इस पे कुछ टिप्पणी करने का मतलब नहीं है। लेकिन 2025 तक, 2020 में हम चुनाव में गए थे नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में, नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में। 2025 तक एनडीए अटूट है, एनडीए मजबूत है। किसी प्रकार की कोई टिप्पणी या सुगबुगाहट पे कुछ भी बोलना, ये सब भविष्य की बातें, भविष्य के गर्भ में है। अभी इस पे कुछ बोलने से कोई मतलब नहीं है, कोई पॉइंट नहीं है।
Mr. Hussain, how do you see the developments which are taking place in the state of Patna?
See, this has had to happen there. If you look at the election results, last election results, you know what happened the whole day and what happened in the late evening, and how results were manipulated, and how some of the senior ministers from Delhi sat there and got things done and all those things. So without going into that, now they had a government, they have split, and one party has requested for support from RJD, Congress and our alliance group. I think talks are on, and that's going to happen.
Also, Ashutosh, the RJD I think would be required to make their support formal to the JDU. Is there some sort of a support letter that they intend to submit, or have they submitted it already? What more can you tell us a little about that? Going back to Ashutosh and Rohit in a moment from now, we're getting you all the details as far as the divorce of the JDU and BJP is concerned. BJP ministers will not be meeting the governor. What we know is that Nitish Kumar would be meeting the governor. The time of it has not been finalized just yet. At least it's not official. We'll be getting more on that in a bit. But what we also know is that the RJD has indicated, and the Congress has also indicated, that they would once again want the Mahagathbandhan with Nitish Kumar as a chief minister to lead Bihar. What then are the implications for the RJD in all of this, which gets a lot of bargaining power, given that Nitish Kumar's position really now depends on support from the RJD and the Congress? Ashutosh is getting us more details on that. Ashutosh, I was asking you about the formal support of the Congress and the RJD and also the left. Has that also come in yet?
Could you repeat your question, Sneha?
What about a formal letter of support from the RJD and the Congress and the left? Has that also been readied? Is there alliance, a possible alliance of Mahagathbandhan?
Well, that's just a matter of procedure.
Yes.
Well, just a matter of, procedure only, because all these MLAs are coming here, sitting together, and all those who attended the meeting, they had to sign a piece of paper. And before that, just require a letter of support from the leader of the house of their respective party, the CLP leaders of their respective parties. So that will be given to Nitishkumar. But very interestingly, what we are seeing, then when we came this morning before this meeting was scheduled, there were barely some 5 or 6 cops who were deployed here. And just within 2-3 hours, what we are seeing, this has become almost like a fortress. The number of police personnel from the Bihar that have increased is much more higher than they were in the morning. So clearly the security arrangements, what we are seeing, is gradually increasing here. There are also reports that most likely Nitishkumar and Tejasvi Yadav both along can go to the governor house to stake claim for the next government. And then also the matter of portfolios, what our colleague Rohit is reporting that Tejasvi Yadav has sought home department from Nitishkumar. So all these will be discussed later, but for now, the big story what we're hearing is that Nitishkumar and Tejasvi Yadav both likely to move to the governor house. Sneha.
All right, Tejasvi Yadav and Nitishkumar possibly will be moving to the governor house together, is what Ashutosh is telling us. Ashutosh, in the larger scheme of things, talk to us a little about what this does mean for Nitishkumar, given that 2024, the general elections not too far away.
Well, being part of the Mahagathbandhan and the Nitishkumar, that he has the proximity with the Mahagathbandhan leaders. He has always good relationship with the Congress. There is barely any such speculation that Congress may not support, and that perhaps the reason, because when it comes to the shifting, changing the board, it was Congress, what we're hearing, that played a crucial role. So subsequently, there are other allies who also have a greater number in terms of the Lok Sabha members in their respective state, be it Odisha or the West Bengal. They both have good relationship with Nitishkumar. And then several other parties who have been somewhere not affiliated with the NDA, only supporting externally to NDA with some numbers. They, may have also some support extending to Nitishkumar. So possibly calculating the future political prospect, Nitishkumar may have taken this decision. But that's, the longer game, the longer strategy. For now, even in the state, when situation was really so extremely difficult for Nitishkumar to survive within the NDA, and particularly when a leader really realizes that there could be a threat to his own party, and in the wake of what had happened in Maharashtra, that makes really difficult for any political party to be in an alliance or, sustaining in any government. So several cards that played for Nitishkumar, including the short-term, the short moment development, the current developments, and a long-term gain, seems to be it was a good calculation by Nitishkumar when he took this decision. And this is not first time when he did it. We have already seen in 2017 and yet again in 2022 the decisions which what Nitishkumar is taking.
Yes, and the BJP, Ashutosh, you told us earlier, is also going to go into a huddle. They're meeting at 5 o'clock today.
The BJP is not meeting the governor. The BJP core meeting has been called. The party will be meeting in Patna, and of course the resolution could be some withdrawing support from the Nitishkumar, which is just another procedure if Nitishkumar changing the coalition and forming a government with a new alliance. So that's one aspect. The BJP leaders will be coming here. They will take certain resolution, and the decisions ultimately the only option to sit in opposition and until left of the tenure criticize Nitishkumar government and his new alliance. Rather, the eyes will be on the Mahagathbandhan stakeholders, that what are the key portfolios they will be demanding. Will there be just a formula understanding what we know, that looking at this kind of strategy, everything going so smoothly that everyone, could not even sense what is going to happen in Patna. So that seems to be that everything has already been sorted out so smoothly without any controversies. So looks like everything has been just sorted out, and it is just matter of few hours when pictures will be clear, and then possibly there will be a new alliance, new picture, new game, new government in Bihar.
Well, absolutely. And the very fact that the RJD has got a great deal of bargaining power this time around, Ashutosh, is evident from the fact that you all have been telling us that Tej Pratap Yadav is going to be accommodated. That's a demand from the RJD. And the Tejasvi Yadav will also get the crucial home portfolio.
He was accommodated, as far as Tej Pratap Yadav is concerned, he was already accommodated in the previous regime when Nitish Kumar and RJD formed the government together. So yet again, that may not be really very difficult for them to accommodate Tej Pratap. But when it comes to the key portfolio like Home Department, there could be some contention because Nitish Kumar may not have that difficulties to hand over the Home Department on which he has often been criticized, even recently by their own alliance, the BJP, when the Kishanganj, the school matter surfaced, Giriraj Singh aggressively escalating attack that why there is a Friday off in the school. So on several other occasions, including in the law and order. But when it comes to the Tejasvi Yadav, of course he has to face the heat. He will face the heat if anything happens when it comes to particularly law and order situation. But it will be very difficult for the BJP, be it law and order with the RJD or Nitish Kumar at all, whoever controls Home Department, because for, since the elections, you have been in alliance and saying everything is so good in Bihar, there is no such law and order situation, almost on every front defending publicly. How will they criticize Nitish Kumar or Tejasvi Yadav from today or tomorrow when there is a new government in formation? Because is there suddenly collapse on law and order the day you change the government? Or if you have been defending for half of the tenure, how are you going to criticize for the next half of the tenure?
Also, because you said how is going to be what is going to be the criticism, I'm guessing that it's going to be talk about return of the Jungle Raj, given that Tejasvi Yadav himself wants to keep the crucial Home Department with him. The RJD has never really managed to get rid of that tag, isn't it, Ashutosh?
Well, again, for last this year, ever since Nitish Kumar won this term with the BJP alliance, there have been instances of law and order situation, and often they have been criticized. But if never it was called Jungle Raj, who will call it Jungle Raj if there is something happens from tomorrow? Because if till today you have been defending Nitish Kumar that these are just routine affairs or some incidents happening, you were refusing to call it Jungle Raj, then there will be question coming back to them that just by withdrawing Nitish Kumar from a support, joining hands with RJD, and again law and order situation comes, how will you term it Jungle Raj? This will give another, a flashback to the BJP as well, that till today you have been our supporter, yet again you've been criticizing. But yes, whenever it comes to the law and order situation, that has been really challenging, be it under Nitish Kumar or be it possibly further under Tejasvi Yadav, RJD alliance, be it any alliance. Law and order has been really a critical issue for the state of Bihar, whoever has been controlling the situation. Often Nitish Kumar criticized, if Tejasvi Yadav takes that charge, he will face the brunt if any incident happen in the state.
All right, series of fast-moving developments from the state of Bihar, and we're getting those updates with the help of Ashutosh Mishra and Rohit, who is in fact getting us every single development from right outside Rabri Devi's house, where the crucial meeting of the RJD and the Congress has taken place. It's very, very clear, like Ashutosh has been telling us, that the RJD and the Congress indeed are extending their support to Nitish Kumar. A meeting, Ashutosh, previously of Nitish Kumar has taken place with the Congress President Sonia Gandhi as well, or has there been a telephonic conversation? Could you tell us a little more about that? Ashutosh. Okay, we'll just go back to Ashutosh in a few moments from now, but we're getting you all the developments. Nitish Kumar has sought time with the governor. We don't know of a final time yet, but that meeting with the governor could take place. The procedure is, as per what Rohit has told us, is that he will tender his resignation and also then stake claim to form the new government with the help of the Congress and the left. The numbers are comfortably stacked in favor of Nitish Kumar. In fact, this is a tweet that has been put out by Lalu Prasad Yadav's daughter. We'll just in fact play that video out.
बिना चालू ई बिहार ना होई ए भाई लालू बिना चालू ई बिहार ना होई ए भाई लालू बिना चालू ई बिहार ना होई ए भाई लालू बिना चालू ई बिहार ना होई ए भाई लालू बिना चालू ई बिहार ना होई ए भाई लालू बिना चालू ई बिहार ना होई
Music by Arya Sharma.
सबसे ज्यादा शिक्षा के मारा न जाता सासा के आगे में जरा न जाता सबसे ज्यादा शिक्षा के मारा न जाता सासा के आगे में जरा न जाता दयालु बालू के सही व्यापार न होई व्यापार न होई
By Rohini Acharya, the daughter of Lalu Prasad Yadav, where she says, get ready for the coronation, is what she's indicating. So it's very clear that the RJD, in fact, as far as the daughter of Lalu goes, is all set to return to power in Bihar. Of course, it's going to be a Mahagadbandhan. That's the tweet that has been put out by Rohini Acharya, the daughter of Lalu Prasad Yadav. She's also put out that video saying that the RJD, in fact, is all ready to come back to power in the state. It's a cryptic tweet that has been put out by Rohini Acharya. Prepare for the coronation is what she says. But how much more time is that going to take? And also, what is going to be the strategy of the BJP? Ashutosh has been telling us that right now it's fairly unclear because there aren't many options for the Bharatiya Janata Party, given that if the support does come in from the Congress and the RJD, which is almost 100% clear, then there are little options, Ashutosh, before the BJP. We'll continue to keep a very close eye on that story with Rohit and Ashutosh reporting from Patna on that big political shake-up in Bihar once again. For the moment, it's time for a quick commercial break here. News continues, our coverage from Bihar continues on the other side.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Black holes. Did you ever worry that Earth could get sucked into one of them? Black holes do have a massive gravitational pull that allows it to swallow anything that gets in its way. Let's find out more about them. Black holes have been lurking in the galaxies for billions of years. The most powerful known forces in the universe, their gravitational field is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape from them. They're actually packed full of space matter, so they're not really holes. There are at least two types of black holes. Stellar mass black holes form when a huge star, more than 10 times bigger than our sun, burns up all its fuel and collapses in on itself. Scientists say there could be billions in our galaxy, the Milky Way alone. They grow by gobbling up other stars or merging with other black holes to become a supermassive black hole, millions to billions of times bigger than the sun. Humans can't even see black holes, but we can observe their effect on matter close by. When normal stars are sucked in, they accelerate and heat up, emitting X-rays which are detected by orbiting space telescopes.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Tensions are rising between China and Taiwan. Since Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island, China has broken into Taiwan airspace more than 20 times. If a war is unleashed, Taiwan is likely to fall short against China. Here's a look into China's 5 most powerful weapons that can set the tone if there is a war. Number 1 is China's hypersonic glide missile. This is a DF-Z7 model. It is a precision strike weapon. It is capable of delivering nuclear weapons. This weapon can be fitted to various Chinese ballistic missiles. AG-600 is the world's largest seaplane. It can operate on ground and water. It is 129 feet long and has a wingspan of 127.3 feet. The seaplane's speed is 500,000 per hour and its range is 4,500 kilometers. China has 15 of these landing ships. They are amphibious in nature. They can carry up to 30 attack helicopters per dock. Its length is 778 feet and the beam is 118 feet. There is not much information on the stealth bomber, but it has a range of 8,500 kilometers. It is nuclear capable and can threaten US targets. This weapon is said to be under development. Golden Eagle is an unmanned airship. Since China has a lack of pilots, this breaks their way. It can fly at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. It can stay in the air for up to 6 hours. Its length is 50 feet and the height is 16.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. In association with Brokerage Kyun Dena, nobroker.com hai na.
Hello, very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. This is Lunch Break. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get to the headlines. Nitish set to exit NDA. Will meet Bihar governor shortly. Congress RJD Gadbandhan pledges open support if JDU chief divorces BJP. Month after oath, Shinde cabinet takes shape. 9 ministers from BJP, 9 from the Shinde camp take oath. India Today only channel to get the cabinet list right. Goon Neta Shrikant Tyagi has finally been arrested from Meerut after 4 days of manhunt. VIP SUV with MLA sticker and BJP flag used to flee has been seized by UP cops. Face off over Bengaluru Idgah Maidan. Congress opposes Ganesh festival at Maidan. Hindu groups accuse Congress of appeasement. Ask if namaz is allowed, then why not Ganesh festivities? Big political fight over Lal Singh Chadha. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin's son Udayanidhi under attack for promoting the Bollywood film. BJP questions DMK's Hindi hypocrisy. And former United States President Donald Trump says that FBI raided his Florida home, breaking into his safe, claims bid to stop him from running for White House. Some news just coming in. This again from Bihar. Nitishkumars is to meet the governor at 4 p.m. is what we are learning. Our sources have told us that Tejasvi Yadav wants the Home Ministry. These are the latest updates. The ministers from the BJP, currently part of Nitishkumar's cabinet, will not quit. Lalu's daughter has tweeted, "The lantern is coming back," she says in a video tweet that she's put out. All the big updates from Bihar. First on India Today, Ashutosh Mishra is right outside Rabri Devi's house. Tweets not just from Rohini but also from Chanda, who in fact have expressed confidence in the fact that RJD is going to be coming back. Ashutosh.
Well, all the MLAs, the leaders, everyone who came, to Rabri Devi's residence for the meeting. So, they were quite sure, and of course they are tightly because the RJD issued a gag order not to speak anything. They in fact, disbanded their entire panel of the spokesperson. However, the only vocal faces that we saw was only the Congress and left front. In the meanwhile, the RJD supporters have started gathering outside Rabri Devi's residence, and there's perhaps, cheering moment for all of them, singing songs, and of course, soon we'll have a traditional dhol, nagada, everything here once, the official announcement being made. So since morning, with the place which was deserted, just, from last 30 minutes to 1 hour, we are seeing a massive crowd of the RJD supporters who are reaching outside as they potentially have realized now that finally RJD will be back to power in the state of Bihar. Just what had happened in 2015, yet again they'll be back to power. So it is booster dose for the RJD, their worker, their grassroots cadre, struggling for their existence, playing the opposition. Finally they will be in power. Of course, certain challenges that they'll have to battle through from the law and order, from the grassroots issues of the state of Bihar. But for now, it will be the moment of rejoice for the RJD cadre, their local leaders, the grassroots leaders, and of course the top leadership, as they will be now vying for the larger role from Patna to Delhi.
All right, Ashutosh getting us up to speed with those developments. Also, we can confirm for our viewers the meeting between the governor and Nitish Kumar is set to take place at 4 o'clock today. What we also know is that the ministers, BJP ministers, won't be quitting. But like Ashutosh has been telling us, again for our viewers, Ashutosh, that there aren't many options before the BJP. Talk to us a little about how the numbers really look like.
Another development that we are tracking before I answer to your question, Sneha, that Nitish Kumar has sought time to meet governor at 4 p.m. That's the another development coming at the moment. The Nitish Kumar is seeking time from the governor to meet at 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. when the BJP core group is to meet. So when it comes to the number, if you calculate the tally of the number of MLAs of RJD, the Congress and the left front, and then the HM, so all these parties, the number goes to much more than 150. So it goes in the house around 155 and 156. So that is the magic number that Nitish Kumar will hold when he will present his card to the governor with the letter of support to all the stakeholders and the new alliance, the Mahagathbandhan led by Tejasvi Yadav and Nitish Kumar. And when it comes to BJP, of course, in the meeting they'll decide to withdraw the support from the existing government, and they'll decide to sit in the opposition. Larger challenge again, however, it will not be as challenging as it could be for Nitish Kumar when he will table a resolution in the house to change the speaker. So the first, he'll stake a claim, then of course there will be number proving in floor of the house, and then there will be change of the speaker as well. These are the standard procedures and the protocols that will be followed further. But for now, the big change that we are seeing in entire Bihar's political spectrum. Nitish Kumar, however, may remain a chief minister. That is somewhere, very certain. Even after resignation, he'll remain a chief minister. He'll take oath as a chief minister. But who will be the key minister in his cabinet? How many gonna accommodate from the left front, from the Congress and from the RJD? And what are the key portfolios he is going to allocate to RJD and the alliance members? That, of course, will be watched very closely. Sneha.
Also, support from Jitin Ram Majhi's Hum party is also forthcoming, isn't it? Ashutosh, if you talk about the smaller parties here.
The smaller parties, of course, they are just the booster dose in the numbers in the floor of the House. Of course, they will all be accommodated. Looking at the strength of the ministers in the cabinet, seems Nitish Kumar will accommodate everyone. However, at this moment, we are not seeing any sort of negotiations or the bargaining happening substantially. We are in touch with these sources from all the stakeholders. For now, seems everything has been decided already very smoothly, because you barely heard any holla, any chaos from any corner of these, the political parties. It was just sudden and done in 24 hours. You heard the Nitish Kumar may, change the alliance, may change the entire landscape in Bihar. And within 24 hours, you're seeing a lot of political movements happening in Patna. Within 24 hours, you're seeing all these parties calling their meeting, extending support. You meet the governor, and there is a totally change in the government. So it's the way it has gone very smoothly. No one could even sense about what is happening. And in a way, then we have seen Tejasvi Yadav playing table tennis, cricket matches, all images going viral, is being criticized. Is this what opposition is doing? Perhaps everything was under carpet, and for over a few months, this was being decided. And everything has been played by Nitish Kumar very smartly. This could be one of his MasterCard, that no opposition, no one, his rival, and even the close associate within the alliance party could ever sense or feel that this is the extreme step that Nitish Kumar will take. Possibly there was some threat, there was, some differences, but at this extreme, this will end up possibly within the alliance, no one would realize. And this has passed so smoothly, what it seems. The number, tallies, alliance, portfolios, cabinet, everything has been played very silently and smoothly, and seems all more done and dusted.
Be with us, Ashutosh. I'll come back to you for more on that. A series of reactions that have come in. Let's go straight to them.
पहली बार 30-40 साल के बाद बिहार में करीब 30,000 करोड़ से ज्यादा का, करीब 36,000 करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रस्ताव है। बिहार के नौजवानों के आंखों में एक उम्मीद की किरण उद्योग और रोजगार की है। वो जो उम्मीद है उसको टूटने नहीं देंगे कि बिहार में सुशासन है, कानून का राज है, और जिन नाम से नीतीश कुमार जी ने पिछले 15 साल में राज करते हुए गांव-गांव में बिजली पहुंचाई है, और लालटेन का नामो निशान उन्होंने मिटा दिया है।
हमको तो नहीं लग रहा है कि कुछ इस तरह का चल रहा है जिस पर बहुत चर्चा करने की जरूरत है। सब चीज तो नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में बहुत ठीक ठाक ढंग से चल रहा है।
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी के अन्य मार्ग पर जनता दल के विधानमंडल के माननीय सदस्यों की बैठक में जो पार्टी के हाल के दिनों में हुए घटनाक्रम, जिसमें कि एक पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री और पूर्व राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ने जो दल को कमज़ोर करने की भूमिका में निभाई, और उस संबंध में क्या क्या मामले ये तो मीटिंग में तय होगा, लेकिन इतना तय है कि हमारी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ने कहा है कि हमारे नेता के कद को छोटा करने की कोशिश की गई। अब उसमें और समय आने पर उस साक्ष्य के साथ खुलासा करेंगे। सम्मान नेता माननीय नीतीश कुमार जी हैं। पार्टी का विधायक या पार्टी का एक पंचायत का अध्यक्ष, बूथ का भी अध्यक्ष होता है, वह नीतीश कुमार जी को ही नेता मानता है। तो जो भी फैसला लेंगे उनको फैसला लेने का अधिकार है, और जो भी फैसला लेंगे वह तमाम लोगों के लिए सर आंखों पर।
आगे क्या होगा, 2025 तक के हम रहेंगे और आगे क्या करेंगे, इस पर हम लोग क्या बोलेंगे। अभी हाल के दिनों में ही देखा है आपने ना, बीजेपी के राष्ट्रीय परिषद के बैठक में किस तरह से सवाल उठी। तो आगे क्या होगा इस पर हम लोग सवाल नहीं, मैंने कुछ कह नहीं सकते, लेकिन इतना जरूर है कि अभी सरकार चल रही है, हमारे सरकार के मुखिया माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी अभी भी जनता दरबार लगा रहे हैं, ये जन सुनवाई कर रहे हैं और जनता की सुनवाई कर रहे हैं, समस्याओं की समाधान कर रहे हैं।
जब तक कुछ ठोस हमारे सामने ना आए तब तक इस पे कुछ टिप्पणी करने का मतलब नहीं है। लेकिन 2025 तक, 2020 में हम चुनाव में गए थे नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में, नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में। 2025 तक एनडीए अटूट है, एनडीए मजबूत है। किसी प्रकार की कोई टिप्पणी या सुगबुगाहट पे कुछ भी बोलना, ये सब भविष्य की बातें, भविष्य के गर्भ में है। अभी इस पे कुछ बोलने से कोई मतलब नहीं है, कोई पॉइंट नहीं है।
All right, so why did this alliance fall apart? Why did the alliance break? There is no official confirmation, but there's every indication, Ashutosh, that it's all over as far as the JDU and the BJP is concerned. Talk to us a little about the role that RCP Singh played in all of this.
Well, RCP Singh, which has been, once really very close ally with the Nitish Kumar, but despite his approval, what is believed that BJP accommodated him in the union cabinet. RCP Singh was made, the Rajya Sabha member by Nitish Kumar. But as we often heard and several people within the JDU said that without approval of Nitish Kumar, RCP Singh was accommodated. But I remember the day when this question was asked and he had to file the nomination just 2 days ago. I asked the specific question to RCP Singh and everything is on record. That he said, how it is possible that without approval of Nitish Kumar, I could be made a union minister. But the people within the JDU says that Nitish Kumar wanted some other faces. But since RCP Singh, who has been once close to Nitish Kumar, also had very close ties with the BJP, and somehow he managed to get cabinet berth in the NDA cabinet. But when RCP Singh, left no more the Rajya Sabha MLAs, when the BJP wanted to accommodate the JDU MPs in the cabinet, Nitish Kumar refused. And everything is launching when he said the JDU will not be part of the union government. This was, of course, the starting of the official stand of the JDU that there is not everything so well. If you remember Giriraj Singh's statement when this Kishanganj school controversy happened, then he said, what is this going to be Sharia law that will be ruling Bihar than the law and order? On certain other occasions, criticism...
Ashutosh, be with us. I'm coming back to you in a few seconds from now, because this is a big story that we're breaking at. This is a big decision in the JDU huddle that was taking place. BJP-JDU divorce has been confirmed. The JDU has decided to walk out of the alliance and part ways with the BJP. So all this speculation now comes to rest with the confirmation finally coming in that indeed the JDU has decided to call it quits, part ways with the BJP. Ashutosh continues to be with us for more on all of those developments, the meeting. Rohit has further details with us. I'm going to go to Rohit for a confirmation again. Rohit, the JDU deciding to walk away, wanting to meet the governor today. Nitish Kumar also to meet the governor at 4 o'clock. What's expected in that meeting?
Yes, Neha, what we are learning is that the official declaration has been made in the meeting of Janata Dal United Legislative Party, where Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has announced that they are dumping BJP, they are breaking alliance with the BJP, and that they will be forming the next government in Bihar with the support of Mahagathbandhan. And right now we are outside Rabri Devi's residence since 11 o'clock in the morning. The meeting of the Mahagathbandhan leaders, the MLAs, is going on. However, the meeting is over a long time back, but they were all waiting inside. They are all inside. All the MLAs of RJD, Congress and the left parties, they are all inside. They were waiting for the official declaration to be made at the meeting of the JDU, and now that that declaration has been made officially, now it seems that the next move will take place here at Rabri Devi's residence. We are seeing that there is a lot of activity that is happening here, and what we also believe is that in some time from now, Tejasvi Yadav, along with all the MLAs of the Mahagathbandhan, they could come out walking from inside, and they might even march to the Raj Bhawan. So there is a lot of anticipation. The security here also being beefed up, because it's now almost certain that RJD is returning back to power after almost 5 years, and this time again it's the same combination with JDU. However, Nitish Kumar will be the chief minister this time around also, but this time what we are learning that deputy chief minister post will go to Tejasvi Yadav, but with more powers. He may also get the home department. What we are learning from sources that Tejasvi Yadav might be back as the deputy chief minister with enhanced power. So there is a lot of activity happening here. All the RJD supporters have also gathered outside Rabri Devi's residence, and now that the official declaration has been made at the Nitish Kumar's meeting, we are expecting that the Mahagathbandhan MLAs who are still inside the Rabri Devi's residence, they will all come out marching, and obviously there would be some sort of a celebration also that Mahagathbandhan returns to power after 5 years. Neha.
All right. Now, lots of hectic negotiations are on. What else is going to be the demand of the RJD? In fact, even before the alliance of the Mahagathbandhan 2.0 has been formalized, Rohit, there have been demands of the Home Department, also demands that Tejasvi Yadav's brother Tej Pratap be accommodated as well. And like Ashutosh was also telling us, that isn't going to be very difficult.
Obviously, see, this time around, Tejasvi Yadav is more powerful than he was in 2015. Remember, in 2015, when he won as a MLA, that was his debut in politics, and immediately when he became the chief, he was elected as the MLA. He became the deputy chief minister that time. He had no experience, no political experience, no administrative experience, but because of his father and RJD Supremo Lalu Prasad, he became the deputy chief minister. But 7 years down the line, Tejasvi Yadav has in fact matured as a politician. The manner in which he carries himself, the manner in which he conducts and also speaks is obviously, he has shown much signs of a matured leader. And what we are learning is that this time he knows that Nitish Kumar is in a weaker position. In 2015, though RJD was the single largest party with 80 MLAs and JDU had 71 MLAs, but still that time Nitish Kumar was the chief minister with the home department. But this time the size of, in fact, the powers and the dominating position, Nitish Kumar does not enjoy that kind of a dominating position. He is he's having only 45 MLAs, and RJD at this point of time has 79 MLAs. So RJD knows that Nitish Kumar needs RJD more than RJD needing Nitish Kumar. So that is why we are seeing that hectic bargaining and pressure politics is also being played out here. And what we learn is that Tejasvi Yadav has demanded that the home portfolio should be given to him as the deputy chief minister. As the deputy chief minister, and what we also know is that Pratap Yadav may also be given a cabinet berth in the next Mahagathbandhan government, which will be headed by Nitish Kumar. Sneha.
All right, be with us, Rohit. Coming back to you, fast-moving political developments in the state of Bihar. We have a series of reactions coming in. Let's go straight to that.
ये सब स्पेकुलेशन है, क्या होगा, क्या हो सकता है, जब तक कुछ हुआ नहीं है तो उस पर कोई टीका टिप्पणी करना ठीक नहीं है। इतनी ही टीका टिप्पणी, अगर कुछ मुझे कहना है तो इतना ही कह सकते हैं कि जो भी सरकार है, जनता ने उसको 5 साल के लिए चुना है, जिस फॉर्मेशन में भी वो चले। पिछली बार जनता ने महागठबंधन को चुना था, 2017 में नीतीश जी ने उसको छोड़कर एक नया फॉर्मेशन बना दिया, लेकिन सरकार तो 5 साल चली। तो जरूरी ये है कि सरकार चले, 5 साल चले, जिस फॉर्मेशन में भी चलना है, क्योंकि अगर आप मध्यावधि चुनाव कराएंगे, हर 1 साल 2 साल पर चुनाव होगा, तो उससे वो तो जनता के कंधों पर ही बोझ आना है।
I'll tell you, it's a disturbing situation, no doubt about it. The kind of verbal altercation, accusations which is going on between BJP and JDU, that's actually has put the governance on hold.
तो जीतन राम मांझी साहब किन के तरफ होंगे, नीतीश कुमार के साथ या बीजेपी के साथ, स्थिति क्या बनी?
देखिए, अगर मगर का कोई जवाब नहीं होता है, लेकिन मैं जरूर कहता हूँ इसलिए कि हम आज से नहीं, जिस समय गठबंधन में हम आए थे उस समय से ही मैं कहा कि एनडीए में मैं हूँ, लेकिन हम नीतीश कुमार के साथ हैं।
अगर जनता दल यूनाइटेड और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बीच में खटपट की खबरें आ रही हैं, तो हमें लगता था कि ज्वाइंट प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हो जाता और मामले का समाधान निकाला जा सकता। कहीं ना कहीं से खटास बढ़ी है और आज भी हमें उम्मीद है कि दोनों राजनीतिक दलों के नेता एक मंच पे बैठेंगे और मामले का समाधान निकाला जा सकता है। देखिए, अगर खटास बढ़ेगी तो निसंदेह गठबंधन का स्वरूप बदल सकता है। राजनीति में विकल्प हमेशा खुले होते हैं और ऐसा हो सकता है, लेकिन इसका खामियाजा बिहार की जनता को भुगतना पड़ेगा।
Mr. Hussain, how do you see the developments which are taking place in the state of Patna?
See, this has had to happen there. If you look at the election results, last election results, you know what happened the whole day and what happened in the late evening, and how results were manipulated, and how some of the senior ministers from Delhi sat there and got things done and all those things. So without going into that, now they had a government. They have split. And one party has requested for support from RJD, Congress and our alliance group. I think talks are on and that's going to happen.
शकील साहब, कांग्रेस के विधायक हमारे साथ हैं। राबड़ी देवी के आवास में आप लोग सब पहुंचे हैं, विधायक कांग्रेस के।
क्योंकि महागठबंधन के नेता, हमारे चारों 5 पार्टियों के महागठबंधन के नेता हमारे तेजस्वी जी हैं और तेजस्वी जी को हम लोग कांग्रेस पार्टी के तमाम MLA साइन करके अपना समर्थन का लेटर उनको देने जा रहे हैं।
क्या महागठबंधन की सरकार बनने जा रही है शकील साहब?
समझिए कि बन चुकी और पतन की शुरुआत हो चुकी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हुकूमत और उसके अहंकार की।
मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा?
नीतीश कुमार जी।
उप मुख्यमंत्री तेजस्वी यादव होंगे।
ये सारी चीजें अब ये जब महागठबंधन के लोग बैठेंगे सारी चीजें तय होंगी।
राजनीति में बहुत कुछ यूँ कहा जाए कि भूलना पड़ता है, बहुत चीज़ों को देखना पड़ता है, क्योंकि हम लोग एक वैचारिक लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। ख़ासतौर हम कांग्रेस पार्टी के बारे में कहते हैं कि हमारा उद्देश्य सिर्फ सरकार बदलना नहीं है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो सांप्रदायिक राजनीति है देश में चल रही है उसको रोकना है।
Some news just coming in. Let's go straight to that. Police personnel have been deployed outside the residence of Bihar Chief Minister and JDU leader Nitish Kumar in Patna. The Chief Minister will meet the Governor Fagu Chauhan today at 4 o'clock at Raj Bhawan amid reports of rift in the NDA. A big decision has also been taken when the JDU meeting took place that the divorce has been confirmed and a communication has gone in that the JDU indeed is parting ways with the BJP, and police presence has been increased right outside the house of Nitish Kumar, Bihar Chief Minister and JDU leader Nitish Kumar's house in Patna. The Chief Minister is meeting the Governor. The confirmation has come in at 4 o'clock today. 1 hour from that at 5 o'clock, the BJP's core group is also going to going into a meeting. Himanshu Mishra has more details on that as well. Himanshu, finally the confirmation that the JDU is parting ways with the BJP, but what is the BJP now going to do?
देखिए, बिल्कुल जो अलायंस है वो टूट चुका है और अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सामने जो है वो ऑप्शन नहीं बचा है। अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो वेट एंड वॉच की स्थिति में पहले थी वो अभी भी है। वो देखना चाहती है कि नीतीश कुमार अब आगे क्या करेंगे, क्योंकि नीतीश कुमार ने 4 बजे का राज्यपाल से जो है समय मांग लिया है और ये कहा जा रहा है कि वो अपना इस्तीफा सौंपेंगे और नई सरकार बनाने का दावा जो है वहां पर पेश करेंगे। जब वो राज्यपाल से मुलाकात करने जाएंगे तो साथ में RJD, कांग्रेस, CPML और साथ ही साथ जो है हिंदुस्तानी आवाम मोर्चा की जो पार्टी है उसका समर्थन पत्र देंगे और उनकी तरफ से ये कहा जाएगा कि मैं नई सरकार बनाने के लिए जो है अपना दावा पेश कर रहा हूं। अब देखना यह है कि क्या आज ही जो है वो शपथ ग्रहण समारोह होगा या कल शपथ ग्रहण समारोह होगा, लेकिन इतना जरूर है कि अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी और JDU की जो राह है वो बहुत अलग अलग हो चुकी है। अब इसमें कोई शंका और शुबा किसी को नहीं होना चाहिए कि दोनों एक साथ मिलकर जो है आगे चलेंगे। ये बात कल जो है इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप की तरफ से ही जो है कही गई थी कि दोनों ही JDU अब बहुत ज्यादा दिन तक जो है वो गठबंधन में नहीं रहेगा। अगले 102 दिन के अंदर जो है JDU अपने गठबंधन को तोड़ने के अनाउंस करेगा और वो बात सत्य साबित हुई है। यानी कि एक तरीके से इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप अपनी खबर की पुष्टि भी कर रहा है और दूसरी तरफ अब 4 बजे आज जब नीतीश कुमार राज्यपाल से मिलने जा रहे हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं भारतीय जनता पार्टी इसको पूरी तरीके से इनकैश करेगी कि देखिए हमने उनको 42 सीटें आने के बावजूद भी जो है अपने से आधी सीटें लगभग आने के बावजूद जो है उन्हें मुख्यमंत्री बनाया था, उनको जिम्मेदारी दी थी, उनका सम्मान दिया था, लेकिन उन्होंने धोखा दिया है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी इसको लेकर हो सकता है कि आने वाले दिनों के अंदर पूरे बिहार में किसी तरीके का अभियान चलाए, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सामने जो है 2024 का लोकसभा चुनाव भी है और 2025 में विधानसभा चुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को यहाँ पर अगर अपनी जड़ें जमानी है तो वो बहुत मजबूती के साथ अपने संगठन को और मजबूत करना होगा। और जिसको लेकर ये बात JP नड्डा ने पिछले 1 हफ्ते पहले ही जो है बिहार के अंदर कहा था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को सभी विधानसभा सीटों पर मजबूती के साथ अपने बूथ मैनेजमेंट को और स्ट्रांग करना चाहिए। तो कहीं ना कहीं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस बात का इल्म था कि JDU के साथ उसके रिश्ते जो है वो अब बहुत अच्छे नहीं है, खटास आ चुकी है, लेकिन उन्हें ये नहीं मालूम था कि जो दूरियां हैं वो खाइयों में तब्दील हो जाएंगी। और यही कारण है कि आज JDU की तरफ से भी जो है वो पूरी तरीके से गठबंधन तोड़ा गया। बैठक के अंदर RCP सिंह के कंधे पर बंदूक रखकर जो है वो गोली चलाई गई है। यानी कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ से लाई गई है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी आरसीपी के साथ मिलकर जो है वो षड्यंत्र कर रही थी कि जेडीयू को तोड़ा जाए। जिस तरीके से महाराष्ट्र में जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने शिवसेना को एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ मिलकर जो तोड़ा और उसके बाद सरकार बनाई, तो कहीं ना कहीं आरसीपी सिंह को जो है मोहरा बनाया गया है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ गठबंधन तोड़ने के लिए। एक तरीके से ये जरूर है कि जेडीयू को ये लगता है कि वो बहुत मजबूती के साथ जो है 2024 के चुनाव में जाए और जिस तरीके के जातीय समीकरण बैठते हैं उसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ से ज्यादा फायदा उनको जो है आरजेडी, कांग्रेस और सीपीएमएल के साथ लगता है। और यही कारण है कि नीतीश कुमार ने समय रहते ही जो है अपने गठबंधन को अलग कर लिया। ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि वो बहुत आहत थे कुछ बयानों को लेकर, जिस तरीके से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कुछ नेताओं ने उनकी सरकार को लेकर, उनके प्रशासनिक फैसलों को लेकर या उनकी पुलिस को लेकर सवाल उठाए, उसको लेकर वो बहुत आहत थे। लेकिन पिछले हफ्ते जब जेपी नड्डा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अध्यक्ष बिहार आए थे तब उन्होंने ये कहा था कि कोई भी क्षेत्रीय दल जो है वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सामने किसी भी राज्य में टिक नहीं पा रहा। ये बात कहीं ना कहीं अंदर खाने आहत कर गई नीतीश कुमार को। कल ये बात मुझे जेडीयू के एक बड़े वरिष्ठ नेता ने बताई थी। उन्होंने कहा था कि नीतीश कुमार इस प्रवृत्ति के नहीं है कि कोई इस तरीके का बयान दे और वो उस पर जो है खून का घूंट पी ले और चुप रह जाए। उसके बाद उनको ये लगा कि कहीं ना कहीं नीतीश कुमार, और जब आरसीपी सिंह को लेकर उनके सामने तथ्य आए तो उन्होंने ये फैसला लिया कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ अब उनको अपनी राह जो है अलग कर देनी चाहिए। जी
बिल्कुल। हिमांशु, पूछना चाहूंगी क्योंकि आपने आरसीपी सिंह की बात कही, क्या बीजेपी को ये शक था कि जेडीयू अलायंस से वॉकआउट करेगी? क्योंकि ये काफी समय से ये बातें चल रही थी कि जिस तरह से डेवलपमेंट्स हो रहे थे आरसीपी सिंह को लेके, जेडीयू को ये लग रहा था कि बीजेपी डिस्टेबलाइज करेगी सरकार को बिहार में। लेकिन क्या बीजेपी को ये शक था, ये उम्मीद थी कि जेडीयू गठबंधन तोड़ देगी?
देखिए, कहीं ना कहीं भारतीय जनता पार्टी, इसीलिए मैंने दो एग्जांपल दिए। जेपी नड्डा जब बिहार आए थे पिछले हफ्ते लास्ट वीक, तो उन्होंने ये कहा था कि 243 की 43 सीटों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मजबूती के साथ काम करना होगा और हर जगह पे आपको अपने बूथ बनाने होंगे, बूथ मैनेजमेंट को मजबूत करना है। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये मैसेज भारतीय जनता पार्टी को था कि जेडीयू जो है के साथ वो कंफर्टेबल जो है वो रिलेशन अब नहीं है, क्योंकि लगातार जो है जेडीयू के नेताओं की तरफ से भी जो है बयान आते थे। तो और साथ ही साथ अमित शाह ने एक कोर ग्रुप की बैठक के अंदर ये भी कहा कि देखिए 2024 के लिए आप फोकस कीजिए, 25 में क्या करना है नहीं करना है उसके लिए भी बहुत समय है। जब समय आएगा तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी उस पर फैसला लेगी। नीतीश कुमार ये बात अच्छी तरीके से जानते थे कि 2024 के चुनाव के बाद क्या पता भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो है तख्ता पलट कर दे उनका, और यही डर जो है नीतीश कुमार को अंदर खाने लगता भी रहा। इसीलिए जो है उन्होंने जो है अब आरजेडी के साथ, जो तेजस्वी यादव लगातार नीतीश कुमार पे हमले बोलते थे, उनके साथ हाथ मिलाना को जो बेहतर समझा। दूसरी तरफ कांग्रेस उनके साथ है। लेकिन ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि नीतीश कुमार जो है पिछले 4 से 5 महीने से जो है वो चाहते थे कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ जो उनके संबंध है वो विच्छेद हो जाए, वो खत्म हो जाए। उसको लेकर उन्होंने एक तरीके से एक चाल चली थी जातीय जनगणना को लेकर। उन्होंने कहा कि जातीय जनगणना जो है वो बिहार में होना चाहिए। बिहार बीजेपी ने इसका विरोध किया था, और लेकिन नीतीश कुमार इस बात को लेकर अड़ गए कि होगी तो होगी, बाकी दल मानने को तैयार है, आपको भी मानना होगा। लेकिन तब बात भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने नीतीश कुमार की मान ली थी और ये कहा था कि सब कुछ ठीक है। और उसी के बाद जो है ये बयान आए थे कि नीतीश कुमार के नेतृत्व में ही जो है वो 2025 तक सरकार चलेगी। तो कहीं ना कहीं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इल्म हो चुका था कि नीतीश कुमार जो है अलग जा सकते हैं, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी बिहार में इस तरीके से जो है सरकार से बाहर नहीं जाना चाहती थी। वो जेडीयू के साथ गठबंधन अगर टूटेगा तो उनको मालूम है कि ना सिर्फ बिहार में बल्कि झारखंड में या अन्य प्रदेशों में भी इसका इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा। ये बात भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मालूम है, और इसीलिए वो नीतीश कुमार की हर बात को मानने को भी तैयार रहती थी। लेकिन उसके नेता कहीं ना कहीं यदा कदा इस तरीके के बयान देते थे जो नीतीश कुमार की सरकार के ऊपर सवाल खड़े करते थे।
जी बिल्कुल हिमांशु, जैसे एज फार एज दी आरजेडी इज कंसर्न्ड, इस बार उनका बार्गेनिंग पावर इंप्रूव हो गया क्योंकि नीतीश कुमार कंप्लीटली डिपेंडेंट है अपनी कुर्सी बचाने के लिए आरजेडी और कांग्रेस और लेफ्ट अलायंस के ऊपर। हिमांशु
जी एक बार सवाल दोहराएंगे?
जी मैं पूछ रही थी कि किस तरह का बार्गेनिंग पावर, जी किस तरह का बार्गेनिंग पावर आरजेडी पे अभी वो इम्प्रूव हो गया है, क्योंकि नीतीश कुमार कंप्लीटली डिपेंडेंट है आरजेडी कांग्रेस और लेफ्ट पर अपनी कुर्सी बचाने के लिए।
देखिए कहीं ना कहीं ये जरूर खबरें आ रही हैं, छन छन कर आ रही हैं कि आरजेडी की तरफ से ये साफ मैसेज दिया गया कि होम मिनिस्ट्री जो है वो आरजेडी के पास रहेगी, यानी कि वो उसके मंत्री जो है वो तेजस्वी यादव होंगे। तो कहीं ना कहीं आरजेडी अब बार्गेन कर रही है। उनको मालूम है कि बीजेपी के साथ जो रिश्ते हैं वो बिल्कुल खत्म के कागार पर हैं और नीतीश कुमार जो है बिना आरजेडी कांग्रेस के जो है सरकार नहीं बना सकते।
हमारे साथ इंडिया टुडे's consulting editor Rajdeep Sardesai is also now joining us. Rajdeep, was this expected? Did you see this coming? And what next as far as the larger scheme of things for Nitish Kumar is concerned, given that 2024 is not too far away?
You know, this is a tough question to answer, Sneha, because with Nitish Kumar, you never know what he does next. I think it's been building up for a while in terms of the growing differences between the BJP and the JDU. And really, it's been building up since 2020 November when Nitish Kumar became Chief Minister, but his party had far fewer seats than the BJP. So it was clear that the power dynamics had changed. And clearly over these last 20 months, the BJP has been growing. Some would say at Nitish's expense. The party has been expanding its footprints deep into Bihar and trying over this period to slowly but surely capture Nitish Kumar's caste base, especially among the extremely backward castes. And we saw Nitish's reaction in the last 6 weeks. He has failed to attend a series of major functions, including the Niti Aayog meeting of chief ministers on Sunday. So clearly Nitish Kumar was signaling to the BJP leadership that he was unhappy. But as I said, with Nitish Kumar, you never know, because he's made now so many U-turns, at times claiming to stand for anti-corruption and taking on a Lalu Prasad, at other times claiming that he stands against the communal, he stands against the communal RSS, as he calls it, and he's taken on Mr. Modi in the past. So with Nitish Kumar, you're never certain till it actually happens. But yes, in the last 48 hours, it was increasingly looking likely that Nitish was planning, was looking at plan B, and his plan B is clear. It is to tie up with the RJD and the Congress. Look, I think the larger picture, Sneha, somewhere is that Bihar, in my view, remains the last state where the battle of Mandal and Kamandal is still being fought. If you look at neighboring UP, the BJP has dominated UP now for the last decade, winning election after election. But in Bihar, as we saw in 2015, the BJP was defeated by the Nitish Lalu combined, and in 2020 also, RJD emerged as the single largest party. So Bihar is one of the last states where the BJP cannot claim to have got the only Hindi heartland state, in fact, where the BJP has never got a majority of its own. So therefore, there is a large anti-BJP space, and Nitish Kumar is now attempting to use it again to ensure his political survival, even if it means tying up with his one-time friend turned foe turned friend turned foe called Lalu Yadav. So look, Nitish Kumar's U-turns mean, in my view, he's greatly diminished as a politician. This is not the challenger to Modi that we saw in 2013, but a politician looking for political survival. And I think the move that he's made is purely about survival. And if there was any trigger for it, Sneha, it was possibly what happened in Maharashtra. I think with the BJP breaking the Shiv Sena, forming a government in Maharashtra, Nitish may have feared that it could well be his turn next. And he decided to preempt any possible BJP move to bring down his government. And that perhaps is the only explanation one has for the timing of what Nitish Kumar has done. You put it well that 2024 is not too long away. Possibly this alliance will last till then. But I think it will have greater resonance in a state election, Nitish plus Lalu, than it will have in a national election where they will have to deal with the Modi factor and elections become much more presidential.
You know, also Rajdeep, this alliance once again, I mean, if at all there is going to be an alliance now, Mahagathbandhan 2.0, what does this really mean for the RJD, given that Lalu Prasad is really out of the picture. It's pretty much Tejasvi Yadav running the show. This time around, the RJD also gets a lot of elbow room in terms of what they asked from Nitishkumar, the kind of bargaining power that they will enjoy, given that Nitish's future now solely depends on support from the Congress and the RJD and the left.
Absolutely, and a very good point there. The fact is, again, just as the power dynamics change between Nitishkumar and the BJP post the 2020 Bihar verdict, they will now change between Nitishkumar, RJD and the Congress, particularly with the RJD. RJD is the single largest party in the Bihar Assembly. We are told that they are demanding the Home Ministry and the Speakership. Nitishkumar will be reluctant to give up the Home Ministry, certainly, but the RJD could well get its own Speaker, and you're right, the RJD will try and dictate terms to whatever extent possible. Look, for the RJD, this is like bonus. You know, a bit like what happened with the NCP in Maharashtra. When Uddhav Thackeray tied up with Sharad Pawar's NCP, for Sharad Pawar, it gave him another lease of life, even as at the age of 80. Similarly, for Lalu, who's been maintaining ill health, has been in and out of jail in the fodder scam case, this gives him at least another stab at power sharing. And yes, while Tejasvi will be the face, make no mistake, Lalu will be the politician who will be looking at the situation unfolding very closely. For Tejasvi Yadav, it's an opportunity in a way to prove himself in government, in governance. But these alliances, often short-term opportunistic alliances, have a limited shelf life. My own view is the politics of for Nitish and Lalu is subject now to the diminishing returns. Nitish has been Chief Minister of Bihar for most of the last 17 years, will be sworn in for an 8th time, a national record. But I think that his vote base is gradually eroding, and Lalu Prasad or Tejasvi have not been really able to grow their vote base either. So actually what you are seeing in Bihar, I believe, is a transitional phase. A political vacuum is there. The BJP hopes to exploit it. And interestingly, the likes of Prashant Kishore, the political analyst who plans a Padayatra from October, will also be trying to sort of suggest new options for Bihar. I believe that eventually the Nitish-Lalu era is slowly but surely coming to an end. So I don't see them sustaining for an extended period. So I really believe that this is possibly Nitish's last shot at political survival.
Rajdeep, be with us. I'll just come back to you. Before that, I'm just going to go across to Rohit for a quick update on what's really happening on the ground. Remember, Rohit has been reporting from Rabri Devi's house, where the RJD was in fact in a meeting, and there were Congress leaders, Congress MLAs also present. Rohit, any more updates that you can share with us as far as today's meeting at 4 o'clock is concerned?
Well, the meeting of Mahagathbandhan MLAs are over at Rabri Devi's residence, and what we are being told that all the MLAs are having lunch inside, and outside we can show you here pictures that there is anticipation as far as the RJD workers are concerned, supporters are concerned. You see there are hundreds of RJD party supporters, workers who have started gathering outside Rabri Devi's residence. And obviously they are extremely joyous at this point of time that the party is returning to power after 5 years. In 2017, Nitishkumar dumped RJD to forge alliance with the BJP, but 5 years down the line, something similar is happening, but this time again Nitishkumar has done BJP to ally with RJD. And let's get a reaction from some of the RJD workers, what they have to say. आरजेडी 5 साल के बाद सत्ता में आ रही है, क्या कहेंगे आप लोग?
क्या कहें, सत्ता में तो पहले ही आ गए थे, मेहमानी करके रख लिए थे सत्ता, अब सत्ता फिर वापस आ रहा है, अब देखिए काम कैसे होता है।
अब नीतीश कुमार पर भरोसा होगा आप लोग को? 17 में तो छोड़ के चले गए थे
ना, वो छोड़ के चले गए थे, हम लोग तो नहीं गए थे छोड़ के,
वापस आ रहे हैं, तो आप लगता है क्यों रहेंगे?
गलती तो इंसान से होवे करता है, जब गलती मान ले तो नया
अपने घर में आ रहे हैं,
अपने घर में आ रहे हैं। 17 में छोड़ के लेकिन चले गए थे।
आना जाना लगा रहता है, लोगों का घर में मनमुटाव होते रहता है, क्या
होते रहता है?
छोटा भाई बड़ा भाई झगड़ा नहीं होता है, होते रहता है झगड़ा,
अच्छा
फिर दोनों साथ रहेंगे। भाई का भी
मंत्री जीत में है, देश जीत में है, पूरे
देश हित में हो रहा है ये फैसला,
सफाया हो जाएगा।
आप भी आरजेडी के सपोर्टर हैं?
कट्टर सपोर्टर है।
कट्टर सपोर्टर है।
हाँ।
कट्टर सपोर्टर को क्या लगता है 5 साल के बाद सत्ता में आ रहे हैं आप लोग फिर से?
जो हम लोग चुनाव के समय वादा किए थे वो वादा पूरा होगा और पूरा बिहार का युवा खुशी से मैं जय जय है कि अब हमारा वादा पूरा होगा और नौकरी मुझे मिलेगा।
अच्छा, तेजस्वी ने जो वादा किया था कि 10 लाख रोजगार देंगे, आपको लगता है वादा पूरा होगा?
एकदम पूरा होगा। हम लोग लालूवादी हैं, जो बोलते हैं वो करते हैं।
There you see, Sneha, the RJD supporters, workers, they've all gathered outside Rabri Devi's residence, and they are saying that, okay, it's fine that Nitish Kumar dumped RJD in 2017, but in a household, such things happen when there's fight between two brothers. That here, in this case, Lalu Prasad and Nitish Kumar is concerned, happens, but now they are saying that it's sort of a ghar wapsi for Nitish Kumar, and they are extremely joyous and they are hopeful that the promise Tejasvi Yadav made during 2020 assembly elections of providing 10 lakh government jobs, that promise will be fulfilled. Sneha.
Yes. Rohit, coming back to you in a bit from now, going across straight once again to Rajdeep. How will the split really help Nitish Kumar in the longer run is the question, or is this going to be counterproductive? Rajdeep.
You know, as I said, I do believe that in the short run, Nitish stands to benefit, and in the short run, I mean the next year, it ensures his immediate political survival. But beyond that, the BJP is the dominating party of the Hindi heartland. It will continue to expand, continue to erode, I believe, even in Bihar, into Nitish's vote bank. And really, what does Nitish Kumar now go and tell the people when he's tied up twice with the BJP and Mr. Modi at different times, then goes back to Lalu Prasad and the RJD and ties up twice with them, once 2015, now in 2022. His decision to leave the RJD in 2017, there has been no real explanation from that beyond suggesting that the RJD was engaging in corruption, which he would not tolerate. He's going back to the same RJD. So the U-turns of Nitish Kumar mean that he is a greatly diminished politician in terms of his credibility. While he may ensure his temporary longevity, his temporary continuance in power, his longevity is not assured. To my mind, therefore, Nitish is fighting his last battle. He's taking a gamble. There's been talk about how Nitish could be positioned as an opposition challenger to Mr. Modi in 2024. But we heard, Sneha, the same talk in 2013-14 as well. And you know what happened in that election. To my mind, therefore, Nitish Kumar is fighting with his back to the wall. He's a singular figure, a bit of a political loner, who's always had to depend on someone else to stay in power. And I just wonder how long that formula can succeed. It can succeed so long as there is this large anti-BJP space and you have the likes of Lalu Prasad still relevant in Bihar politics. But if I were to look at a long-term horizon of 5-10 years, I think the politics that both Nitish and Lalu have practiced over the years is subject to the law of diminishing returns in Bihar. Bihar is actually heading towards a political vacuum, which in the next 5-10 years may see the emergence, I believe, of new leaderships.
And what does this really mean for the BJP, given that things have come to a, in a place where the BJP really today, Rajdeep, has got no options. We've been talking to our reporters and they say, what is the BJP now going to do when Nitish Kumar has decided to walk out? In the longer run, what kind of renewed aggression on the ground do you really expect from the BJP?
Good question. The fact is, as I said earlier, the Bihar remains the only Hindi heartland state where the BJP has never got a majority of its own. If you just turn the clock back to 2010, when Nitish and the BJP came to power with an overwhelming majority for the first time in Bihar, it was JDU, Nitish's party, which was clearly the dominant engine, and the BJP was in the back seat. Now that's changed. The BJP in 2020 showed that it was now the dominant partner in this alliance with Nitish Kumar. So I think the BJP's game is more long-term in Bihar to consolidate its positions and grow at the extent of expense of the old Mandalite parties. In the short run, I do believe this is a setback for the BJP, just as their ability to split the Sena and form a government there was a huge advantage. What's happened in Bihar, make no mistake, is clearly a bit of a setback. Only 10 days ago, Amit Shah and JP Nadda were in Patna addressing Bihar BJP members, and there they said that they would go into the 2024 elections with Nitish Kumar. So clearly in their calculus, Nitish was still very much part of the NDA alliance. So this will be seen as a bit of a setback in the short run. But I do believe in the long run, the BJP will believe that if they can discredit Nitish Kumar and Lalu Prasad or Tejasvi Yadav, then they can slowly erode the Mandal space in Bihar as well, and thereby become the party number one of Bihar. They've done the same thing in Maharashtra. They are trying to capture the space of the Shiv Sena there to emerge as Maharashtra's party number one. Here they hope to capture the space of the JDU and the RJD. Remember, even in 2020, the accusations were there that the BJP was using the likes of Chirag Paswan to actually diminish the JDU. The BJP strategy long term has always been regional allies have to be used and eventually discarded, and that space must be occupied by the BJP. Along with social engineering, that is the broad philosophy that the Modi-Shah model comes with. And you can look at this state after state where allies have either deserted the BJP or have been diminished as a result of tying up with the BJP. So I don't see anything different in Bihar. But it will be difficult because, as I said earlier, Bihar is the last state where there is a Mandal versus Kamandal battle, where caste assertive forces do matter, where leaders like Nitish and Lalu can't be overnight virtually marginalized. They still remain relevant. And therefore, while these leaders remain relevant, the battle will continue. But over time, the BJP, with its sustained long-term strategy, its attempt to prop up a new generation of backward caste leaders, will, in my view, become a major player in Bihar. It already is, but will try and become a dominant player. Will that happen in 2025? We don't know. But there are those within the RSS who think long term and say at least by 2030 we'll have our own government in Bihar. So it'll be now for the next generation, for Tejasvi Yadav in particular. Remember, JDU doesn't know who succeeds Nitish Kumar in that party, but can Tejasvi on his own hold on to take on the BJP? Huge question mark on that as well. Plus the Congress is a completely diminished marginal force in Bihar politics. So I would say net, the BJP is playing long term. In the short term, they may lose out. In the long term, they still remain a relevant player.
Rajdeep, it doesn't really help Nitish Kumar that he walked out of the alliance talking about corruption charges against Lalu Yadav and then just goes ahead and joins hands with him once again. The BJP, of course, is going to amplify the hypocrisy. The tag of Jungle Raj associated with the RJD is not something that RJD, even under the leadership of Tejasvi Yadav, has been able to shake off, isn't it?
Absolutely. This is the problem for Nitish Kumar, that, you can be a practiced trapeze artist. My friend, our colleague Rahul Srivastav described him as the Nadia Comaneci, the gymnast of Indian politics. And that's what he's been. He's been doing these gymnastics now for the last 17 years. And there comes a time when you finally fall off the balance beam. And I think slowly but surely, Nitish Kumar's credibility is falling off the balance beam. His only advantage is twofold. One, that there is no immediate replacement for him within the broad Mandal leadership. And B, the likes of Lalu Prasad also face their own, his potential Mandal rivals face their own problems from court cases to corruption. For Nitish Kumar, therefore, to tie up with Tejasvi today reveals the bankruptcy of options available to him, the fact that he can no longer take the high moral ground, the fact that at the end of the day, Sneha, he's been exposed, I think, as just another political survivor. This is not a politician who can claim the high moral ground as he did in 2013 when he took on Mr. Modi and said, I'm going to take on what he said was the communal face of the BJP. At that time, a lot of the secular forces were propping up Nitish Kumar as their great hope. Now they too have been in a way disillusioned when Nitish went back to the BJP in 2017. Now having done all these U-turns, who's left? Which is that constituency today, Sneha, which will regard Nitishkumar as a credible challenger to Mr. Modi? And those who are, I believe, will be clutching at straws.
Yes, I wanted to ask you that. Does he still fancy himself really as a challenger to Modi in 2 years from now, Rajdeep? Does he have national ambitions? But national ambitions apart, there has to be a vision as well. Is there a vision? And does Nitish still feel that he could be a challenger to Modi in 2 years from now?
Sneha, when he first came to power, and particularly between 2005 and 10, he projected himself as Sushashan Babu, as the man who would bring good governance to Bihar, rid it of the Jungle Raj tag, and to some extent he succeeded, especially on law and order, road building. Nitish Kumar's first term on law and order marked a huge departure from the Lalu Prasad Rabri era. Therefore, that gave him a lot of political equity. Now, when you've gone back to Lalu Prasad, when in between you departed from Mr. Modi and went back to him, while Nitish may still have the faint ambition of being seen as this challenger to Mr. Modi nationally, my own sense is that it will be a weakened challenge, because the questions will be raised time and again. Why did you leave the Lalu Prasad alliance in 2017? And now why are you rejoining it? And on both counts, I don't think Nitish Kumar has a proper explanation. But look, in politics, there are opportunists and there are opportunists. And Nitish Kumar, to be fair to him, has never missed an opportunity to miss an opportunity. So I think he sensed an opportunity here again to ensure his political survival, worried that an expansionist dominating BJP could swallow him up tomorrow. And that, I think, explains what he's done today. Whether he can emerge as a challenger in 2024, well, there'll be others like Mr. Kejriwal, Mamta Banerjee, the Gandhi family. They may have their own, thoughts on that. I just think I maintain the Nitish of 2022 is not the Nitish of 2013, and therefore to see him as a prospective challenger, even though he may see himself in that role, I think is clutching at straws again.
Rajdeep, a while ago, we did get a sense from our reporters on the ground on how the UPA chairperson's post is going to be open once again, and that given Congress's reduced footprint across the country, that is going to be up for grabs, and Nitish would want to see him in that position essentially. This is something that you are talking about, but like you said, there are just way too many people who would want to see themselves there as leading the alliance, leading all of these parties. There are way too many splits within the opposition, like we've seen, and in the last few days also it's just become so evident when it came to the president elections, when it came to the elections of the vice president also, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. I think all these opposition parties are now at the moment scrambling for their own survival. Whether it is Mamta Banerjee in Bengal, who faces now in the aftermath of what happened in the Partha Chatterjee case, she also is facing battles on various fronts. The TRS, Telangana Rashtra Samiti, faces a major election next year. The BJP is trying to make inroads in Telangana as well. If you look across the country, in Maharashtra, of course, the most recent example where the opposition, particularly the Shiv Sena, now faces an existential crisis. In each of these states, these opposition parties first have to get their act together in their home state to ensure survival before they are seen as national challengers to Mr. Modi in a general election. I think the BJP's bigger challenge in a state like Bihar, Sneha, will be to defeat a combined Nitish-Lalu force in a state election. That's not easy. As we saw in 2015, the sheer arithmetic of that alliance, the sheer caste arithmetic as well as the caste combinations that come together can make life very difficult for the BJP. UP and Bihar, I think that's the difference. In UP, the BJP has successfully got Mandal and Mandir to work together to their advantage. I think in Bihar, that has still not happened. It's still work in progress. So I think in a sense, the opposition in Bihar at least, or Nitish Lalu in Bihar, will believe that they've dealt a bit of a blow to the BJP, and they have. But nationally, I still think that the BJP remains the dominant party as long as these regional parties are stuck in their own issues, and the Congress, crucially, is not showing signs of revival. Let's be honest, eventually the biggest pan-India opposition brand remains the Congress. And if the Congress doesn't show any revival, I don't see how even Nitish switching sides really revives the Congress. It may revive opposition spirits which were down after what happened in Maharashtra, but I don't think it revives the opposition nationally, Sneha.
My colleague Rajdeep Sardesai joining us live. We have Ashutosh Mishra joining us from outside Rabri Devi's residence, and Rahul Srivastav, National Affairs Editor, joining us. I just want to dip into Ashutosh Mishra for a moment to get us all the action that is going on outside Rabri Devi's residence.
Good afternoon, Chaiti. And yes, it is a moment for rejoice for the RJD workers. Well, this morning when I reached here at Rabri Devi's residence, it was deserted. Barring few policemen, just handfuls of their number. Over the hours, suddenly if you see 10, 20, 50, 100, and so is the number of police personnel who have been deployed. Clearly, the system, administration, the police force, they are the first to sense what is happening in their state, where the power is going to. Now, there is a political contrast that I'm also seeing here, right at this residence, that just on 7th August, look at these giant posters of Tejasvi Yadav, who was leading the front of opposition camp of RJD, the Communist Party, and the Congress, registering protest against Nitish Kumar over the issue of inflation, unemployment, corruption, flood. And that's the Tejasvi Yadav in this giant poster, protesting against Nitish Kumar. And this is on 7th of August. Just matter of few hours or just with less than a week, now you see the same Tejasvi Yadav is going to join the cabinet with Nitish Kumar when the new government is formed. Similarly, the BJP, which has been showering praises for Nitish Kumar on certain issues, barring few leaders who were in critics, and that annoyed Nitish Kumar. Largely the praising over the law and order issue, several other issues for Nitish Kumar, will be sitting in opposition and criticizing Nitish Kumar till, his leftover tenure in the state of Bihar. But for now, there is totally a new game plan, and very smoothly. Look at the smooth transition that Nitish Kumar did in Bihar. And for Congress, what we are hearing, that portfolio allocation, everything was done so smoothly that Nitish Kumar becomes the chief minister, Tejasvi Yadav takes the home department and certain key portfolios, and the Congress may have its speaker in the house. So everything so smoothly has been done in Bihar that the arch rival, the opponents, and those people had differences within the coalition could not even sense that this extreme step Nitish Kumar will take. But then again, it's a circle of politics that 21 months in 2015 he formed government with RJD. There was split. He went and joined NDA. Yet again he forms a government in 2019. Just some around 21 months, more than 20 months, and yet again Nitish Kumar splits from NDA, joins hand with RJD. You cannot really predict. Till yesterday, the arch rival are going to be the new friends. Till yesterday, the friends are going to be the arch rival. This is what the political shape is taking in Bihar. Chaiti, right
continue
here,
to be
the
with us
RJD
right there.
Ashutosh
Continue to be with us right there. Rajdeep Sardesai and Rahul Srivastav both are on this particular broadcast, and on your screens right now, you can see the pointers, Rajdeep's take on this entire issue. And hence now, I'd like to go to Rahul Srivastav as well, our National Affairs Editor, to get his take on this entire issue. Rahul, what is your take on this entire potboiler right there in Bihar? Let's begin with that.
You see, Chaiti, I think it's not really a potboiler, because one knows that Nitish Kumar is bound to do something like this. Now, as Rajdeep was saying earlier, that there is a question of credibility. I think there is also a question of predictability. And it was predictable. See, the day Nitish Kumar's party won 45 seats, which is nearly 32 seats lesser than the BJP, and still the BJP, in an attempt to show that it is following coalition dharma, made Nitish Kumar the chief minister. Remember, at that time, the BJP was facing a lot of charges of not doing well as far as its allies are concerned. It had problems with Shiv Sena just 1 year back. In Maharashtra, TDP had walked out of the NDA in 2018. So it was facing problems that the BJP can't manage allies. One. Second, The BJP knows that in Bihar, in 2020, it won more seats than Nitish Kumar. It was the second largest number of seats. But still, the BJP's caste bouquet was not complete. Now, since the BJP's caste bouquet to win a state on its own, like UP, was not complete, it needed certain time and being in power as the two basic ingredients. Now, what the BJP did right on the first day of the swearing in, it brought in somebody like a Rama Devi, for example. Rama Devi was brought in as Deputy Chief Minister. She belongs to the Nonia caste, which is an EBC, that is the extremely backward caste. The idea of the BJP was that over the next 5 years with Nitish Kumar or whatever time the government lasts, somebody like a Rama Devi will help the BJP make inroads into the EBC vote bank, which is controlled largely by Nitish Kumar. And that's his USP. Now, a few days back when Mr. Amit Shah and Mr. JP Nadda went to Bihar, they held core group meetings. They told their workers that there are for all the seats, 230 odd, let's start preparing, let's fight the battle, let's create ground for ourselves. There was a very clear signal that the BJP is planning to expand, and it could well be at the cost of Nitish Kumar. Now, what Mr. Nitish Kumar's problem here is that he knows that the Lalu Prasad Yadav and his RJD have a very fixed, good vote bank. They are number one in the state. The BJP is planning to expand while he controls a very limited vote, and he needs to continue playing. What Nitish Kumar has eventually decided that he will play the next game. Play the next game in which he has now unsettled the BJP. In 2015, he unsettled the BJP once. Then in 2017, he unsettled the RJD equations. You see, each time there is an alliance, a political ally has to realign its equations, start working on the drawing board all over again. So every 2-3 years, you find Nitish Kumar changing tack, doing a somersault. And with that, what Nitish Kumar has done is that he has unsettled the BJP all over again. The BJP was proving to a very tough ally, questions being asked. The speaker was challenging the chief minister on the floor of the house. Now what has happened? If he takes in RJD as an ally, Tejasvi will be his deputy chief minister, much easier political entity to tackle than a BJP in a coalition. He can plan for the next 1 year at least to survive with this government and then maybe plan ahead. My take is that Nitish Kumar plays this unsettling game using his USP and control over a certain vote bank. He always plays for the next game of his own. And that's what is Nitish Kumar's game.
Absolutely. Rahul, thanks for those inputs. Stay with us. Rajdeep is also joining us on this broadcast. Rajdeep, one of your takes, which is running on our screens, ends up saying that this particular development will be a setback for the Bharatiya Janata Party for 2024. Why do you say that? Because state elections and national elections are fought very differently.
Look, I'm saying that in the short term, it's a setback to the extent that now the BJP is faced with a formidable caste coalition. The BJP may find it easier to take on this caste coalition in a general election in 2024 than in a potential state election in 2025. But either way, it, as Rahul says, unsettles the BJP, forces it to go back to the drawing board and once again work for a 51% election as it did in Uttar Pradesh in 2019 when Mayawati and Akhilesh had tied up together. Now, it's much more difficult in Bihar because the BJP doesn't have the same strike rate in Bihar that it had in Uttar Pradesh. The politics of Bihar is still work in progress. There are still caste combinations that the BJP will need to really erode and capture. It has already done so in UP. Even within the Yadav community in UP, you will see the BJP has made impressive strides. In Bihar, on the other hand, Lalu Prasad and his son Tejasvi remain the tallest leaders of the Yadavs. The Muslim vote is rock solid with the RJD. The fact is a large chunk of the extremely backward caste, who I believe are the key to the future of Bihar's politics, have remained with Nitish Kumar. They could desert him in the future, but they haven't fully deserted him yet. So therefore, the challenge for the BJP in the short run, and I look at the short run up to 24-25, is greater. I am not saying that eventually in the long run this will not benefit the BJP. I do believe it will. I also make that point that the BJP is playing for the long term in Bihar. They are looking at a situation where what will happen to the JDU post Nitish and the slow discrediting of the Yadav family will eventually open up political spaces in Bihar, which the BJP can occupy as the dominant party of Bihar. So I think in the long run, the credibility crisis faced by Nitish Kumar and the corruption charges that will continue to haunt Lalu Prasad and his family mean that the BJP will sense an opportunity in Bihar as well. But fighting elections in Bihar on your own without having the right caste combinations is never easy. While it appeared that BJP had now become the dominant partner over Nitish in recent elections, and 2020 was a good example, the truth is they needed each other. The truth is the BJP needed the leadership of Nitish Kumar. They may now be looking at a post-Nitish leadership. That process will get accelerated. But I think you will have a fight in Bihar now in 2024.
That's a very interesting perspective right there. Rahul is also with us on this broadcast. Rahul, what are the implications now for the regional players in Bihar?
Chethi, I think the politics of Bihar will remain unsettled. See, Nitish Kumar might have dumped the BJP because he was wary of few elements, like one, the BJP's plans to expand. I think there was also, Nitish Kumar must have watched the BJP demolish political rivals and ex-allies in Maharashtra and in Madhya Pradesh, or even say Chirag Paswan in Bihar. Chirag Paswan went away from the NDA because of Nitish Kumar's seat-sharing agreement with the BJP. Eventually, what happened to Chirag Paswan, that he lost most of his MPs. In Lok Sabha, they have broken away from him. Now, in that scenario, eventually Nitish Kumar acted against RCP Singh, one of his old confidants at one time, because he did not want RCP Singh to grow to a point that he becomes a Eknath Shinde, what Eknath Shinde was in Maharashtra. So he has nipped it at the bud. What Nitish Kumar, for Nitish Kumar, I think it's always the next election. Why I say that he unsettles and he always looks at the next elections, is that in if you look at the results of 2013, 2015, he joined hands with the Mahagathbandhan. He won 71 seats. RJD tally was 80. The BJP came down from 91 to 53. That was because Nitish Kumar fought with the Gathbandhan. Interestingly, in 2019 Lok Sabha, he went with the BJP. He won 16 seats. The BJP won 17. And Lalu Prasad Yadav was 0. Now, it is just one element that Nitish Kumar vote bank is a very, very nifty vote bank which can help any big political party like RJD or the BJP. There is a joke going around in Bihar कि बिहार में 2 गाड़ियां हैं और 1 ड्राइवर है. Nitish Kumar can get on to any of the buses, and he's not impacted by the ideological side which his ally is. Now, I think there will be a lot of turmoil ahead because...
one second.
Remember,
sorry about the interruption. Rajdeep Sardesai wants to come in on this broadcast. Rajdeep?
No. I just wanted to carry forward what Rahul said with a line that I've often heard in Bihar in the last 15 years. ऐसा कोई सगा नहीं जिसको नीतीश ने ठगा नहीं. And we can go back to George Fernandez, who for a while in the 1990s was Nitish's mentor. And we can come to many others over the years, RCP Singh being the latest. Nitish has used politicians for his own political advancement. Some would say that's successful politicians. He even used a Prashant Kishore, some would argue. But the fact is, he has ensured his own advancement. A senior police officer in Bihar told me today, देखो, बिहार में कौन मुख्यमंत्री होता है वो तय है, कौन डेप्यूटी बनता है वो कभी तय नहीं है पिछले 15 साल में. So Nitish remains, who remains his deputy keeps changing. So he's, with a limited caste base. I think we have to understand that unlike Lalu Prasad, who had the support of a 15-16% Yadav caste base, that's a huge caste base to have. Nitish's Kurbi community is 7-8%. So that was never enough for him to propel himself to becoming this total Mandal revolutionary. But let's give him one credit. Unlike the Lalus and other leaders of the socialist left combined, Nitish himself never encouraged dynastical politics. And that's a big difference. Nitish did not play dynastical politics like many other mandal or most other mandal parties have. So he has strengths, he has liabilities. But listening to Rahul, I thought I would remember that old ditty of Bihar. And there are lovely ones, of course, in Bihar. Jab tak samose mein aloo hai, tab tak Bihar mein lalu hai. And you can never write out Lalu Prasad. Similarly, never write off Nitish Kumar. Aisa koi saga nahi, jisko Nitish ne thaga nahi.
So obviously, Rahul, Rajdeep seems to be in a mood right there. You have some more for us like that.
You see, no, what I was making a point that, see what happens here. Nitish has done it too often now.
Yeah.
Remember that the vote last time around also for Nitish Kumar was not just because Nitish Kumar is Nitish Kumar. It was also because he depicted a change which he brought about in his earlier tenure as Chief Minister away from the Lalu Raj. And in that Lalu Raj, Nitish Kumar made Sushasana as his benchmark. Now, in that, if he's last time around, when he dumped Tejasvi Yadav as his Deputy Chief Minister because there was a CBI case against him because of the IRCTC tenders. Now, in that scam, he targeted Tejasvi Yadav, who was apparently 14 years old at the time when the incident had happened. Now, in that, he took a stand against the corruption that RJD brings to governance. And then he walked out of the coalition and joined hands with the BJP. Now, Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav, in his autobiography, Gopalganj to Raisina, My Political Journey, he says that in 95-96, he had coined a phrase to explain Nitish's split personality, कि Nitish के पेट में दांत नहीं, दांत हैं. That means Nitish cannot be trusted. Then he says in this that he is a bandar who swings from one branch to another.
Okay.
Now, in his book, he also says that 6-7 months after the government was formed in 2017, Nitish Kumar actually sent Prashant Kishore, that's what Lalu says, to Lalu Prasad Yadav asking if RJD would be ready. So way back in 2017, Nitish was plotting a divorce with the BJP, which he has done today. Now, Lalu called him Palturam, Lalu called him a lot of things. How will the public perceive it? That is an issue because RJD still has issues with governance, one. Nitish Kumar is discrediting himself. The BJP will go to town now saying that this is what the Nitish Kumar has done to a mandate which was given to the JDU, BJP combined. And that's where lies, yes, BJP definitely it's a setback as I said earlier. But remember that in 2014, the JDU and BJP were not together. At that time, JDU was fighting against the BJP. That time, with LJP and RLSP, the BJP had won 31 of the 40 seats. It's a different, Lok Sabha is going to be a different ball game. Then the very idea of Nitish Kumar emerging as a prime ministerial candidate, because he has got some kind of a Teflon coating against the kind of allies he keeps. The fact is that a Mamata Banerjee rules Bengal with a complete majority, having decimated the BJP to 70 seats. She is a good claimant. She is deciding who the presidential candidate of the opposition will be in Yashwant Sira. What about Arvind Kejriwal? Arvind Kejriwal is a startup who became unicorn by becoming the first regional player in the country to win a second state. So what about Arvind Kejriwal? So that space is going to get crowded and Nitish Kumar is not going to find it very easy. I think Bihar is in for tremendous churn and one will have to wait and see what Nitish Kumar does ahead of 2024. Remember, last time with the BJP, he did very well. Will he do another palti? One will have to wait and see.
Absolutely. Continue to be with us right there. Ashutosh Mishra, I believe, has some updates from us. He's getting us ground reports. Ashutosh, I'm throwing straight across to you for the updates that you have for us.
Chaiti, all these MLAs, so it was an earlier meeting called only by the RJD, but later the left and the Congress also joined in. Eventually, it's a Mahagadbandhan meeting that is happening at Rabri Davis residence. The caterers have been calling. So what I'm hearing that 4 o'clock when Nitish Kumar leaves for the Raj Bhawan, Tejasvi Yadav along with the MLAs, the RJD MLAs, the Gadbandhan MLA, they're all gonna join the cavalcade with the CM and possibly the next Deputy CM or the Home Minister to the Raj Bhavan. So that's what the planning is underway at the moment. The number of the supporters here at Rabri Davis residence is growing further because now they are pretty sure that soon they will be so they'll be in power after the, in 2017 disaster that happened. Nitish Kumar once left, again joined the BJP, and yet again he's leaving BJP, coming back with RJD. This is what is happening. I think Tej Pratap Yadav, every often and then almost 4 to 5 times since morning he had surfaced. Every time he's just coming out, first morning when he came out, wished on Muharram, then several questions were asked, he refuses to speak any, and that's Tej Pratap Yadav perhaps in these vehicles. Of course, he's also going to be playing crucial role in the cabinet. Well, these are the leaders and the officials are arriving at Rabri Devi's residence. For now, everyone is just waiting at 4 o'clock when the resignation will be handed over to the governor by the chief minister, and the claim will be, formed for the next government in Bihar. But very crucial is the stand for the BJP, that what is left for them in this state, what BJP does further. When it comes to the supporters, there was almost a joke that's going around here that look, now central agencies will enter in Bihar. The Bihar will also see the same what is happening in Bengal, what is happening in Maharashtra. So of course, many mouth, many talk, that's what's happening in Bihar. But for now, everyone is just waiting for the development that will start taking place from 4 o'clock. But the smooth transition that Nitish carried out in Bihar, perhaps giving example to the political parties, and also the message, no permanent friend, no permanent enemy. Once he betrayed the alliance, there was allegation you betrayed it. He convinced his electorate and the people. Yet again, he's doing the same. He'll successfully convey his mandate, his people, his state, his supporters. Chaiti.
Absolutely. An inside track of Nitish Kumar huddle on your screens right now. That's the breaking news. Nitish in JDU meeting says BJP has insulted us. That's the big breaking news that is flashing on your screens right now. This is the inside track coming in of Nitish Kumar huddle. Ashutosh still continues to be with us right there. Ashutosh, get us up to speed with the developments and the inside track further than what I've already mentioned about the first reaction of Nitish Kumar on the BJP split, saying that the BJP has betrayed us, insulted us. That's the point that they are making. What are you picking up from your sources on this front?
Well, this has been quite vocal statement within the JDU. They have been saying, of course, not off record and, so boldly. Even, in fact, Lallan Singh's press conference, they also indicated and, of course, indirectly accusing the BJP that how they were almost finished up. There was almost orchestrated and the design using Chirag Paswan for this. And that's the sweets. I think this is arriving here at Rabri Devi's residence. These are the sweet box that now going inside the Rabri Devi's, the residence where all the MLAs are still in the meeting with the MLAs of the Mahagathbandhan Congress, RJD and the left front. But yes, Nitish Kumar, while addressing the party workers, said that we have been betrayed, and even several occasions like yesterday's press conference at Lallan Singh said that how there was a totally design made for the loss of the JDU in the assembly elections, and then one after one several instances how certain allegations were leveled against JDU, and there was almost a conspiracy against JDU, and in fact they were at extent saying that how RCP was used as another Eknath Shinde of Bihar, and there could be possibly repeat of Maharashtra in the state of Bihar. In fact, there is also strong buzz within the JDU that how several MLAs complained that they were lured, and that audio tapes also reached to Nitish Kumar, and that annoyed him perhaps that he was forced to take such extreme step walking out of the ND and the split. But for now, the supporters of the RJD, those who are here, this is a moment for them. They have been working with Tejasvi Yadav, and perhaps one of the only opposition leader in the states where he, ever since he lost the elections, although yet again becoming a single largest party, on the street, he was on the street taking on Nitish Kumar and the BJP government on the key issues, be it the law and order situation, corruption, flood issues, unemployment, inflation, almost every issue he has been taking aggressively and very vocal against Nitish Kumar. And now the contrast is that he will be joining the chair, joining the power with Nitish Kumar, maybe just a matter of few hours from now.
Absolutely. And they also further gone on to say that BJP conspired to weaken us. That's the first reaction of Nitish Kumar coming on the split with the BJP. Ashutosh, if you could just explain to our viewers this conspiracy that the JDU is talking about at this point.
Well, the biggest factor that was talked within the JDU, and they have been telling us that there was some conspiracy to weaken the JDU in a way, like just repeat of Maharashtra, what happened with Shiv Sena using Eknath Shinde was RCP that factor. And when RCP has been saying that it was approval of Nitish Kumar when he became the union minister, but gradually in the JDU it was said that since he had very close ties with the BJP and despite Nitish Kumar's approval, he became the union minister. And that perhaps when he retired from the Rajya Sabha, Nitish Kumar did not give him extension, and that perhaps then you have seen the vocal aggression from RCP against Nitish Kumar. Another round when several instances of a law and order issue took place, you have seen BJP leaders including Giriraj Singh, Sanjay Jaiswal escalating attack against Nitish Kumar, including the school incident that happened in Kishanganj. Giriraj Singh at extent saying whether there are going to be Sharia law in Bihar. So on the law and order issues also, when such target came on Nitish Kumar, but besides that, several other.
The same question also, to put it into perspective, Ashutosh, be with us right there. I want to take this across to the National Affairs editor Rahul Srivastav and his reading of the first reaction that is coming. Nitish in the JDU meeting, Rahul Srivastav has said that the BJP insulted us. He further goes on to say that they conspired to weaken us. How do you put this into perspective and what do you reckon the reasons are?
You see, there was definitely a lot happening in Bihar right since the BJP and JDU combined came to power in 2020. See, the problem was that the BJP was a senior player and it handed over the chief ministership to Nitish Kumar, a junior player in terms of number of seats. And this kind of political friction is always there. Remember, I will say one thing, that Nitish Kumar always finds a good, strong, visible reason to split away from his alliance partner. It's very strange that just a few days back he supported Draupadi Murmu and NDA candidate. Suddenly he does not attend the swearing-in ceremony of Draupadi Murmu or a Niti Aayog meeting. Nitish Kumar has been finding reasons, always credible ones, which may be seemingly credible, to walk away. Definitely, as I said earlier, the BJP was plotting expansion.
Sorry about the interruption. We're getting some breaking news coming in. Sources have indicated that formulas are currently being worked out as we speak. The Chief Minister will be from the JDU. DCM Home will be from the RJD. The Speaker will be from the Congress Party. Also, one of the formula includes Congress getting the Deputy Chief Minister's post. That is the breaking news that is coming in. Big story we're breaking on India Today. First on India Today, highly placed sources are giving us this information. All the inside track on the Bihar pot boiler that we are speaking about. Deputy Chief Minister and Home Ministry, RJD, Speaker, Congress Party, and one of the formulas includes Congress getting the Deputy Chief Minister's post. Now, this is an interesting one. Rahul Srivastav still continues to be with us. Is it going to be Tejasvi Yadav who's going to be the Deputy Chief Minister, or is it going to be the Congress Party who gets this post? What are your sources indicating?
Chaki, Lalu Prasad Yadav, who founded the RJD, and last time around also, when Nitish was breaking ties, he was in fact trying to convince Nitish Kumar that he should continue the alliance and let Tejasvi grow, and there will be no problem in the alliance. But what one can say is that in the current chemistry between the RJD and the JDU, Nitish Kumar will not settle for anything but the chief ministership, though that post is out of the negotiation table.
So that is something that even the source-based information is indicating at this point, that JDU will be the chief minister. It's always been all about Nitish Kumar when it comes to being at the helm of affairs, whether he switches tracks or whatever. It is always Nitish Kumar. The big question, and as Rajdeep was also mentioning, the chief minister is always going to be the constant one. It is the deputy chief minister in Bihar that keeps changing, and this time around, a lot would depend on who will be the deputy chief minister. Is it going to be the RJD at the helm, or is it going to be the Congress party at the helm? What is your sense of how in which direction rather this ship is sailing?
No, it's a foregone conclusion that, like the conclusion that Nitish Kumar is going to be chief minister, it's a foregone conclusion that Lalu's son will be the deputy chief minister. That there is no other way to accommodate the RJD in the Council of Ministers in a respectable manner. Remember, RJD.
But what about the Congress party? Then where does the Congress party go? So, yeah, the source-based information says that.
Let me finish.
Yes.
The Congress party is a much junior player. The first part is, where does the DCM come in? Now remember that in Bihar at one time there was no culture of having a deputy chief minister. Nitish Kumar, when the BJP and came together, Sushil Modi became the deputy chief minister, and there was a very harmonious relationship between the two, so much so that even BJP guys used to say that Sushil Modi is the B team of Nitish Kumar. Last time around, the culture changed again. Nitish Kumar brought in two deputy chief ministers of the BJP, Mr. Tarkesha Prasad and Rama Devi. And that is why it is possible that the Mahagathbandhan will insist on having two deputy chief ministers. So there is a possibility that there will be two deputy chief ministers, and the Congress and will JDU getting the post of chief minister, one deputy chief minister from the RJD. I think the second seat could go to anybody. Remember that there is an RLSP also, which is a very critical Keori vote bank that Nitish Kumar and the RJD need. So what happens to the RLSP? Then there is an important element about the speaker. Remember, they may be going together, the RJD and the JDU, but the trust factor between the two is not very high. And that is why they will like a neutral party, like a Congress party, to go as a speaker. Because remember, the speaker in case of defections and several moves on the floor of the House is a very critical element. And I think Nitish and Lalu both will trust the Congress more than each other and their man to be the speaker. So I think this news, I think is more predictable that Chief Minister JDU, Deputy Chief Minister one from RJD, second one will have to wait and see who gets it. And I think the speaker coming from the Congress. The home portfolio is the key. That's one portfolio that RJD wants. Remember, they were blamed for law and order issues in the governance. I think the RJD would like to prove a point this time around.
That's a very interesting perspective right there from Rahul Srivastav, our National Affairs Editor. Big questions also rising on who gets the home portfolio at this point. And he mentions the foregone conclusion is that it will be Nitish Kumar as the Chief Minister and the RJD, Tejasvi Yadav in this case, getting the Deputy Chief Minister's position. We'll continue getting you all the inside scoop, all the inside details, lot of information trickling in at this point, but compelled to take a short commercial break.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
warm welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Dipali Patel. This is where we get you the best from the world of entertainment. First up, we begin with the latest development of the biggest news of the day. Take a look at the showbiz newsmakers. Kanye West made a rare Instagram post taking direct shots at his ex-wife Kim Kardashian's former beau. The post features a Fox New York Times newspaper with a fake headline, Skeet Davidson dead at age 28. His post comes hours after it was reported that Kim and Pete have parted ways after 9 months of being into a relationship. This is not the first time that Kanye is sending death threats to Pete Davidson. Back in March, Kanye was implicit about his opposition to the comedian after news of him and Kim dating started doing the rounds on the internet.
For like 5 hours today. I wear these Yeezy boots everywhere, even in the shower today. I got love for the nannies, but real family is better. The cameras watch the kids, I stopped taking the...
Kanye even posted Pete's death in his graphic music video, Easy. In the clip, a clay doll of West was seen burying Pete in the ground.
He was once up from around the way. He was once up from around the way. He was
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
He was once up from around the way.
Now, reports suggest that Kim Kardashian and Pete Davidson have parted ways in less than a year of dating each other. Well, that possibly could be a good news for Kanye West, who was recently in the news for airing his personal drama and promote abuse behavior on social media. Kim Kardashian's dating life is no secret. She has had relationships with more than 5 personalities before. Here's more on that. Kardashian's dating life is no secret. In fact, keeping up with the Kardashians' fans have only watched her go through highs and lows over the past few years. When the reality TV star was 19 years old in the year 2000, she tied the knot with music producer Damon Thomas, who was 10 years older than her. The couple was together for 3 years as husband and wife, then eventually got separated, with Kim accusing Damon of controlling behavior in the divorce papers. While Kim was working as singer Brandy's stylist, she started dating her younger brother, William Ray Norwood Jr., aka Ray J. They were together for 3 years until 2006, and a year after their split, hit the news as sex tape Kim Kardashian Superstar leaked online. Kim denied any involvement in the tape's distribution and sued tape owners Vivid Entertainment. They apparently settled for $5 million. Now, many seem to have forgotten the time when Nick Cannon was also among Kim's boyfriends. She dated the TV personality for a year between 2006 and 2007, the same time the sex tape got leaked. Much of Reggie Bush and Kim Kardashian's romance in 2007 was featured on Keeping Up with the Kardashians, as they had started dating each other around the same time when the show began to gain momentum.
I can't do this today. I've been up 8 hours doing this and I never complain about it.
Their 2009 breakup, followed by a reconciliation and eventually 2010 split, played out on the show.
You're so much... Look at you. Look what happens when you... Oh, man. I just want to apologize to everyone. I'm just really not feeling good today.
Okay, we're done, guys, so.
I can only imagine what Kim's going through, and trying to work out things with Reggie is becoming even more stressful. There's a lot of stuff going on, and Kim's feeling a little lost. This is not who you are, okay? You were a wonderful girl. God has given you incredible blessings, and you need to appreciate them. You can't let this ruin your spirit.
I just really don't care about my career anymore. I feel like it's cost me my relationship. I don't want to do it anymore.
Close the door before another one will open.
Another time Kim made headlines in her dating life was when she got engaged to basketball player Chris Humphries 7 months after she met him in October 2010.
Okay, so who are your friends? Chris and I are just like kind of snapping at each other. The wedding is like a few days away. We just have to get through this.
Their wedding in August 2011, which was filmed for a 2-part television special and reportedly costed $10 million.
We're gathered here today because we are the only 300 people who weren't invited to Kim and Chris's wedding.
Lasted for 72 days.
Honestly say, but I can honestly say that I love you more today than the first day I met.
Big breaking news coming in. JDU has confirmed the split with the Bharatiya Janata Party. Top JDU Neta has confirmed alliance with RJD and Congress Party. Kushwaha says new Gathbandhan in new form. Big breaking news coming in at this point. So far, there was source-based information coming in. Now the confirmation has come in officially. It is finally official. The divorce is inevitable. The JDU-BJP divorce is inevitable now because the official confirmation has come in. This is like a stop press moment. JDU confirming split with the Bharatiya Janata Party. Big breaking news. Big breaking news. This is the confirmation that we've got first up here on India Today, and it is an official confirmation. Top JDU Neta confirming the alliance with the RJD and the Congress Party. Rohit Singh, who's breaking the story, is now joining us. Rohit, looks like it is all official now. The divorce seems to be inevitable. And we can confirm this to our viewers that it's absolutely official that this is about to happen or has already happened. Can you get us up to speed with the timeline? Because 4 p.m. is the meeting with the governor, is what we're picking up from sources with Nitishkumars.
Yes, absolutely. It is official now that Janata Dal United has broken ties with Bharatiya Janata Party, with which it formed government, in fact, in 2017 after dumping RJD, and again in 2020 assembly elections, they fought elections together. And now Upinder Kushwaha, the chairman of the Janata Dal United Parliamentary Party, he has just tweeted a short while back, and he said that the new government will be back in a new form. It means that now BJP will be out of this government, and Mahagathbandhan political parties, that is the RJD, Congress and the left, will be part of the new government in a new form, which will come in place, and Chief Minister will be Nitishkumars once again. But you see, if you look at the tweet, the last line of the tweet is even more important, what I feel, Chaiti, where he says that Desh aapka intezar kar raha hai. Because remember, this clearly signifies that JDU is insinuating that maybe in 2024, Nitishkumars could be projected as the prime ministerial face of the united opposition. And a couple of days back also, when the Kushwaha had said that Nitishkumars is a PM material, he was completely qualified, he had all the qualifications to be the prime minister of the country. And now today in his tweet, when he says Desh aapka intezar kar raha hai, which clearly signals that JDU is projecting Nitishkumars for 2024 as the prime ministerial face of the united opposition. Now remains to be seen whether Nitishkumars will get support from the other opposition parties or not. But as far as Janata Dal United is concerned, it is clear that JDU is now projecting Nitishkumars as the PM face of the opposition to take on Narendra Modi.
Absolutely, and what's inevitable is that Nitish Kumar will be the Chief Minister, and if you can also confirm who will be the Deputy Chief Minister, is that going to be from the RJD? Is that inevitable too?
Yes, obviously. What we know is that like in 2015, once again Nitish Kumar will be at the helm of affairs. He'll be the Chief Minister, and the Tejasvi Yadav will be his deputy. That is the Deputy Chief Minister.
Okay, we're getting a live reaction from Shahnawaz Hussain, I'm being told. Let's dip in.
हम सिर्फ अपनी पार्टी को मजबूत करते हैं, हम किसी को कमजोर नहीं करते। कौन क्या कह रहा है मैंने सुना नहीं है। मैं पटना जा रहा हूँ, पार्टी का जो नेतृत्व है वही ऑफिशियल बयान इस पे देगा।
All right, there you go. That's the live reaction that was coming in. Rohit is still with us at this point. Rohit, you were telling us about the power dynamics in terms of inevitably it will be Nitish Kumar as the Chief Minister now. RJD, that is Tejasvi Yadav as the Deputy Chief Minister. Where does the Congress stand in the middle of all of this? Will they get the Speaker's position? Rohit, are you with us? Rohit will be joining us in just about a bit, but there you go, the big breaking story. The divorce is confirmed. It is official now. We can say this officially that the JDU is splitting with the Bharatiya Janata Party. The JDU has officially confirmed the split with the Bharatiya Janata Party. Top JDU Neta has confirmed the alliance with RJD and the Congress Party. And Kushwaha has said that new Gathbandhan in new form is happening. Possible scenarios that are being worked out earlier, source-based information. We also had a source-based information coming in that, okay, big breaking news coming in. Nitish and Tejasvi to go together now to the governor's house. Ashutosh is joining us. Ashutosh, source-based information tells us that this meeting with the governor is going to happen at 4 p.m. Earlier it was Nitish going to be meeting the governor, but now what we are flashing on our screens is that Tejasvi Yadav is also going to be accompanying Nitish Kumar to go ahead and meet the governor. It is a mega show of strength coming in from Nitish and Tejasvi put together, and hence would you say it's inevitable that the possible formula would be Nitish, the Chief Minister, and Tejasvi Yadav of the RJD as the Deputy Chief Minister?
Not just Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav, Chaiti, but there will be a show of strength on the streets, barely a kilometer from here, less than a kilometer perhaps. Raj Bhawan is where they will be meeting the governor. All the MLAs of Mahagathbandhan, the JDU, the RJD, the CPM, CPI, CPI-ML, and also the HAM. So all these leaders will be marching. First they'll be going to the Chief Minister's residence, and from there they will be marching to the governor's house to stake claim for the new government. Yes, the formula, what is being decided. However, having known Nitish Kumar, the way he had carried out, this political surgical strike within the NDA, very silently, very smoothly, you never know what he has in the surprise bag. What if he decides to just become, the UPA chairperson, as there's a strong buzz around, and then hand over the, the power to Tejasvi Yadav? But that's, again, it could only be the speculation. For now, only the sources are indicating Nitish Kumar will remain a chief minister. Tejasvi Yadav could be given a deputy chief ministership along with the home portfolio, and Congress may have its speaker in the house. So that's the formula accommodating everyone. We also having this information from our sources, the CPI-ML, more than 10 MLAs will not be part of the government. They will be supporting this coalition-led the government, but they will not be part of the cabinet like in the previous regime also. They supported the coalition, but they were not part of the cabinet. Around 350. So the workers, again, these are RJD workers, they're really very curious and excited looking at the political developments taking place. But around 3:45 to 3:50 p.m, the leaders will start walking out. They will go to the Raj Bhawan, and then the further process, the procedures will be decided about the oath ceremony and certain takes place. But seems everything was done so peacefully, so smoothly, silently, it was carried out. Seems like the formula was already adopted. But moreover, while convincing their electorate, the challenge will be that how Nitish gonna convince its electorate and the state the reason he opted out from the NDA alliance. But what it said that when he walked out with the Mahagathbandhan in 2017, he can opt out the similar formula. And in the meeting when he said that how the JDU MLAs were lured, there was some also talked about the cash was offered to the JDU MLA, how there was conspiracy to split the party totally. So clearly that will be some formula that Nitish will be going out to the people.
Absolutely. And as far as the LJP is concerned, where does their allegiance stand at this point? Do we have any updates on the LJP?
The LGP had already clearly said that they will remain with the BJP-led NDA. They will be part of the NDA, and after all, who holds the LGP at the moment is also a minister in the cabinet. So LGP, we're going to remain with the BJP-led the coalition. After all, more than the MLA, the central portfolio matter for the person. Chirag Paswan clearly, without numbers, you cannot have a say. But since he has no hold over the party, he has formed his own political stake. So LJP at the moment in Bihar really doesn't matter where they stand. They need a cabinet position, that they have it. What only matters is what BJP gonna do next. What is there in their bag now? Where it will head to?
That's a very interesting question you brought up. What is the BJP going to do next? Because the divorce is now official. It is official now that this split is inevitable. It is happening, viewers. Nitish has dumped the Bharatiya Janata Party and there is a Mahagathbandhan 2.0 in the making. And Nitish, along with Tejasvi Yadav, will be meeting the governor of Bihar at 4 p.m. is what we are picking up from sources. But the breakup, the divorce, is not a source-based information. It is on record, it is confirmed, and it is very much official. Rohit Singh is joining us from Patna, bringing us up to speed with the latest developments as well. Rohit, as we are reporting, 1, the divorce is confirmed. 2, it is absolutely official that Nitish is dumping the Bharatiya Janata Party. 3, what we can safely say is that Nitish will continue to be the chief minister. The question is, the deputy chief minister inevitably looks like Tejasvi Yadav as well. What happens to the Congress party? Where do they place? Will they get the speaker's post?
Well, it remains to be seen whether the Congress party will get the speaker's post or not. But see how the RJD workers here are extremely jubilant here. You see pictures here, RJD workers with the pictures of Tejasvi Yadav being sworn in 2015 here. They are carrying the pictures of his and the Lalu Prasad, the happy Lalu Prasad Yadav in these pictures. You can see these RJD workers have come with these pictures. ये सब तस्वीरें लेके आप लोग आए हैं क्यों?
आज खुशी का दिन है। बहुत दिनों बाद हम सत्ता में फिर से वापसी कर रहे हैं और असली किंग मेकर हमारे साथ हैं। बिहार और देश के असली किंग मेकर लालू यादव हैं। जो भी हुआ है आज इनकी देन है।
अच्छा, और आप बताइए, तेजस्वी यादव के स्वेरिंग इन का फोटो
बिल्कुल, ये दोनों फोटो का अलग अलग अपना सिग्निफिकेंस है। एक जो सरकार बना तो लालू जी खुश है, एक सरकार बनने के बाद तेजस्वी भैया जो शपथ ले रहे उसका है।
अच्छा, दोनों का अपना अपना सिग्निफिकेंस
बिल्कुल, दोनों पिक्चर का अपना अपना एक अलग ही अंदाज है। अच्छा, जो झलक रहा है साफ इससे।
आपको लग रहा है कि तेजस्वी यादव डिप्टी सीएम बनेंगे कि सीएम आप लोग चाहते थे बने?
जो भी है, इसमें कहीं नहीं शो हो रहा है कि ये डिप्टी सीएम का शपथ ले रहे हैं या फिर कहाँ का या फिर सीएम का। इससे ये कुछ नहीं झलक रहा है। अब जो भी होना होगा ये बिल्कुल इसी तरह से शपथ लेंगे, चाहे वो डिप्टी सीएम का ले चाहे वो सीएम का। हम लोग तो चाहेंगे ऑब्वियसली जो भी सीएम का हो, लेकिन जो भी होगा हम लोग सरकार में आ रही से बड़ा कोई चीज हो ही नहीं सकता। हम लोग
खुश है 5 साल बाद आप लोग की बात।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, बहुत
दिल से खुश हैं। इस सरकार की बहुत जरूरत थी बिहार में।
So there you can see pictures of Tejasvi and Lalu Prasad, happy Lalu Prasad Yadav being returning to power after 5 years. And here this picture of Tejasvi Yadav, who was sworn in as the deputy CM in 2015, and these party workers say these pictures have their own significance here. And see, again, we are showing pictures here at Rabri Devi residence. Tej Pratap Yadav has come out. You see Tej Pratap Yadav here outside his house. He's standing there and he's giving some directions to party workers and some security personnel there. And he looks happy here because what we are learning is that Tej Pratap could also be part of that government that is going to be formed now, the Mahagathbandhan government, in which Nitishkumars will be the chief minister. In all likelihood, Tejasvi will be the deputy chief minister, and Tej Pratap will also get a ministerial berth. As you see, Tej Pratap Yadav just came for a few seconds outside his residence, and he spoke to some of his security personnel and some party workers, and now he's again back inside his house. So the mood is jubilant here at the RJD in fact, Rabri Devi's residence here, and party workers, party supporters thronging this place since morning because there is anticipation. They know that after 5 years of exile, RJD will be back in power, back in government, and Tejasvi Yadav, in fact, will be returning to power. He will become the Deputy Chief Minister.
Yes, absolutely. And Ashutosh also continues to be with us on this broadcast. Of course, the Bharatiya Janata Party finds itself on the back foot at this point of time. All right, Ashutosh will join us in moments from now. But Rohit continues to be with us. Rohit, absolutely a big setback coming in for the Bharatiya Janata Party, who finds itself in the back foot for the moment. Have we heard from the Bharatiya Janata Party? Any first up reaction coming in? What is their stance? It'll be very interesting to know.
See, I will not say that this is a shock for BJP because BJP was anticipating that this was coming. Remember, 10 days back, there was an important meeting of the BJP National Executive that happened in Patna. It was on 30th July, 30 to 31st July. And remember, that was a BJP meeting, but in that meeting, Nitishkumar became the news. Why? Because in that meeting, top leaders of the BJP, at that point of time, they said that they are supporting Nitishkumar in 24 also, in 25 also, and they said that BJP was willing to ally with Nitishkumar in 2024 Lok Sabha elections and 2025 assembly elections. So BJP clearly at that point of time was dropping indications that they are not going to back out. They are supporting Nitishkumar in all sense, and they did not want that the message should go that BJP has dubbed Nitishkumar, but they just wanted to send the message that BJP was always in support of Nitishkumar, and that 10 days back also they had declared that Nitishkumar will be fighting elections in 24 and 25 in alliance with Nitishkumar, and also after that. So BJP somewhere down the line was expecting that Nitishkumar could be doing something like this, what has happened today, and that is why they were coming out in the open and showing their support, complete support to Nitishkumar. But it seems that Nitishkumar had understood the game of BJP very fast, very early, and he had made up his mind that he doesn't want to continue with BJP anymore, as he alleged that BJP had tried to weaken the party, to split the party.
Right, also Rohit, give us a little bit of a perspective. All right, we'll come back to Rohit in moments from now. We are compelled to take a very short commercial break, but this is our top focus, viewers. We're getting you every twist, every turn, first confirmation, always first on India Today. Stay with us.
Watching India Today.
Is Nitishkumar? We just heard Chirag Paswan called him Kan, somebody's calling him Paltu Chacha. Is he going to do another Paltbazi?
Look, with Nitishkumar, you never know till the last minute which way he goes. As you said, barring a last minute approach, it appears that Nitishkumar is slowly but surely moving away from the BJP and exploring his options outside the BJP. I want to put this in two contexts. One is, if you look at Nitishkumar's political career, you see, unlike the other Mandal socialist leaders, Nitishkumar has two differences. One, he doesn't carry the liability, some would say, of being a dynastical politician. You know, he hasn't built a dynasty around him like other Mandal socialist politicians have. Number two, he doesn't have the asset that other Mandal politicians have, which is a very large caste base. At the end of the day, the Kurmis are not as large and powerful as the Yadavs are. Therefore, Nitish on his own can never win an election in Bihar. So his entire career has been based on dependency and political positioning.
Why is he upset at this moment, according to you? With
See, that is unclear what is the exact trigger beyond the fact that the BJP now is the dominant expansionist party of Bihar and India. That's where it comes from. We saw it in Maharashtra. Why is Uddhav Thackeray or the Shiv Sena upset with the BJP? Because the BJP was encroaching slowly but surely on the turf of the Shiv Sena. Why is Nitishkumars upset? Because slowly but surely, and we saw it in the 2020 elections, the entire dynamics between the two parties have changed. In 2010, Nitish was the dominant party, the BJP was party number 2. In 2020, it was very clear, BJP was now the party number 1 and Nitish was party number 2. And we are seeing this across the country now. Look at it in every state where the BJP was a junior partner. I can even talk of my small home state of Goa, where the MGP was completely destroyed eventually by the BJP. Is a rump now. The fact is, I think Amit Shah in the last 2 years in particular has tried to develop a new generation BJP leadership in Bihar, a leadership which in a way wants to dominate, or which he hopes will dominate Bihar politics over the next 20 years. The leadership that Nitishkumars grew up with was from the Vajpayee era, and we can even go back to the 1970s when they were all student leaders, the likes of Sushil Kumar Modi, Nand Kishore Yadav. These were all people who grew up with Nitishkumars. So Nitishkumars had a comfort factor with them. Now comes Amit Shah, who, like in Maharashtra, has decided that the BJP must assert its sort of dominant national position in every state.
Watching India Today.
Hey, good afternoon and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. The big Bihar pot boiler is our top focus. Let's bring you the headlines first. Nitishkumars all but confirms divorce with BJP in Bihar. JDU chief says BJP tried to weaken us. Will be meeting the governor at 4 p.m. Congress RJD, I beg your pardon, Gathbandhan pledges support to Nitishkumars. India Today scoops new Bihar formula. Nitish likely to remain the chief minister. RJD may get deputy chief minister and home ministry portfolio. Congress may just get the speaker's post. Month after the oath, Shinde cabinet takes shape. 9 ministers from BJP and 9 from Shinde camp take oath. India Today, the only channel to get the cabinet right. Goon Neta Shrikant Tyagi arrested from Meerut after 4-day manhunt. VIP SUV with MLA sticker and BJP flag used to flee, seized by the UP cops. Face-off over Bengaluru Idgah Maidan. Congress opposes Ganesha festival at Maidan. Hindu groups accuse Congress of appeasement. Ask if namaz is allowed, then why not Ganesha celebrations? Big political fight over Lal Singh Chaddha. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin's son Udayanithi under attack for promoting the Bollywood film. BJP questions DMK's Hindi hypocrisy. Breaking news on the Mahagathbandhan 2.0 mega show of strength in Bihar. Nitish and Tejasvi are going to be going together to the governor's house for a meeting. What's going to happen next? Up next, mega Mahagathbandhan 2.0 huddle at Nitishkumar's residents. We're getting you second-by-second updates of all that is going on, and it's a very interesting development that is coming in because officially now we know that the JDU is dumping the Bharatiya Janata Party. That has been confirmed that the JDU is going to be dumping the Bharatiya Janata Party, and this is Mahagathbandhan 2.0 mega show of strength. Nitishkumar and Tejasvi are going to be going together to the Governor House, and up next, mega Mahagathbandhan 2.0 huddle at Nitish's house. Rahul Srivastav is joining us for the very latest on this story. Rahul, first up, you know, this looks like, as you rightly mentioned, Nitish inevitably looks like he's going to be the Chief Minister. Tejasvi inevitably looks like the Deputy Chief Minister. We can confirm these two things. And what we can also confirm is that the divorce is now absolutely official. There are no ifs and buts right there. How do you read this situation? The BJP has not given out a reaction as yet to all this potboiler happening in Bihar.
Chetty, 4 days ago, when the BJP got sense that something is brewing, especially when Nitishkumar indicated that he's not going to come for the Niti Aayog Governing Council meeting chaired by the Prime Minister, and he was joining somebody like TRS leader K. Chandrasekhar Rao in staying away from the meeting. The BJP had an inkling what was coming, and there were intelligence report and other inputs for the BJP. Now, at that time, the BJP had issued gag orders to all its cadres and leaders that they should not speak out against what Nitishkumar is plotting or what Nitishkumar leaders are saying. In fact, there was a provocation by Rajiv Ranjan or Lalan Singh, who is currently the close confidant of Mr. Nitishkumar, reacting to the attack by Mr. RCP Singh, who was denied a Rajya Sabha ticket by Nitishkumar, an old friend of his. And then he lost the post in the Council of Ministers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Lalan Singh had very clearly said that there was an attempt to create the Chirag Paswan formula, and the JDU was being weakened. Now, it was a very clear indication that the attack was on the BJP, and still the BJP did not react. The idea behind it is that if Nitish Kumar today dumps BJP, and he ties up with the RJD, the BJP will play the martyr card. Now, the martyr card is very critical for the party. What it will try to say is that Nitish Kumar protested against the CBI cases against Tejasvi Yadav in 2017, cited that RJD was synonymous to Jungle Raj in Bihar and corruption, and he moved over to the BJP. There was a mandate for the NDA, of which the JDU was part, and now he has abandoned the NDA, the mandate for NDA, and joined hands with the RJD. Now, for that, the victim card, the martyr card, the BJP needs that its cadres should remain silent, and that's why we are finding no reaction. Interestingly, Chetty, what I would like to tell you here is that there seems to be a sense of rush as far as Nitish Kumar is concerned, primarily because there is a very interesting stars and constellation reason behind it. The month of Sawan, which is ending on the 12th, is supposed to be the most auspicious month in the Hindu calendar. Now, after the Sawan month, the Bhadra month starts. Now, that's supposed to be the inauspicious period. So, Nitish Kumar, given the fact that the RJD first family, Rabri Devi especially, is extremely superstitious, will like to fast forward everything so that the swearing in and everything is over before the 12th of August, so that it does not happen in the inauspicious period, or Nitish Kumar will have to wait for the next month to arrive and the Bhadra period to be over. And that's why we find there is a huddle at Nitish Kumar's residence. We are told that all the final contours and shape of the government are being tied up. One little indication in the last half hour which I have received is that we were talking about how the Congress can get the speaker's post. There are some sources in the RJD and RLS, which was at one time independent party, now merged with the RJD. They are saying that there is a possibility that the RJD is pushing for the speaker's post. It's very critical for the RJD because remember, if Nitish Kumar does a somersault in future, He may need
I'm
it.
coming to that point in moments from now, Rahul, about the point you made about the Congress party. But first, for our viewers who have just tuned into this broadcast, let's walk you through all the top developments in the Bihar political blockbuster, just in case you've missed out on any point. The BJP and JDU split has been confirmed. Nitishkumar's NDA has officially announced breakup with the ally BJP in Bihar days after massive speculations of the rift between the two. The decision of parting ways comes in a key meeting chaired by the Bihar Chief Minister. Let's get you the other top development on your screens now. Amidst the political turmoil and before playing the next move, Nitish Kumar sought time to meet Bihar governor. All eyes are now set on Nitish as he meets the governor at 4 p.m. 1 hour, less than 1 hour from now, viewers. Sources have told India Today that RJD's Tejasvi Yadav has demanded the Home Ministry portfolio in the new Bihar government. RJD is also going to be most likely getting the Deputy Chief Minister's post. Now, as soon as the news broke out of the JDU-BJP breakup, Lalu's daughters rejoiced the decision and hailed brother Tejasvi Yadav. They tweeted, and I quote, Tejasvi Baba Bihar, unquote. BJP ministers in Bihar too have sought time to meet Bihar governor. All the 16 BJP ministers are, however, unlikely to resign. Rohit Singh is now joining us live for the latest on all the top developments that we brought to you. The larger point here, Rohit, being that the divorce is confirmed, and now this move seems to be tantamount for an already weak opposition that can really come together to injure the BJP in the next general election, probably.
Yes, it's official. The BJP-JDU alliance has broken and now new government will be formed very soon, and Nitish Kumar will be taking oath as the Chief Minister for the 8th time. Remember, it's for the 8th time that he will be taking oath as the Chief Minister, and this new government, again, something similar to what happened in 2015, is that Tejasvi Yadav will be the Deputy Chief Minister, and we are also learning that this time around the Home Department could be grabbed by RJD for Tejasvi Yadav, and also Tej Pratap is likely to be inducted into the government. And right now we are at Rabri Devi's residence. Since 11 in the morning, all the MLAs of the Mahagathbandhan, including RJD, Congress and Left, are all inside. The meeting got over a long time back. After that, all these MLAs are inside. They're having lunch. And at 4 o'clock, what we are learning is that all the MLAs of Mahagathbandhan, led by Tejasvi Yadav and Tej Pratap, they will be coming out of the Rabri Devi's residence and walking towards the Raj Bhawan, where Tejasvi is likely to meet the governor along with Nitish Kumar. So it's all said and done. BJP is out of the alliance. The new partners are RJD, Congress and Left, and Nitish Kumar all set to become the Chief Minister for the 8th time. Cheti.
Absolutely. And you also ended up speaking to Chirag Paswan on the latest. Let's in fact get our viewers the reaction coming in from Chirag Paswan on this.
हमारे साथ इस वक्त चिराग पासवान मौजूद हैं लाइन पर। चिराग, आपने देखा किस तरीके से यहाँ पर नीतीश कुमार की तरफ से अब बीजेपी को डंप करने का फैसला लिया गया है, क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, इसमें कहना क्या है, तो एविडेंट था ही, ये होना ही था। इट वॉज अ मैटर ऑफ टाइम। आज होता कल होता, ये चीज होनी थी। और ये बात तो मैं शुरू से कहता रहा हूँ कि आज नहीं तो कल मुख्यमंत्री जी फिर पलटी मारते ही, और ये उनकी फितरत में ही रहा है। मुख्यमंत्री जी कोई पहली बार नहीं, 2000 पिछले अगर आप 8 साल देख लें, इन 8 सालों में तीसरा अलायंस ये बदल रहा है। और हर अलायंस से पहले बड़ी बड़ी बातें इनकी तरफ से कही जाती थी। भाई, जब ये महागठबंधन के साथ थे, उस वक्त लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में खड़े होकर, बिहार की विधानसभा में खड़े होकर इन्होंने शपथ खाई थी कि मिट्टी में मिल जाऊंगा पर भाजपा के साथ नहीं जाऊंगा। 2017 में भाजपा से गठबंधन कर लिया। जिस जंगल राज का विकल्प बंद कराए थे 2015 में, उन्हीं के साथ गठबंधन कर लिया। आज जिनके ऊपर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप लगाकर जीरो टॉलरेंस फॉर करप्शन की बात बड़ी बड़ी दुहाई देकर जिनसे अलग हुए थे 2017 में, आज पुनः उन्हीं के साथ मिलकर मुख्यमंत्री जी सरकार बना रहे हैं। तो एक बात तो स्पष्ट है भैया, और ये सरकार क्यों बन रही है? बिहार के विकास के लिए या बिहार के हित को मद्देनजर रखते हुए तो ये सरकार नहीं बन रही ना। ये सरकार व्यक्तिगत स्वार्थों को मद्देनजर रखते हुए बन रही है। मुख्यमंत्री जी अगर आज राजद के साथ मिलकर सरकार बना रहे हैं तो बिहार की भलाई के लिए सरकार नहीं बना रहे हैं। बिहार में कोई विकास के कार्य अधूरे पड़े हुए थे इसके लिए सरकार नहीं बना रहे हैं। अपनी कुर्सी को बचाए रखने के लिए वो सरकार बना रहे हैं। तो इससे जिस प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री की क्रेडिबिलिटी ही नहीं रहे, जो अपने ही शब्दों पे नहीं टिके, तो प्रदेश की जनता उस पर क्या विश्वास करेगी? भाई पिछले चुनाव में 2020 के चुनाव में जनता ने इन्हीं बातों को ध्यान में रखते हुए इनको 1 नंबर से तीसरे नंबर की पार्टी बना दिया। आप अगले चुनाव में देखिएगा, अभी तो 43 पर ही आए थे, अगले चुनाव में 0 पर आ जाएंगे। इनका खाता भी खुलना अगले चुनाव में मुश्किल है।
चिराग, लेकिन यही 2020 में जंगल राज की बातें नीतीश कुमार किया करते थे जब चुनाव में जब कैंपेनिंग हो रहा था। आज फिर आपको क्या लगता है?
नहीं, बिल्कुल वही मैंने कहा, जिस जंगल राज की बात करते थे, जिस जंगल राज का विकल्प बनकर आए थे, 2005 के इनके बयान निकालिए। 2005 में जब ये पहली बार मुख्यमंत्री बने थे उस वक्त इनके बयान निकालिए। जंगल राज को कोसते नहीं थकते थे और उस वक्त कहते थे कि मेरा सपना है कि एक दिन जितने पलायन किए हुए बिहारी हैं वो सबको मैं वापस अपने प्रदेश लेकर आऊंगा। जो मुख्यमंत्री पिछले 17 सालों में अपना सपना नहीं पूरा कर पाए तो बिहारियों के सपने को क्या पूरा करेंगे? तो जिस जंगल राज को कोसते ही ये नहीं थकते थे, अभी इसी बार के सेशन में देख लीजिए विधानसभा में जिस तरीके से राजद के ऊपर इन्होंने वार किया, जिस तरीके से नेता प्रतिपक्ष के ऊपर ही अपनी बातें रखते थे, कटाक्ष उनके ऊपर करते थे, और आज उन्हीं के साथ मिलकर सरकार बना रहे हैं। और मैं बार बार ये कह रहा हूँ, ये सरकार क्यों, अलायंस को बदलने का कारण क्या, किस वजह से ये अलायंस बदल रहे हैं? भैया डबल इंजन की सरकार, आप उसका लाभ उठाते भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ मिलकर, प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ मिलकर, क्यों नहीं गए आप नीति आयोग की बैठक में? आप बार बार यही उठाते हैं ना कि विशेष राज्य का दर्जा मिलना चाहिए, तो जातीय जनगणना होनी चाहिए। वो फोरम था, वो प्लेटफॉर्म था। आप जाते नीति आयोग की बैठक में, वहां पर जाके इन तमाम बातों को आप रखते वहां पर मुख्यमंत्री जी वहां पर नहीं जाएंगे। जो लाभ इनको मिल सकता है केंद्र सरकार के साथ सहयोगी होने के नाते, उन लाभों का उसका लाभ बिहार की जनता को नहीं देंगे। इनकी चिंता ले देकर सिर्फ घूमती है इनकी कुर्सी के इर्द गिर्द। किस तरीके से ये बस अपनी कुर्सी बचा के रखें, उसकी ही राजनीति मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी ने पिछले 17 सालों में की है।
The JDU has finally ended its alliance with BJP in Bihar. Nitishkumar, after call meeting today, announced breakup with the Saffron Party. Nitishkumar has sought time to meet Governor at 4 p.m, sealing BJP's fate in Bihar. Tejasvi Yadav, Nitishkumar will walk towards the Governor House together. JDU claimed BJP continued needling into its functioning and tried to destabilize the Nitish government. Sources tell India Today that Tejasvi Yadav is demanding Home Ministry for himself. His brother Tej Pratap may also be included in the new government. The Congress says that Nitish can be the chief minister if he joins the Mahagathbandhan. Hindustani Awam Morcha chief Jitan Ram Manjhi, an NDA ally, has also extended support to Nitish Kumar. Nitish Kumar's grouses against the BJP may have been piling up since 2019 general election, when his party was offered just one seat in the union cabinet, if you remember.
आगे क्या होगा, 2025 तक के हम रहेंगे और आगे क्या करेंगे, इस पर हम लोग क्या बोलेंगे? अभी हाल के दिनों में ही देखा है आपने ना, बीजेपी के राष्ट्रीय परिषद के बैठक में किस तरह से सवाल उठी। तो आगे क्या होगा इस पर हम लोग सवाल नहीं, मैंने कुछ कह नहीं सकते। लेकिन इतना जरूर है कि अभी सरकार चल रही है, हमारे सरकार के मुखिया माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी अभी भी जनता दरबार लगा रहे हैं, ये जन सुनवाई कर रहे हैं और जनता की